I recorded all this stuff earlier. As I stated, you can get it fed to you or you can have it. Watch it. As a firefighter was burnt, I have recorded on the thing that made the video stop recording for some reason. They still got flights in the air. Come on, Dana.
I'm trying to show you today. Really pay attention to what's recorded. The Kit Carson, Kirkwood area, Twin Bridges Southwest. Doing dumps here, and screenshots here, focusing on this area here. Surface. Really stating my terms of business address and my thoughts and my time and shit that I'm about. Not exactly the person, firefighter that was injured, was a quickly healed. Lost contact with the helicopter and so forth. Having issues with stuff over here. All here trying to save this stuff. Down, but he's still open. Trying to save quickly and so forth. With the fire going at Diego, remember I told you Sarah City, Sarahville. It's back right there. It's literally right here, Portola. All this stuff that was given in the morning is right here. Can you hear what I was saying to you?
Yes, I saw it myself. I told you I
It's literally.
David 1793, clear both units, subject was 98 advised.
So I said it goes. It's literally right there. 80 won't be an issue because it's already burnt this up. But this way it's not.
Hence fourth why there's that split right there at Kirkwood. Because Control burned like in 97. Got away from him. And burnt that up. Yeah, in 2019, so. That's what they're going to try to do with the Dixie fire. With the Beckworth.
See, you can tell.
What happens if they combine
The four of them?
Yeah. Or they don't combine the four of them and they does it itself. Oh man. Damn, that's almost Topaz Lake.
Yep.
That's crazy. What have they done to the channel today? 100 views, 200 views, no views. What can you do? It's only at 9.6 hours. But the views are going up. Another subscriber? Oh, Ari and Sully. I was just thinking about that mob and Monastery. We're mobbing around with Sully. Yeah.
And the opening because the fire.
Let's see.
To the other side, that'd be plenty of room for everybody.
Placerville to Grand Theft last route 5000 to Highway 88 at 8,500 to cover.
That's great. No telco.
Before you go, I got a request for a helicopter up here to visit Kilo. Is Kilo considered the north part for North Delta or south?
That's a great question, great conversation piece. We recommended to air operations last night that the branch break right there in Fallen Leaf there just should be the break. So North Telco should have India and Juliet. So if you're talking Kilo, I would suspect and recommend that to be South Telco. It makes sense to me due to visibility and terrain as we come up and it clears this afternoon into Juliet. Terrain and smoke and fire behavior will kind of shut us off on that left shoulder at that area.
Affirmative. And from operations, a priority for you in the north would be position Foxtrot and drop point 7, where the pocket of cinder is in the river drainage. Section 32 to 29, they've got two hand lines in there. They're looking for support because they may do a firing operation to close the pocket.
Copy that. That was back at the near the Riverton dip. Okay, copy. I'll chat him up right now to no joy, but I'll get the plan going with him. I appreciate that.
Yes, and also from I know you guys can't get in there right now, but the find it again. It was the right dip. They got a structure grouping towards right. The fire has gone north out of there into section 5 towards right.
Pushing the fire this way. They're going to the Tamarack fire. It's here in McCarley.
I don't know though, the L.E.N.R mentality sounds very similar to KELEA's mentality.
We're doing left-hand traffic.
Why do you want to secure the building when you don't have the land yet?
We're the only,
The way that it's put is like weird.
yeah, there should be 2 more behind you. You guys were the early ones.
I think they're chipping right back in there. I'm just gonna go for a drive. See if I can get it.
And 5-5. You guys weren't out here yesterday. You guys were dipping on the north end of the lake. And traffic, and that seems to work. So let me know if that's not going to work out well today. Okay, guys, thank you. Elevation North Elko Aircraft Command. North Elko, go as per Elevate. Report from telephone check, north and northeast, left flank, left shoulder, no joy, poor visibility. We'll maintain on here and take a look through Delta, make sure the back door is good, but we've also sent back 9 Hotel Romeo.
Oh, they both gonna go.
Is returning.
Fucking weird different off that way. Up the bottom driveway.
Yeah.
Where that took the cat food yesterday morning. Hola. Good.
Hola, ¿cómo están? ¿Qué tipo de trabajo están haciendo?
Para de la luz,
Ajá.
ya acabo de entrar en acá, estamos ocupando el piso, pero van tratando por dar más cuidado.
O sea que los contrató PG&E.
Ah, sí. Ahorita
They're doing the power line.
We're just trying to figure out widows cutting everything down.
Hemos tenido problemas donde la gente ha venido y se ha metido por nuestra propiedad, por eso como los escuchamos queríamos venir a asegurarnos de que nadie estaba cortando porque está peligroso con el clima de estar haciendo trabajo hoy, mucho calor.
Está bien.
Por eso estábamos mirando. Yeah, I was afraid of them that because of the weather and whatnot, we were keeping an eye out. Right, you know, so there will be poquito, ¿no?
There's a poquito there.
Hay un oso. Ahí, acá nomás, cuando pasamos lo miramos, un bebé oso. Atrás nuestro, sí.
Up there.
Sí, acá atrás, porque está el agua y las manzanas y la comida. Así que andan con cuidado, sí. Recién lo miramos.
If you cut through and go that way, it'll be in there.
They're done here. They're leaving. Bueno, gracias, que tengan buen día. Yeah, he said they're doing the lines.
Oh, look at the apples. It'll be done in like a week or so.
Yeah, they're not done yet. It's for like butter. Canning jars. So that company, Montana. He said they were doing the power line. I asked him, so PG&E hired you? And he said, yeah. I still like getting the juice from it. Like I bite it.
Oh, shit. There you go. Take the juice from it. I got too much juice to Otherwise, I need to try doing that and eat the meat and have the rind last. Good shit. If you hear sounds like that again, we know it's right there.
I tell you, I was like, I feel it.
But yeah, that's what always throws me off because when the neighbors work on their shit, it sounds like it's right there. So I was like,
It's like slightly different. They're fast too. I'm like, dude, can I hire you? Is that CJ?
No. Bless him.
Can I hire you?
There's the one, brother. I think that was Logan.
What? That he can ask you? No, never.
Okay.
Nothing.
Gracias.
Tengan buen día.
Igualmente.
Tengan buen día.
Where are those things that come off there? Because I swear to God, I would have ripped our thing off.
Yeah, the little thing. They always have the sticks.
Yeah. You walking down
So
the street and
they
don't see
did
that
it,
shit, it's
right?
straight rip you up. What'd they do?
I don't know.
Just the bottom part?
They say.
They didn't cut through. Oh, they did the top. They brought in the truck and just cut the top. They didn't do the bottom.
They're topping it like we were saying of doing our trees.
Yeah, then just topped it. I got that company's number, or I got the number of the chipper dude. Yeah, the guy that was running the chipper that day when I went.
For the chips, yeah,
yeah.
I talked to him.
For the chips and to come do work for us, no, to come bring that truck after work.
Yeah, because I would really like something like that, besides of the work that we can
I
do.
just need to bring, I would have to make a road for that thing to be able to drive the box truck on.
Walking in there now.
So they can have the, behind that train thing. This light right here, so I gotta clean out on this side. Good shit. That's for a fact that sound now. There's something over there. Don't be fucking lazy. Engage.
Engage.
Pop that clutch and what you doing, man?
I figure.
Like I was saying the other day, I can't wait to get structure up there built.
Oversee it.
Be playing music out this way. I want to do like a crazy ass deck thing. Yeah, I'm gonna think it'd been better if they just cut the trees down instead of topping them, because with all that water, they just gonna grow back. Step this out, step this out. I say, once we get the roads vacated, like what me and your mother said, we put a house right there. And I ain't gotta worry about no neighbors on that side, nothing like that. Either something right there or something over here. Either down and away from the road or on this side of the valley.
In the street that we got.
Just above it, either there or there. I'd have to save the rest of these trees here for the sun not to burn it up, but something. Either that or dig into the side from this road. Because I want to get that opened up in this bottom one here. Make it where we can transverse around all of it. Go up into that, get this cleaned out and so forth. You gotta clean this out. Crazy like.
Like crazy.
Crazy. Now just where we can go that way and go that way. And then where this comes around, we're widening this. But yet, like I was saying to you the other day, right here be the gate. We have that section, this part off from the other part of the property to be a green island or whatever, because we'll have to do it in the other areas that we're at, where everything within this fencing is cleaned out to where there's barely trees letting it get burnt, but it's fenced off to where we can chill like that. There's no bears, there's no cougars, unless they climb up over the thing, but at least the other stuff we don't have to worry about it getting into our shit. And we have it run right here I want to come up the secondary road that we walked for the new entrance over there. We're going to do a road that comes around to right here. So this links, so we can come with the backhoe, like such, clean all this out, where it has access. We're going to do the same thing on this hill, same thing on that hillside, same thing on that hillside. So it's going to be a square that comes like such and goes to the gate where the ideal is and shoots to the first big tree that are now our new opening. Same thing for over there. It's going to go down to where the bottom of the hill is on the back side. Where I was digging is going to go like such. Come up to China Gate. It'll cross the other road that's like this. Go down and then come up where the coloring is, so it'll be like that square. Clean out in this area here what we like, what we want, replant trees that we want. But this is all getting completely hardcore makeover where we can survive if the Dixie Fire sweeps this way. You know how we walked? We're gonna say we're gonna say
Yep.
going down. Take the trash down to the dump. Recycling. And get diesel fuel and gas. For the backhoe here.
with him. Go ahead. We're pretty much wrapped up with our patrolling and mopping up. What would you like this? Yeah, let's go ahead and meet at the side of the road. Stay at your location. I'm going to tie in with task force leader and secure stuff with him. Stand by with the side of the road. 414 copy.
They're in Kirkwood still. Just 1 minute later, some bitch.
Elko, Charlie Hotel. Charlie Hotel, Elko. We're going to need to climb to get up and over the ridge to Silver Dip. At 8,500 below. Alright, climbing through 5,500 to 8,500 below. Thank you, sir.
Right
And you're number 3 behind 2 Hotel Tango, who's about 1 minute out for the dip. Roger, we'll be watching for those fellas.
Over here. So Echo Lake.
Two Hotel Tango, if you can, when you grab some water, if you could wait for 5-5, you can just guide you right into the spot. Sounds like a great idea. Confirm. Golf. South Elko on underground backboard. Off the drop.
Trying to keep it.
5-5, I'm going to have you grab some water, wait for 2 Hotel Tango, and you're going to be number 1 for the drop, guys. So 5-5, we're going to get water on the west side of the lake, southwest side.
Trying to stop it.
You're calling air attack on air to ground, companion, repeat.
It burned through here.
So 2 Hotel Tango, just want to confirm all you guys have the air ground tactical radio somewhere. Sooner or later, 77 calls will be up in the air.
But as I was saying, it's gonna fucking endanger all this stuff. Remember how this drive is right here?
Confirm.
Super pretty. It don't make no sense, dude.
No, they're trying to save the resort, and for that
Goes
they're
this way.
endangering a whole lot.
Everybody, because there's no way out of this shit. The road is right next to the fucking mountains.
Go ahead.
The road is right next to the mountains. It is crazy.
The Highway 50 is still full of smoke. Not recommended or not seeing any workstations. We're ready for another mission, or we can RTB for hold at Placerville.
Snappy, if you listen to what's going on, you can tell.
RTB Placerville for now. Did you try to get IR up into Division India at all?
The day before I was recording the list.
We couldn't get close enough. We hit about telephone and could not get any further. We can kind of ease up and see if it's cleared up since then. But I don't think we're going to get much further up beyond telephone check or below Ice House.
We can't see.
Okay. Yeah, with that, we'll just have the RTB back to Placerville. That's also we're going to get up there. Maybe request you come out in about an hour or so and see if you have any better visibility. like it. We'll give you a call when we have positive comments with Plasma.
Copy.
They're having to put shit
Air
in.
tag, Helicopter 6-1 on the 2 Power Victor. Helicopter 6-1 is also Placerville en route on the black route to Branch Check.
Affirmative, we're going to have you go Branch Check, black route with a loading dip at 5,000 and below. Come straight across on Highway 88. And when you get on Highway 88,
See right here, state line. Here comes a jet coming in to drop. It's dropping right here on Pioneer Trail. Boom.
Yeah, they're making that because then there's a jail. There's that park.
Hear what I'm saying? They just dropped it right here. You understand? They just dropped it right here. Like the other day. Watching where they're dropping. They're trying to keep the spot fire and so forth, brushing through this, because this is, since they're trying to lead it towards this shit here, they got it secure and fire retardant shit out of all this. So they're not talking about that on the updates.
Out your right, when you come into the drop, you're going to see one helicopter doing a repeater mission. They should be still in the building. It'll be looking passing again. All the way on the top. You might not see them if you stay below the rim, but they're up there. Going to be 5 Papa Tango.
Why does this keep losing signal?
Lieutenant Traffic Cabin looks to be routed right now for us there. It looks for you. Camino, counter air attack. On command. Counter air attack, Ben. Let's request relief air attacks over the fire at 1200 hours. Following the fire there, so there's no looking for you.
I asked him which basically we're going to call surveyor to do the bills below that spot. I said which one do you guys?
118 number 3. You want to so from where you dropped it.
That's why I asked you if the phone inside it buzzing. You understand? Figure out if it's a new thing or if it's an old one.
I'll take her 6-1 South River Bay.
Take your 6-1. Go ahead on stop.
Taker 6-1 is just coming past the Grand Check, going to Leone, and then up to Highway 88, and then up to Dardanelles Dip for transition.
Hey, where are you going to be looking at?
Batcave, everything.
Let's hope the contact user.
Batcave, everything. Nigga. I'm losing shit to a photo.
Yeah, for 61, we're going to have clear route to your area going to Dardanelles Dip. And I'm going to have 61 contact Calidor 7 to work by drop 36. take the 61. South Echo back with you. South Road.
Silver, have a ticket 61.
Here, we're behind you guys. Okay. Okay, you're kind of calling, you know?
Positive Cows, Placerville. Clear to your space landing, sure.
They're all over Kirkwood again. Kirkwood and Kit Carson area.
Silver, have a ticket 61.
Yep, we'll clear you direct to Silver Dip, 8,500, 2978. Give me a call south of Silver Dip when you get into the dip area. I'll guide you around to the Darnell, and I've got a ground contact and a working spot for you.
I understand direct to the Silver Dip, 8,500 and below.
I currently have 5-5, 8 Charlie Hotel 2 Alpha Tango working out of Silver Dip. You will not be working in the area, I'm just routing you around.
Okay, good copy, sir. We'll be on the average to Hotel Tango, Papa.
Hotel Tango, go ahead for help, South Echo.
South Echo. So, farther up the hill you're talking about where I'm at right now, farther off to the east.
You guys always ask when I got my 6 o'clock at you. Yep, so coming around. So yeah, from basically where you first dropped all the way to the ridge line on the fire's edge is all fair game.
There's snow banks up here right in this area, correct?
Yes, that's affirmative, but we do want to kind of progress from the bottom up, but whatever pattern works for you guys. The crew's going to be working from the bottom up, not from the top down, so it'll find us more if we get this stuff done from the bottom up.
Checking it out. I'm going to drop on the bottom there.
Affirmative, but yeah, where you're at it. I'll keep you 9,000 and above. I've got the coppers working below you on the fire's edge, 6,500. I've got 3 coppers working down there. We're working and we'll I also have a 4 helicopters inbound to Silver Ship. I've ordered you routing 16,500 as well. Also, the Charles is still. Yeah, also good. You saw where never take the ground, 5-5, whatever you want. Hey, first.
Here's the ground command.
Let me know if that 8,500 works for you. I see you got the long line on. Okay, I'll give you, what were you using yesterday?
Outdoor 7 for a copter to work in drop point 36. I'm trying to get them up on the radio.
Give you 9,000 and above, break 5, Papa Tango, I'm going to give you 9,500. We'll stay to the opposite side of the highway second. Alright, Papa Tango, once you clear the area and you're on the ground again, let me know. South Elko on KFR. Everything alright, so we just still waking up. Get to finish my second cup of coffee, so I'm a little grumpy. South Elko Attack. South Elko. Get ready to go out of here. Back on TFR, sorry, trying to get a hold of ground contact there for 61. Did I confirm or did I hear you got the helicopters now working 9,000 at Southern? 9,000 below, just to get the long line top down. So 9,000 below, and I've got 5 Papa Tangos, 9,500 to the next target, 2 miles away for the repeater mission. And I've got 51 still coming in. And your head back. One thing go fuel, so I'm going to close out with this back to you guys. So that's what I got. Is that any time over there when they're going to time up? Not got that yet, and I still have not got contact with the off the ground. Five up there goes outbound. So his next spot, got one more drop, and then B in the big chain, and then one coming for routing. We're outbound. I'll close out the copy. Outbound, you're now working for air attack on the rotor distance. Break 5 Papa Tango, same traffic. Still have 9,500. We'll exit out away from you to the fire's edge. And 6-1, you'll go direct to air attack on the south rotor Victor for routing.
Taker 6-1, you understand, so we're currently direct to Silver Jets.
Tango, you copy. You are now working with air attack. Elko outbound. Victor, and let him know when you're on the ground for the next mission. Elko will stay outbound at 9,000 until we pass this one. Signal good.
Oak Valley LZ, nothing but squelch from you. We're 2 minutes out.
Take a 6-1. Outbound Elko should be passing you. Out your nose here shortly will be 9,000 and on your 85, no faster.
It will remain below 85. I'll take a 6-1 copies.
Due to make 200,000.
Never in contact with Dave Mike yet, so that was one thing I was going to try to close out with, but didn't get a chance to. Okay, copy that. Yeah, I think they're still doing transition. I did get a hold of Lila, but I tried to get Mike, was unsuccessful as well. Sounds good, man. Just calling you back out.
Was that your spot, Libby head? Chilling underneath one?
Is your training still set? He was one of the close contacts, and then he's on vacation for 2 months, or for 2 shifts, so he won't be back until, I think, maybe late September. Is that what the pilot out to? Negative, actually, we did not put the pilot out. So once 504 is fixed, it's going to go with the next priority shoot, and they're going to find stuff and start over again. Cool. Sounds good, man. Well, I'll talk to you later. That sounds like my training you might have missed is weather on the season and all those big tires, but once we start in September, it's going to be hard to get any of the IA stuff. Real hard. Right, that's there. And 6-1 Helco's crossing your nose, no factor.
Gotcha, okay, thanks.
What a beautiful day, huh? We've been having 2 crazy beautiful days that makes you want to appreciate summer. But you know that we're having clear while the wind is blowing that way. The only reason we're having clear skies, huh?
Yeah, but this morning it's going this way. And by the clear skies, that's just that way.
Yeah.
People right there.
No, 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 no.
You want to phone? Tell you want to seat butter? Huh? Too hot in there?
Tiger 6-1's just coming up to Silver Lake Limited.
621, Tiger 6-1, air attack on South River.
Go ahead, air attack.
We're going to have you continue east past the Silver Lake. I'll give you a last long for the dip location when you're ready.
And we go that long.
3845.6 120.01.1. So now is dip. I'll pick up the one over there, and you're going to be going due north from there to drop point 36. Your path will be Caldor 7 on air to ground tactical.
Northbound from there, drop point 36, Caldor 7 on air to ground.
Okay, is that, did you have traffic on CFO? Yep, we're other side of Leak Springs, heading back, descending 9,000 down to 5,500. No factor for you guys. Okay. Back to Jackson, right? Get to Jackson. Alright, so due north from the dip site, you're going to be working right along Highway 89 on the southern part of the fire's edge to the west of Highway 89.
Okay, good copy, sir. I think I have the spot now.
We were looking for some ground contact there. We do have the helicopters working, supporting some ground crews and some dozers that are working along that section between the Highway 88 portion. Shed is what he was referring to?
Snow fence and shit on the front.
Along the fire's edge.
Trying to keep that shit from crusting.
So that spot where you're fixing to drop from there to the northeast.
Stuck in this
We're going to peel off and head up. We're going to head up the hill a little further, left button up into the drop. On air attack, air to ground, air broken. C41 copy, firehouse.
I couldn't do that job.
We're in or out to drop 128.
That's by Echo Lake. Just figured it out. ISO spot Waterhound. 36. Christmas story. Triple by Lucid Cannon.
5-3 copy.
Coming over Myers, now the big one. You probably don't know.
Earlier today, negative access past Brockstrot. I'm going to bring him out here probably about 11 o'clock to make another attempt. Progress. You went to fly in the
There's a trip, there's one airplane ain't moving where the shit, everything else is moving. I don't know if it crashed or something. Oh, it just disappeared. That was fucking weird.
Yeah, so that's pretty much milked out. We'll have to wait for it to clear. I'll try the same Elko again at about 11 o'clock.
Look like they about to come in from the side, this guy. Right here. He coming in. Just look like he's starting to come head, make a right. I'm gonna get a definitive on where they're at. He's now swooping. He's swooping.
Okay, so we're over here by Comet.
Swooping. Right before Myers. Myers. Bam. Just hit the gas station. Boom. He just lifted off. We just caught him in the drop. He just literally dropped right there on the gas station. Where the gas station and that shit on the other side of it, the truck stop is. And
it's going to be a lot of retardant on granite, which is already a natural barrier, but we can't pinpoint with fixed wing. Once we get division light tied in, I could probably bring the helicopters over here.
Yeah, because the updraft with the wind's blowing that shit.
Where the smoke is in the little timber stringers.
They're talking about here. You see the train? The only thing they got for the guys that ain't locals to understand where the fire's edge is.
It's all in the granite. And coming back along Highway 88.
As you hear them state, oh, to go out in the granite, or to go out in the rocks. All they've been doing is I've been listening to for 36 hours to for 72 hours for 3 days. They just been stuck on that spot trying to put that shit out, but they just talking about it's in the rocks, dude. And they can't get out of it with fixed wing.
Basically, just to the north side of Highway 88.
It takes so long for them to fixed wing there. Right now, the wind is blowing down, so they can hit it with the fixed wing, start at the bottom and work up. By the time all the other big planes get there and they start working into it,
so Division 5, once we get this part tied in here,
round 3,
that is south of 88.
It's hotter, the wind changes, and instead of going downhill like right now, it goes uphill, so they can't grab it because it blows it out the way. Henceforth why the fire was spot firing when it got to the top. It was whipping it up over the top of that shit. If you understand. Oh, they just dumped again. Look, they hitting her again. Alright, so homeboy's hitting him. He just hit there. And this one's coming straight in. It looked like the way its flight path is, it'd end up hitting either by the golf course. Where'd it go? Must be heading towards Heavenly. Yeah, that one's heading towards South Lake Tahoe itself, looks like.
Air Plasma elevate. Yeah, let's have North Elko 509 come back out at 1100 to do another recon to the north area. 1100 for North Elko. Elevate Calories will pass that information.
They ain't doing nothing over here. This thing, that shit free burn.
Yeah, take a 6-1. I just heard Counter 7 trying to get a hold of you on air-to-ground taxi. Yeah, that's good.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I just heard an answer back air-to-ground taxi. Baker 5-5 air attack on South Rotor. How much time do you have left on station?
Right structure group, branch 10 on command. Branch 10 right structure group, command, how do you copy?
Go ahead.
Your conversation with Division India, I was right there with them, so you have those two dozers in there. One thing I'm going to request is you can get a hold of the heavy equipment box for all the rest of these dozers, so we start building that box for accountability. Additionally, I got one Charlie and then a Golf. We're getting eyes on it, just come up with a plan to make our box and then start prepping those homes. Sounds like it's going to kind of force your hand a little earlier than I thought.
Interesting.
I copy a request for an HEQD. If need be, Cole, there is HEQDs running the contingency out of Gulf Hotel. Maybe they can split up and give you a user.
They're lighting backfires like a motherfucker throughout that valley. I'm running from people's houses and shit.
Yeah, I copy that. I'm going to head down Wrights Lake Road right now. And if you could follow up, base reporting location is going to be DP23. Did you come across them before I did? Let me place an order, see if we can get anybody in DP23. Operations Bridge. Branch 10, operations. If you have an HEQD in your back pocket or one check in, you can send them to the right structure group. Reporting location would be DP23 on the Bingo Hotel, 7-3 uniform, and Helitanker 4-7. Last name is Lewis. We task force leader Lewis, and I'll have him report to right structure drop point 23. Confirm they're on India's attack. Central Data 1872 on 97. 27. The right structure group, branch is copy that traffic.
Oh, 3661 air attack on South Rotor. How's that working out for you? Did you get ground contact?
Like I seen, those guys don't got fire extinguishers or nothing like that.
No. I'll go by some myself and try to do something like. Fucking Ionic, just yesterday declared state of emergency. Like that. You're gonna wait until your eyes is burning. But she's from a million acres behind us.
So, where brother lives at, I guess it won't affect him. I mean, it will affect him, but won't really. I'm gonna stick my foot in my mouth, and I have no idea about the geography or topography of the country, so I'm really gonna stick my foot in my mouth by stating. But one of the reasons why I was trying to state for the family, connect with those folks that's doing the land thing in Argentina, and integrate the apiculture with it, is.
We'll be standing by at Divine Ridge and Night and we'll get some details.
This is this right here.
Oh yeah, and the quad rule has come out, honey. Alright, I'll hand you stuff. Yes, that's what I did. That's what came out of my mouth. I handed you your stuff. Did you hear me? Obviously you didn't. You're asking me to hand it to you. Stick my foot in my mouth and state that won't bother our nephews. This is where they're at. Yes or no? Or do you even know your own country?
Oh, please don't.
I'm just asking you in a sense of, do you even know your own country?
Know where that river is at?
What the fuck came out of my mouth?
Do you know where the river is?
No. So I stated, I'll stick my foot in my mouth and state maybe your brother won't be affected by the main fucking river in your country fucking going dry. Ain't never happened before in your fucking country's history, other than in the 40s. But this is way below that. So your daddy would know this information, because he'd be a child if he was paying attention, but probably not, because of the lifestyle you guys were raised in. It wouldn't affect them. But no, I have no idea about your country's fucking topography. That's why I stated Inshallah, my words of fucking putting my foot in my mouth of stating hopefully your brother or nephews in the fucking part of the country that he moved to, be it that it's dry and arid and shit like that, if this is drying up and shit, it wouldn't fucking affect it, right? With the smirk on the face, with the smile. No, I have no clue. That's why the shit came out my mouth, motherfucker. Are you not paying attention? What the fuck I said? Before I said what the fuck I said. For you to ask me what the fuck you asked me. And you going, what the fuck? Didn't I just say I got no fucking clue? What? Well, answer the fucking question, and if it's that, otherwise you answering the question a yes. With that dumbass answer, that yes, you have no clue. Otherwise, prove me wrong by not stating the statement you said, but telling me, does this affect your brother in the context of the question, or are you just stuck in emotion and stupidity?
No, of course it won't affect my brother.
Why? Does your husband discern that he lives in the fucking desert arid region?
That river is what the Sacramento River is for my hometown.
Your hometown, they're saying Argentina's main river is drying up, not the Sacramento River of a state of a province, but the country itself, main river, is drying up, motherfucker. Do you comprehend what you're reading? Because that would be for the United States, or fucking like Egypt, the Nile River, or for the Amazon River to be stopping in Brazil, honey. What the fuck? That would be the same as the Mississippi River. Do you know our country? Our main river of our country is called the fucking Mississippi River. And if it was drying up, which it is, because of fault lines and such, and like they just showed, the fucking hurricane made the motherfucker for the first time, they recorded it flow backwards in reverse. So yeah, your example is the Sacramento River. No, honey, it's the Mississippi River you want to go in context, because it's our main river artery, fool. Like, this is describing your main artery, not the Sacramento River. The Sacramento River has nothing to do with that, which is your main river. Our main artery in the United States is the Mississippi. If it was to dry up, that would be fucking disaster for our country, honey, like they're saying for yours. And for me, I would go if Wani lives in fucking Mexico, New Mexico, Arizona, or Texas in the dry area, be it that this is drying up, it wouldn't affect him. Why? It came out of my mouth. Like I said, do you know your country? In the context that you're stating that this is like the Sacramento River. It only constitutes...
To my hometown. I see the shores of it.
Yes,
so
I understand what you're stating, but it's...
I understand my country, like if I didn't know where the fuck that shit is.
In the means of how important it is, not like the Sacramento River. To your country. Not to a part of your country.
Yes, of course I understand.
Okay, the Sacramento River, because they didn't dredge it, changed the ports and so forth to where the Sacramento River stopped being like San Francisco Bay, and they had to move what they were doing from fucking inland to San Francisco Bay because the fucking shit dried the fuck up, so they couldn't do like this. Henceforth, why the bay is that. But still, that's just on a local area. That is not the country's main thing where I'm talking on. Where you're just stating it's local, that has to do with your fucking city, your capital city where you were at, the capital city. Which, yeah, Sacramento.
Which is super important because
which
the
Sacramento
reason why...
Sacramento goes through the state capital, but it's, to your country, a province. It's not the capital of fucking Argentina. Sacramento's not the capital of the United States. And the Sacramento River does not give or influence the whole country like the Mississippi does. Like this river does your country, honey.
Yeah, in reference of the location, I absolutely know what importance that place has and that river has, the influence on the affluences of it, of course.
It dries up, you got no food.
River.
It dries up, you got no food. It's like Mississippi. It dries up, you got no food. Right now they're having an issue where they have no production being able to go with the fucking shit that you're able to grow. It's the issue like they're having with the Mississippi while the price of stuff is going up. But the Mississippi ain't tried to fuck up like that. Never mind. Sacramento River. And it goes to the capital. It doesn't affect nothing else. Sorry, I forgot. 'Tis the first. Forget showing the other stuff. Might want to pay attention to this, the one I was telling you about, but it's nowhere on the news. You might find it in your country. Oh wait, you're from this country now, so unless you look, you can find what I've been trying to show you to the other stuff, so maybe you're in this kind of mood. Fuck you. Fire, where? Old Forest on the road goes from there. It's 4 miles long. And it's fucking in there from the goddamn.
Probably some meals.
Is Robinson Road or fucking Fortson Road? What, dude? Can you talk without fucking?
When you look at the map, what you see, not the street Robinson Mill, location Robinson Mill at that height of Old Forbstown Road.
Forbstown Road or Old Forbstown Road?
Old
Okay.
Forbstown Road.
Yes, I hear you, Marie. We're part of Old Forbstown Road, but the other part is Old.
No, this is not called Old Forbstown Road. If you look at the sign, I never read it. It's called Forbstown Road. Old Forbstown Road, as a U, a loop that it goes, and it comes down on the fire station down there.
Must be what these people are calling.
I'm answering right here. It's the messenger. I'm answering right here. Thank you.
Burn all this shit, please. I don't want to argue with you.
What's your fucking issue?
Nothing, man. I got my issue. I got nothing.
I'm answering people right here. Did you not hear me call
I didn't
somebody?
say nothing about that.
You said that's why the people are calling and you try to give
I
me...
didn't say that's why the people are calling. I'm seeing to see who was calling on the phone, Maria. Talk on the fucking thing. Since you said you were calling and talking to somebody, I just picked it up because I heard it vibrating over there. I'm wondering if it's getting a text message or not, honey. Okay, because my phone up here. That's why I went and picked it up, motherfucker. Stop. Please. That's why I fucking caught up, because it's vibrating. You're telling me you're answering the phone. I'm going over there and checking it. This phone, my number, did not get stuff that's local. When the last fire that happened, that was 4 miles over the thing, and the fucking helicopter was dropping the shit, I didn't get a text message, Brian. You had the other phone on your ass cheeks. You don't look up the shit at the time when I'm talking about. When there was a fire on Forbstown Road down from us. And the helicopter, and I'm going, the helicopter, it's real funny that the helicopter's here, and you got the information, that there was a fire. So why I got up was to see if it got a text message, because my phone doesn't get a text message close to here. God damn. Me, stop fucking you. This thing keeps dropping and shit. It's a message from up there. That one's not vibrating. You're running over there to check it. Doing something that I always fucking do. And you're looking at me saying some shit to me. And I'm going, what the fuck, man? So Jeannie called you. You stated you answered. Why'd the phone hang up? On your side to Jeannie on the tablet. If I place the phone back down because I didn't answer the phone, I just picked it up to see why it was vibrating, because earlier when we were talking, the phone was ringing if you didn't hear it. It was being ignored. It's your motherfucking phone. People call that shit. That's why I got up, to see. Why is it making a sound? Dustpan's outside. Do you want to use a dustpan? Instead of papers that you're not going to be able to pick it up, honey. I'm sorry for saying something to you. Go ahead and use the papers.
I think it's where the fire station is.
Fucking back burning probably or something. Shit got away from him.
kept catching that shit on fire. That's the third time this year that shit catches on fire.
What information you got? What do you find? I can't find them.
Yeah, I know. If you look at View WX spotter, this lady is posting what's happening on the radio. So she's saying where the spotters are. How come we have not received an alarm? This is Forbstown Road and Lower Forbstown Road. Literally, when it comes like this, that the big gorge is there, the bridge, and the fire department is to the left. That's the curve. And Joe, I think he now lives on Lower Forbstown Road. He said he was close to the fire department. He said releasing tanker 88 and 89.
Alright, look at this fucking wind too. Wow.
And that's our way out. One of our ways out. Holy shit, I'm cold. View WX spotter. Now, did that jump? No, that didn't. That is from. Forward progress stopped per AA at 3/4 of an acre. Started half an hour ago.
Yeah, that's when the first phone call hit, dude. When phone's over ringing. I bet you go look over there at that phone.
I had it. It's a messenger. It was a call through messenger with Ginny. I called her back. She has not been able to answer. Then she called me back. The call dropped. I talked to her. She sent me to this page for the address. Winds coming from the south at 8 miles an hour. No sirens. It says that there's an engine coming up through Rockerville. There's no sirens. See, and some people were talking about that pile of trees that we keep driving by. People saying, I don't hear any sirens anywhere. Somebody commenting, I live on Lower Forbstown Road. No one has told us to leave yet. 5 minutes ago.
Fucking stupid shit. I hear a fucking update. It's fucking up my goddamn shit. I don't want maps updated. I don't want none of this shit updated right now. Shit started a fucking hour ago, dude. The signal keeps dropping. Fucking work, internet. God damn. That's trucks right there. There's nothing flying around there. There we go. I'm glad they hit it with two big tank, two of the jets.
Yeah, the ones that went to Grass Valley and came back. Yeah. Come on, guys, get it now. Huh, we'll bring the fire extinguishers then, huh? Oh, just saying.
What? Oh shit, fucking Butte County, Orville's offline. It was online last night. Orville fire is offline. That's crazy. That don't make no sense. Everything on this side is off.
crazy, dude.
Releasing engine 64 and engine 55. Orbital engine 10 available at scene. Those are 2140 is troubleshooting an electrical issue. They may or may not be out of service. So advise me shortly. The other units will be committed approximately 2 hours. 11:26. Forkstown 19. Go for it. 75, 11:24. 55 double. Engine 55, third quarters. 11:24. 55.
Forbstown and Old Forbstown Road?
Yeah, it's coming down to Orville. As you leave Forbstown,
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
coming
Right
down to Orville, there's a big turn. Forbstown Road, Old Forbstown Road comes there to the right, and to the left is the fire department.
yeah, so that's where I'm looking at right now, honey. You get down and you come over.
Sit
And follow it.
right there. And you don't see no fire, no
Truck 8637.
aerial traffic.
I'm looking for Old Forbstown Road. That's what I'm saying.
Right there.
Tennessee County Unit Special Attention South County Unit 1051 Full Authority. Speech.
Lower Forbstown.
Tennessee County 3 1999 Plymouth Voyager van Maroon and Color California 5 Lincoln Item Mary 596.
That had to have been either someone's on the
Tennessee
cigarette
County, the
or
vehicle's
something
front
for it to be
bumper
right
is
there.
dislodged and hanging off.
Forbstown and Old
The right
Forbstown
rear
Road.
door has a DMG. The vehicle is taken this running from Highway 70 in Central House. It's located. Contact safety.
See, because it's so close to the road.
Yeah, there's no houses in this area. There's two houses which are off to the side, which would be Old Forbstown Road. You understand what I'm saying? For it to be over here, it had to come out of a car. Because it's the fire department and it's these houses. And they're way off from the road. Forbstown Road. You understand what I'm saying? For there to be a fire at Old Forbstown Road and right there, someone...
Fireball, NorCal, Gulf City. Leaving the unit.
A cigarette or something out of the car for it to be right here at that junction point. Because the houses are over here.
NorCal does it. 1127.
You understand what I'm saying? It's like where the Glen fires happened. There had to been, like they showed when the river fire started, it was from a car malfunctioning. Well, I have an issue with them people doing what they're doing over there, because for that fire, how it spread, and be in the middle of nowhere and so forth, if it's not next to a house and so forth, then
Hey, ain't nothing flying over there. They must have stopped it or something. That's crazy. Baltimore County, Cass County, Colloidal County. Report of a male in all black firing a weapon at people. Shooting. I wonder if that'd be talked about on the news.
Do is fucking listen to me or reach out to me or do some shit, and I'm saying to you, well, why you hang the phone up? Why you make it like a thing like my mom secretly thinks in her head? I need to talk to you. The fuck I need to talk to you for? If I wanted her here, she'd be here. What is there something for us to talk about, Maria? It says, ignorant as you stating to my mom, we're gonna talk. Mom, Maria, what the fuck are we gonna talk about? Keep her on the phone and tell her whatever the fuck you gonna tell her. What the fuck you gonna say to the woman that's gonna be different than what the fuck I got to say? Nigga, what the fuck? You guys are fucking stupid on that shit. Playing games on shit, man. What are you doing?
I was gonna call your mom.
Then go to the phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, call her.
Go to the phone.
I don't know. Is it super hard? It is far than what your mom is used to, but and it's not camping. We get this RV condition. If they let it park it, the Clipper Mills RV site is $450 a month, and the one here too is 400 and something.
Yeah, fool, and you cut all the fucking wires out of that trailer. I told you not to do that when you're on your little fucking tweak mission. So let's not at the part, honey. To go into a fucking place as you're suggesting. You have to do the wiring, electrical system on that. Maybe that it goes into a wall plug. So I said, please don't do that. As you've done, but you know you do what you want. So the idea's gone. It can't be used in one of those services because you gotta have some shit that actually works properly, like how it came from the factory. If not put back together like that. And it's in the condition that it is still good stuff. You understand? That's why let's focus on one thing and let's pop it out, honey. Not rip the wall out and take off for 3 months and just leave it there like nothing. And just cut all the wires out and other things that your husband's stating to you not to do. Come up with your friends and do what you want. I say, play if you want. But still remember, if you're going to use that as a dwelling or something like that, listen to the adult in the conversation that's asking you to just pay attention on that, at least. Or take pictures so you can put it back together, how it goes, so it can be used properly in these times. But no. So, in a sense, you trade my backhoe for that trailer, but we ain't got no vehicle to move it. The RV. Right? Excuse me, and then every couple of weeks, gotta figure out how to move her. Excuse me. If she goes the other way. And then the other way is somebody having to move in the area and they state they don't want to be in because no doctors or whatnot. I ain't got no license, so you have to drive and get my mom shopping and all that shit. And be her IHSS worker if you want. You get compensated. And you have your parents and my parents, or my mother, they have to take care of. Besides myself. But I'd have to go and help you, which takes away from them.
saying, why you guys keep waiting until the last moment to listen, or hear, or state that you heard what I said, and then want to reach out and talk, and throw that stress on somebody, and make it seem no matter that it's projected, and it's like, huh? Yeah, I said that fucking 2 months ago, in September.
Yeah, she needs to, that, as though that we're coming into summer and the sun production will get better. We're having to
September, October.
Yeah, we're having to now starting to like really take care of what the power consumption and the storage, and the days are just shorter. But there's a truth, like the bathroom, there's like water. If your mom drinks this water and all of a sudden like gives her fucking diarrhea attack or whatever because she hasn't been drinking this creek water, little things like that is like.
That's what I was saying to you the other day. We got the solarized, otherwise.
Yeah.
Even for us.
I asked for
even for us, we have to do such.
Yeah.
Because
other people are coming into
other people, as I was stating to you, but also if we come into a drought, the water gets too low and so forth. Too many animals, or if there's fecal matter, so you gotta walk and check what you're getting water out of. Not just fucking turn the water on and fucking see at least what's going on. Are the salamanders and shit still there? Is it still life there? You understand? Those people doing what they're doing right there, the frustration and so forth. We get water and we say prayer. What are they abusing right there? Comprehend? All that stuff changes things. Make it water come out, or water fucking stay away.
Yeah.
As you noticed when we went down there and did a little bit of, put some love in that hole right there, and all of a sudden it started running again. But that's my issue. Is someone that states they need all the time in the world, and I've been telling you we ain't got no time for that woman shit no more. Fucking pay attention and stop acting like it ain't. Of asking questions about stuff, because now your mom and dad's here, my mom's here. And I told you shit was going to happen. You gotta be ready for it, but we just sitting with our hands on it. Sitting on top of our hand. The pain is not the issue, it's the water, because my mom's compromised system and intestine. Pile water fucking system or something somehow. The water system together. And those totes that have never been used before for anything. So that we have no issue with nothing growing in it and shit. Or residue. Even then, I don't know. I mean, shit, we'd have to do like you see at the Hmong families and things like that. And buy like fucking 20 or 10. Yeah, even then, I don't know. So we'd have to get the water out of the thing from the town. And then restructure it and mineralize it with fucking sugar and stuff like that. It'd be no issue, but get it up and running within fucking 2 weeks. With all the stuff that's going on.
Well, we're about to take all this shit apart. Like we're about to move everything.
Yeah, that's after the backhoe comes up and we got stuff cleaned out first. Otherwise, I'm not moving this until that's done over there. But yes, you are correct. But the other stuff has to get moved and cut and processed first. Otherwise, I'm not cutting this down and having the one big ass fucking clusterfuck of shit. So. energetic wise, I can pull it off where we are able to do our stuff, but on a hard day of nuclear winter, I could pull it off with that. It's just the water system. It's just water.
Okay, last night I sent a message to this company called Sea Solar. Because they're on eBay for the solar collector, and they tell you that for the shipping you have to send them an email with your address. So I did the contact to see how much would it be to send. I'll show you what it is.
Sent you a thing with like 4 or 5 different tubes that are in a pack. The biggest ones on the market at the time. So we could use it also not just for water, but 1 or 2 of them for cooking food. And then look at what you're showing. Look at what you're showing. I know. That's the only thing in here yet.
Now I'll look through the messages too and see what's still available.
It's like having the gas arrestor for the fucking HHO so you can just cook food. So whether it's not like me or you, she's gonna be eating more and so forth and all that. So it's also why the secondary ice code was being talked about getting and so forth. We would need 35-minute batteries for over there to attach. That's why all this stuff we've been talking with you and talking with you and talking with you. I'm not throwing. Don't take the body reaction as you're doing. I was just stating to you that's why I was conversating with you, man. Something that you have not done with me in the sense of body language again. What would it take for us to replicate over here to put over there? What does this use on the daily for this to be replicated over there? Or for your refrigerator thing that you're looking at? Or for the refrigerator to go over there that you're looking at? You understand?
Yes, I understand.
So if you're going to put someone in a trailer, be it that one, or that one, or that one.
I didn't say I was going to put anybody in no trailer.
Be it here or 1,000 trails, Maria. A trailer or a tent, how would the person have energy? As you know, that goes for the site to be more expensive at 1,000 trails. So what are you doing? So how would the person have power? Fuck. Or who am I talking about?
I think that 3 solar panels, another set of those batteries.
3 solar panels to do what?
To have enough to have the refrigerator have lights overnight.
How do you deduce 3 panels?
Can you formulate your question?
How do you deduce 3 panels? Deduce. It's like reduce. Or historic reason.
Yeah, well, because of in
Reduction. Put together an equation in hand and deduced from that information that you need 3 and just that many batteries. Is that for summer or for winter? Or is that the year round? Comprehend what I'm asking?
mm-hmm.
That's why your husband went and did what and said, damn, I wish I hadn't burned up those ones so I wouldn't have any issues, so I could have no problem and do what everybody needed. Otherwise, during the nuclear winter, I went and did what? Modified it. If I hadn't changed where the solar panels were at, something you haven't done, or normal thing, we got woke up to what? Alarm coming on. It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
That's what happened a couple of days ago.
It hasn't happened because of
It's been changed.
the panels have been moved to adjust with the light. And towards my conversation with my mother stating at the time that I stated to you, I was using less panels, and it was not smoky. As it was when you were wishing to argue with me and not talk with me and so forth, when I stated to you, I had the power to help you with your thing for several days. Otherwise, I do not have the ability to run you permanently, because if I got to run that thing during the day, and the refrigerator has to come on every other day,
I interval in those
interbalance
days
those so that I make sure that that
make
stays,
up for that.
because I don't wish to drop that off.
If you're having
There's
a constant draw at that, you're
no way for me to flip this to where I got this to get back up,
Mhm.
because I like to keep this at a certain where I can plug in the pump and we can fight a fire.
And then to that, you add
Otherwise,
the
if I
little
bring
things
you
that
up here,
still-
then there's no reason for you to come up, because if I can't fight a fire and we just had a fire down there, you understand what I'm stating to you. So what do you got for over there and so forth and things? Because you watch me, I explain the shit to you, I try to talk to you about it, I write the stuff down, I take pictures, I screenshot. I just seem to pester you and bother you when I talk to you about the stuff. So what you doing over there since you stated so forth? Because I've already had it worked out what goes over there and so on and so forth for added things, or an ice cover, or refrigerator, and for the pond to go over there so that it can be used as a base as a front of fucking side eastern shore thing of pumping water for the sprayer. Which I've talked to you about. Why it's just being dug over there. But what you doing? Again, this is your property. Again, when we're at this point of, yeah, we can use the trailer and so forth. Yeah, we got the trailer, what, 3-4 years ago? I wanted to do it a certain way, you wanted to do it your way. So I said, if you do it your way, we can't use this and that such. Okay. Alright, we're going that way. He got down to electrical and other things and such. He said, if you do it like this, then you can't use this ever like such. It'd be a waste of time, because we got to do what? Come back through with right interval and a drill with core bits and pull the water back through with the stuff that you're replacing, because it simply was just pulling out the old stuff and putting new wood that wasn't dilapidated and fucked up from the water getting in, and then turned into what you did. So, learning experience like everything, but you either learn from why you're doing it, or in the point that which you wish to use something, that you have something that's road ready, ready to hook up, do all this stuff either for your parents, for my mom, or wherever you wanted to. They can't use that in one of those facilities that's properly looking at stuff. Septic wise, water wise, you can. Electrical, know how you gonna get that trailer down there. Since you suggested it, how would you follow through with such if it was in condition? And then, you know, if you didn't buy her a lifetime pass, she got to move the thing in 3 weeks. Or if she moved it to. You understand? It goes from here to there. If someone enjoys that, then they don't get a house. But then even in that same instant, someone is telling you that they need help, so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's just temporary. It's not gonna do it.
Taking her and putting her in the sun, where those spots are at 1,000 Trails, up here. Did this, have her over here if she was going to do such. Or I'm back at the water thing, what I've been talking with you about for the last couple of years, because of paying attention to the energetics I was feeling around that thing. I'm poking at that, trying to figure out what's up. And seeing how that got, when it got low, that yeah, we need to solarize that. And we pump it over, even when we have the pond things, solarize and pump it over and so forth. So we got clean water.
Okay.
The water's dirty, but just clean of bacteria. So that visitors don't get sick from it. Be it that our bodies
I'll take a minute
acquired and
to.
so forth. Like I was explaining to you when we first got together. Trying to go back to not drinking this water, but drinking the water you had out of the house, it screwed me up. You understand? If Mom didn't have that issue with her intestines having surgeries and so forth, that wouldn't be something where I'd be like
Cautious about.
super cautious, because I just don't want her getting sick from the. There's all on a whole different level right there. She has the ability of it going green in through her intestine wall and so forth, so I'm good on that. You understand?
Now, in that note,
That's the only thing what I'm stating about my mom. No. If you wish to call and talk with her and say we can figure something out, if she wants to fucking go through the stress of trying to be up here for a week or so. But other than that, like, during that time, we have to go down and buy like 5 or 6 of the 3 gallons, or 5 of the 5 gallons. She has her own water set up, be it that again, if you look inside what we're drinking out of, my mom cannot do that. That'd kill her.
yeah, no.
We'll need to buy another propane tank. Several more of those little small cylinders and another camp stove, and set that up to where she can cook when she wants. And I can charge them up like I did yours, but be it that we come up here and so forth, and seeing how you're taking care of it, I would need to take care of my mom's charging up so she's not sitting there like what you do, where it's like I have to wait to cook because the bottle's empty. You know, when you have multiple bottles, that should be prepped in order, because it's like collecting wood for the fire. Waiting to collect the wood to cook the fire. On that routine when we first got together, I was trying to show you do it throughout the day. So at the end of the day when you want to eat, or throughout the day when you want to eat,
Most definitely.
you're not stuck there having to look for wood. You know.
Yeah, then.
I learned that from my mom. I learned that from not wishing to be like my mom. And others that are like that. Where I waste time having to get what I wish to get done with. If I would have incorporated that in my routine during the day, then it's not even nothing. And I got my food, and I got my warm wood to keep me warm after the food is done. Instead of having to go look for it. Yeah, that's the only thing. Just do the water. Water, and if we can get. I was thinking about that the other day. What I was talking about doing the 2 6-volt batteries coming down from a load. I guess what we could do in a cheap way is get 2 35-amp batteries and put it on the load side for this to charge into it and be able to run, instead of on the battery bank, run her oxygen thing with the secondary Jupiter that we have just on this 35, on that. That way I know for sure if it had to be ran throughout the day, the solar would compensate for it and it would make it overnight without putting too hard of a draw on the solar battery or the 24 bank. If we needed to plug it in, fucking empty one of the containers, we'd have at least enough power to do that. Just squirt it on something, I don't know what the fuck we squirt it on, but there's just the false sense of fucking stupidity in my mind of thinking that at least I can try to I can pee on it. Other than that, in the water, that's the only thing I haven't been able to figure out. What is that? That's always been the thing. There's our water. And it goes for your mom and dad too, because they get sick from it if they're not used to it.
Do they sell water in the 4-stone or in the?
No, we gotta drop down more to get those Aquafina things, and then again, like I was stating, we'd have to set up our own system to put the stuff back in it because of the reverse osmosis. It hurts you. It's super potentiate, my mom.
Just you gotta use it as a base. It's not. I'm not saying that it's good, but it's a good base to use to treat to put your own energy. So.
It's literally the city water. It's just, who knows how long it's been since the last time I changed the filters and so forth, but again, the filter's still using it. It filters out stuff and also puts stuff into it. And everybody that we know that goes and gets that water and so forth, you see in the shop, what they say what was happening with it. So, you understand? Mix the other water into it and so forth to structure it, but we got it solarized and steam. UVC light to kill the bacterium that's in there. And through a filter, or not filter, but structurizer with the mineralizations and so forth back in there and the good stuff. That's just the only thing with the fucking water. I just don't want my mom getting sick. Sickness you don't want someone going to the hospital for, especially what's going on.
No,
I mean, it was already bad enough before fucking OC-43 was released on the world. Fucking, I ain't trying to deal with that shit. But yeah, if you want to talk with her, call her, messenger, or whatever you're doing, whatnot. That's just the only hiccup. You just gotta figure out, we got enough shungite and other things like that. And that pump that I've been waiting for, like, I don't know, 4 months on that you stated you ordered. I was supposed to use for the garden that you got for the shower. If we set a system up like that with one of those little pumps, look at this. And we do at least a 20 or 30 gallon tank. We set it where the water reticulates and we put it through the filtration system that I built for the shop. We can filter and structure the water that way. But I need the pump that you stated that you ordered 4 months ago. Pump you use for your shower? Yeah. I've been asking for. You said you ordered a pump like that, pressurized, put in a tank, say like the 40 gallon thing that you use.
Then you have it run through the
have 2 of those. You have one side that you fill up of the untreated side. We go down and we get that water from there and
Put in the untreated.
get 8 5-gallon jugs it would take to fill that up, because it's 40 gallons. We'd have to go down in town, go to that filter thing and grab 8 jugs of water, or 5 jugs of water. No, 8 jugs of water. It'd be $8. Go down there and grab that, fill up the container, have a secondary one, and have it to where the pumps that water and structures it through my plasma. The same accord we can do for that water that we get, and mixing the two together with the solarization of it, to where she can drink that to where it would kill the bad bacteria. And we can structure it through the thing and put the energetics and so forth to where that can be done. But we would need at least 2 of those. So again, we can fill it the second side.
Meanwhile, use the containers to go
refill, so on and so forth, but have 40 gallons of treated water that she can drink, that's pumped through those filters and is already on the other side. So basically there's 100 gallons, there's 80 gallons plus the refill of the 8 5-gallons. But we need to set that up here somewhere, because there's no room for the trailer. So for over there, it would be the 5-gallon of treated water in one of those containers, or a different one where you have water on top of it where you can drink. Otherwise, she'd have to drive back and forth. The scooter's not going to get, wheelchair can't make it till I get the road done. You know, that's why the whole thing of talking with you and got this was, your dad's going to be like my mom.
Yeah, no, in the wheelchair.
Your father's like my mother. Your father's like my mother. That's why when you built this, I just looked at you like, what the hell are you doing? Because this is built for what? The wheelchair lift and other things like that we were supposed to be at, and had this shit built so that your mom and my father. Hello? In the past and shit. Let me say about Terry. Thank you, Terry, for keeping you in my mind. That your wheelchair is like my mother's that she'll get again. Otherwise, my mom would giving up her shit. She has it. You know what I'm saying? All those talks of doing the walk paths and doing stuff right around here and so forth wasn't just for when I get old, it's for our family members that are now in need. Now we had time to get that shit ready, but we're here talking about it instead of gotten it ready. That's why I'm saying it's a rush. Try to get things done, because we're still back at, Mom, if you were here and we get this thing and fucking, how would I say this? We sat here calmly and just smoked a spliff and kind of looked online and so forth. Unfortunately, to be sure, we would have had to have my mom fucking leave. If not, have her stuff packed.
That's the thing, yeah.
It's the same with Mom and Dad. Hello?
But she would have to live on her own and come here, because I'm not wanting to have to take somebody down to then try to come back up and not be able to come back up. I'm not wanting to do that. Not at this time. I'm not wanting to leave the property. There's a reason why we're not trimming somebody else's place. So I'm really not wanting to do that. And your mom needs to know the reality of that. You have to be on high alert. This is not a permanent fix, because at any time you'll find yourself in the same situation, because you have to leave for once, because it's not a permanent fix, and because winter is around the corner. So in 3 months we're gonna have to have the same conversation, you know. So in the long run, it still has to be worked on.
Yeah, because we've got stretches. We have no heating for that over there. We have no heating for over there.
No, it's fucking freezing. I'm freezing here.
It's your billing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you built. I asked you, let's seal it, and you didn't want to do that, so.
I'm just saying, it's.
What's the point of sealing your building? I don't know. So the heat stays in the winter.
Just saying, it's freezing.
Mhm.
It's my building, so somebody else is not gonna take it as it's their building. I just say it's my cold. I take it because I build it. I put that upon myself. Somebody else is not gonna take it as it's my cold because they didn't build the building. They're gonna want to just say.
Yeah, I know, but that's either here or there or the deal. It's not common sense. Where are they gonna stay? The casita, here, there, there? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying.
All of these are your buildings, honey. Which one do you wish for them to stay in? That the heat would be at, in a sense of common sense.
I was talking about this building in regards to being warm, but anybody that would come and try to enjoy. I don't have those batteries, so.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The way that was to try to get these done in quadrants and so forth and have fallback areas and so on and so forth in case we have a major fire like this going on. Come around us, we can get the stuff in the quadrants done, so on and so forth. We'll need to build things like this and pins that are in the thing, because if you wish to get animals and other things, it means we'll have a truck that will have to move those animals and not the possessions. Which means you got to make a choice. The animals die or your possessions burn. Which means you got to take the animals with you or whatnot. All those things allocate. Or you make a resting spot for the motherfuckers to get into. Like yourself. Like fucking a beaver den. You know what I'm saying? Or a badger hole and shit like that.
stronger from 3.
Can I confirm date of birth on your P92264? There you go.
Fire abatement. Dosage has batteries charged, you know.
Goes off the dock. Kind of high. There's a big flat granite rock this side of it, the right side of it, and right underneath me here is the end of the last map. That. We're going to try to tag and stand, so I'll have a little on it. So we'll hang on to it about a second past the manifold drop. We'll aim for the right side of that flat rock. Got it. Okay, I'll get to 140. If you want, you come down to 8100 and we'll be on a wide right cross. 100. 3020. That covers all the way to go? Needle. The escape the same out to straight 7500? To that, straight out for you, 7500, right there. I'll be the hard ride out to this one. 7500, straight out to the corner.
30 minutes, and if we don't get a fill on that, or if they don't show up, we're going to have to shut down fixed wing operations on the fire. Lift back to Placerville, take the black route back, and we got 473 Tango Hotel, Charlie Hotel, Charlie Hotel, all these. Here, Tesla. Be sure it's the possibility. Thanks, sir. Another retard. Got right up onto the rock. Your 6-1 Helco. I'll take your 6-1 Helco. Israel, also go. Your 6-1 repeat for Helco. Backseat air attack TFR when able. Good. I like it, you're a mind reader. You go ahead and maybe just try and get something on the ground there so we can hand this off to lead 1-5. Affirmative. Yeah, hang some flag and maybe they can finish it. Two copters are going towards the Geo now. If you know who they are, it's 5 and 10 go off. One copter 516, they're doing good work. I'm going to try to turn this corner. See if we can get them on down. You got a big rock knob out there, like a big dome or something you're aiming for? I got you, Steph. Lead 1-5, trainee is taxiing Reading as we speak. I thought they were McClellan, but I guess they repoed to Reading. Let's go copy. You're back to Placerville. Back to Placerville, take the black route. Black route. The old return. Shut down on this one.
medevac helicopter that went into Kirkwood. The fireman got hurt. Happened yesterday. Recorded.
Charlie 1 there, testing the TFR. Saw your line. I liked how you think about anchoring into that rock knob right there. Bringing through that spark fuel on that ridge.
Issue with all this in the aquifers there. That PFSA Teflon fire retardant. It's killing the firefighters, but also killing the environment and killing all of us. You saw them be found around military bases. And now everywhere. And the aquifers being so low and so much of it being spread around. Man. This winter's gonna be crazy. A million gallons of that stuff. Losing cell signal. Doing another drop in town.
If you want to bring your eyes to Division, India, Juliet, grab that. Very fast, TFR.
Tango, just lifted elevates on their way back to Silver.
7-8, you're cleared in. 8,500 below, air tax overhead at 11.5, turn on the north side. Take the break back route to 88 and contact Helco, South Helco. This is where I'm calling it right there, section 2128 from 88 to 88, supporting that with rotors and crews, trying to pinch that off. Right. Able to fly out to Lima, branch 15 area due to visibility, but talking to South Helco, well, it'll be a good opportunity tonight to go direct with rotor wing using the Hope MRB support Christmas Valley and all that area.
wind retard. Chewing through some spots, but we're doubling up and doubling wide and double widening it, excuse me, all the way down to the cold black right there off the road. You guys got the ETA from November? Yeah, on the wire cutter. Thank you. Thing is starting to build, and activity has increased in that area. It's all interior though. It's going up, and we're going to be running into cold black. No threat right now, but heavy smoke production.
The winds are picking up, like I said, at 3.
And just to reiterate what South Elko told me, it would be pertinent to have the night ops in that low-level country Myers, Christmas Tree Valley, supported with the MRB. I think it would be a good stroke. That would be my #1 priority for tonight. That and the piece right there between 88 and 88, Kirkwood area, Silver Lake. Yep, talked to the Help MRB, and they said they should be ready in the next 20 minutes.
That's why they censor what people are saying. The person talking right now.
Yep, that's where I'm at. I don't think I can do anything for you right now.
Somebody commented on the Forstown fire that the road down.
Air attack. FTFR, you broke. Go ahead. Sir, I don't think 47's will be on our way out of the TFR en route possible for fuel. You're on fuel hold. We're out of fuel in return, but we need to check down there this time. This will be our 4 hours for the morning here. Be black route. Give me a shout, positive comms, Placerville. Okay, we're in positive comms with Placerville now. And we're on the black route out. Cross you off, thank you, sir. So, thank you. Uniform on TFR. Uniform air tech. 7-3 uniform got positive contact with Placerville this time. Okay, good deal. Did you get the problem fixed? 3 uniform, we got the blessing for maintenance slided back to the helibase, and they're going to do a couple more checks when they get there. Good luck. Talk to you in a bit.
Yeah, it might have been like
Flying Air Tactics 24. And, okay, I'll train you on 22 nights as well. So, I'm at 3,000, 29 or 85. Meaning Air Tactics 24.
I'm on my way. I just wanted to know the double check.
Kilo from Mapping.
Yeah, I'm on the way.
Oh, 7 or 29 or 78.
I think it's crazy.
78 Condor 26.
No notice, no alarms, no siren, no
And Air Tech, if you need anything, let us know.
Argue with you earlier, but I was just trying to pick the phone up to see why it was vibrating.
They said, I'm unable to fly right now.
now is where you're going, Kilo, Brand 15, Juliet, Lima, all those divisions right there, I can't get a...
You don't know what's...
One five trainee, air tactics.
Let's see what Mama sees.
1-5 trainee, it's Charlie 1, 2978. And your position to the rock IP?
You did good.
9,500.
That's right.
78, we are 9,530 miles west of Rock IT.
I have a couple tankers in front of you. Yeah, proceed via the rock and then 025 heading out to the work area.
Unit 025 to the work area, East 15.
Charlie 1, tanker 911.
It's where you used to be in here for winter time.
Rock IP, proceed 025, 2978, 9,500.
Taking you a year?
9,500, 025, 2978, in about. One, Maps 3 is inbound behind 911, and we copy the rest. 2978, 9,500, trail is 911. 500, Master. You're there hitting that modest smoke, is that what you're looking for? Yeah. Those are sort of just hitting this north, east, and draw it down my line, drop on the drone up there. It was good with bucket of coal. Now there's dozer on the end, the engine dozer just out my left door. Works out, you can just come direct to the work area, 9,500. Coming over to you, 9,500, 20,000. to look back up towards that high country in the granite. We're going to start further up from our first drop. First drop that we did the corner, and now we're back. I want to start back up in that granite. There's one little patch of granite and a light ridge line. I got it in sight here. I got you in sight. Let me fall in behind you. We're ready to go to work. I want to give you a show me because I want to show you what I'm doing. Going around some rocks up there. 210 heading on the drop. I'm going to scoot over there so you can watch it. Positioned out here by the dip site where these lakes are. You can be able to look right down. Sounds good. And the coverage level 6? We'll go with a, let's go with a 6. Coverage level 6. Not down, but I'm going to scoot back up to 95 for the base. Okay, 95? And you'll need 95 for the run. That's 10-5. Takers 9-5. Let's take 50 route, telephone check. Right dip. Contact lead 15 when in there, yeah. Lead 15, 2978. No higher than 7.5 reporting. So 516, 5, you are fucking well from my bad. Thank you, copy all. So hold him that telephone check for clearance, yeah. Keep going, I'll just hold him as he is. That's about the around this pyramid formation of granite. Tight to it. There's this hatch. For our initial pattern, if you want to break out to the left there for us, just a little left. Sure, we'll turn left. And make orbit up there. To 10, you can go to 10. How about that? Yeah, master. Turn down one. How about that? Just push coming around that pyramid there. Hotel Tango Helco, you'll be in the Daisy Chamber 3 Tango Hotel, 8 Charlie Hotel, 3 Charlie Hotel. Tango Hotel. Hotel 14 Hotel X-ray on South Pacific.
Jackson. We're going to be over your area about 5 minutes late. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. We got the fuel and for guys coming out of Jackson. Clear to silver.
Okay, we'll meet you over there. I'm sure it's the same game plan as before.
Yeah, we're just hanging out around Kirkwood, same area.
Okay, I'll give you a call when we get close.
Yeah, George Overton, Thursday. Here, yeah, map 3, we're just under 9,500. We cleared interaction pad with your station, so Take Charlie Hotel, fuel and return, Plasma. Take the black route back. Let me give her a tactic call when you have positive copies, Plasma. Black route back. Yeah, give her a tactic call and we'll order it. Okay, that's all. Left turn, I'll walk through this. We've already got a line in on the west side. We're just taking this bridge line out to the corner there. This is Mass 3, we're still clear, right turn behind you. But you got me inside here? Yes, sir. Give you the start point there. Face the desert. Shot air attack air ground. Yeah, we'll take 140, 140. down right now. I'm trying to save some flight time. I'm just over here. Request a branch 10. Out to the east of it, you do have good hard black. The majority of the activity is well interior. I'm just trying to puzzle it together in my head what the containment line is to the, I guess it'd be the west. Up against the granite out here off to our left. Get a better angle on the final. I'm on map up, section 31, I'm looking for 29. Alright, yes, now. And I do have that mid-slope road that goes in through there. Got it, so hand lines in. You guys are burning right now or prepping to burn? Drop point. Start point should be just about as we turn now. Picking up. It is in the drainage proper right now. Getting a lot of smoke productivity. Isolated torching. Still well interior. Outdoor air tech, come in. Now most of your activity is going to be, I call it the southwest corner of section 32. Outdoor air attack, Camino aircraft information. Camino, go for Caldor air attack. Caldor air attack. Air attack 440, ETA 1528. Caldor air attack, copies, thank you. Okay, Charlie, I'm back with you. Unable to get any lower. We will talk about maybe this afternoon. Have touch base with you guys. And are you guys in contact with Branch 10? He was just inquiring about all this smoke over here. I'll go direct with Branch 10. Break map 3. It's like a good line. Yeah, it's Green Island, probably above. Copter 516, that's a long line. 5 Tango. So you copy all my traffic with the Charlie Stricken? And then you can sequence behind them while they're dropping. You need to just hold them at the distance. Southwesterly, and then it comes up and gets a due south on the upper levels and pushes it across the road. I'll poke in here every now and then and keep my eyes out for any spots, but right now everything looks good. 500. I'm going to show you real quick. Got 2 copters out here now on the line we put in already. But that line was basically 180-degree heading. This is 18 out from 9500. finish up what we were just doing, you got all the tankers coming back. 911 and 4, 9, and 3, and 6 on the map. And then I would hope maybe if you want to, you could double up on this side, on the west side.
So let's ready to go to the apartment.
Copy.
3 Tango Hotel, 3 Charlie Hotel, and 2 Hotel Tango up current.
Tango Hotel, 3 Charlie Hotel, 2 Hotel Tango.
Hello Tanker 47, 8 Charlie Hotel, fuel and return. And Hello Tanker 61's transitioning, they're going to be a fuel and return as well back to their operations area.
Okay, I'll take a 47, and then was that 87 Charlie Hotel?
8 Charlie Hotel? Yeah, I believe 8.
Charlie Hotel. Copy it. 61's transitioning all on fuel and return.
Okay, for 7-3 uniform got fixed, they went back to Placerville.
025 for the North Road ahead.
And the MRV's up, so we're going to try to save retardants for the night, I think.
I think I heard something about that. You guys are planning on going direct on that piece tonight with the night group.
Yeah, we can sneak over Luther right into Christmas Valley, it'll be great.
Be cool. Same ground contact, 77 Golf, Placerville 2, and I believe that was Growlersburg 1.
Yes, sir, we're at Kirkwood.
Once I get past the ridge line, I'll head out there.
1,300 to get up and over.
Yes, sir, we're just crossing over right now.
In sight, we're here 1 o'clock. Yeah, just stay east of Silver Dip and clear back 8,500. Keep the other copters in sight, then turn back on Black Route. Contact air attack on TFR when you're exiting.
We're 0 air attack, TFR. Yeah, show about 20 miles out to the south point. Copy, we switch over to the brief.
Fair enough. We're out on the call.
Sounds good, TFR.
Okay.
Loco, 1-4 Hotel X-ray is coming into Silver Dip area, and if you don't have anything else for us, we can take it.
We're looking for rivers north of Silver. Hotel X-ray, we're still looking for you. Don't have anything.
Right over where the road comes into the lake here. Is it end of the lake from where you guys are?
I copy. Yeah, it's pretty much the same as when we transitioned. Any other questions?
Checking inbound for fuel. Right back, okay.
Okay, you got Elko, and we're back to Copter 76. Returning to Placerville.
Copy 76.
Yeah, Copter 76, TFI.
Direct Steve, call that in here, Placerville. Okay. Elko, on to that. Go air attack. I've already greased it with the holiday, but we're going to need to release at 16:45 over the fire. 16:45 for release Elko. Brian's transition and now it's 440. We'll relay that. 45. Yeah. Tango Hotel, 3 Charlie Hotel, and 2 Hotel Tango. South Elko is now 14 Hotel X-ray. We're overhead. We transitioned with 7-6.
Copy 3 Tango Hotel is just departing Silver Jip, tracking Black Rat in Bayonne, Possible.
That was who?
3 Tango Hotel.
Tango Hotel, you're outbound back to Plasma. Copy it. Are you going to fuel and return or fuel and hold?
I've got a mandatory shutdown, but happy to fuel shutdown and return if you'd like.
Let's get a fuel and hold. Take break, have lunch, and we'll call you back out here. And same route on the way out. Keep you 8,500 below so you can descend and then contact air attack on your way out. And you should have helicopter 76 in front of you.
And your full footage.
We've got a priority fixing operation now over in India, trying to tie in the swap over to the desolation. How urgent is this? We're not in a position to see it right now. Got quite a volley of heavy helicopters over there right now. If we can kind of hold on to that and firefight with that stuff, we'll relay your request to the air attack we're transitioning right now. Donate 9,500 and 025 on the inbound from Rock. That's right.
One, air attack, TFR.
Yes, sir. We are about 5 miles to the west of Silver Lake Dip, tracking for Leone Dip, and Black Route back to Placerville, 8,000.
Under 76, just in front of you, I think destination, call landing assured. And I'm assuming that was a fuel and return.
The fuel return, and we will call landing assured.
Air attack.
We're coming behind you. Right here. We see you off our right wing. We're at your 2 o'clock.
Air attack, East Charlie Hotel on TFR. East Charlie Hotel, air attack. Charlie Hotel's in contact for elevation. Charlie Hotel, contact elevation, thanks. Air attack Charlie 1, clear the TFR, have a good day. Here. Hotel, that's up.
What are you doing? He says I spoil you.
Okay, are you guys still working with the ground crews directly, or are you out in front of them now?
You didn't tell me what to do or nothing. Being a drunk talk you came in like
Okay, you were talking to Placerville and 77 Golf earlier, not anymore.
My secret.
Okay, I copy out. And I'm assigning you out on substation.
That's something for you. You want this scheme of the
And
sun?
3 Charlie Hotel, Tim. How much time do you have left?
You want this one?
Hold on a second.
Come get it. You put it there, that's it. Yeah. You're gonna love me.
Any air attack, air
South Elko on air ground tactical.
Check 1 says 7 has transition with air attack 440 and Al Keldor air attack 17 returning Grass Valley 20 minutes en route.
Air attack 17. Yeah, copy. 1533.
Show us release from the Caldor with a 10-minute DTE to McClellan, operation normal.
Did you want the 516 to fuel and return? The 516 affirmative fuel and return?
Copy, fuel and return.
The rest of the day, unless something changes, unfortunately.
Let me know when you have contact with Placer and mission landing assured.
516 welcome.
The ones that don't fuel and sit down for a minute, they do a mandatory shutdown. Try to order you out some guard assets, but we're going to need to have guys come up on the ground for them because they're fresh to this area. I can order up 3 guard assets from Jackson, but they use the guys on the ground to not do.
On TFR. How are you guys doing over here? You got the plan? I know you guys just transferred.
Yes, plan, we're working it now.
You're good with the copters? I'm asking if I was going to go over to Division Mike and Kilo 1 on the airplane.
We don't need them.
Are you good with keeping them? If so, I'm going to go over Division Mike, Division Kilo, see what they're asking for.
We got them.
We'll head that direction besides yours.
Air attack 17 clear, TFR.
Okay, once that was cleared, another attack's dropping down.
Logo for elevator. Can I get 2 of the Type 1 guard ships out of Jackson to report direct to Elko? We're going to use them in the Silver Tip area. Scratch that in, so we've got a water source down in the fuel, so we're going to work on this for a couple hours and try to get it taken care of. Copy. November 2-1. Copy that. Yep, hey Burn, we just got that order from air attack as well, so we'll have 509 up at 645. Yeah, over the fire. Yeah, we copy.
Local air attack on TFR. South Elko air attack TFR.
That's for South Elko.
And we're just in the North Area Division, India, where we're working. I'm coming back your direction to see how things are going.
I copy. Yeah, things are picking up over by Kirkwood, but everything's still holding the rock. I did see copy that I reconfirmed the telco order. It was on the flight time, so I'll make sure they understood that it was a different time than we talked about it.
Copy. And I understand Division Mike was looking for some retardant over here. Affirmative. They're going to work on India, trying to tie that in, and that was the priority from Ops this morning.
I think we can keep working at this rotary wing. When you come over by Kirkwood, you'll see it's really picking up in the rock. It's going to rock out. Not much we can do. Probably show us the top of it.
And that's on the top side, right? That main ridge with the snow wall.
This is going to be go past the snow wall, right by Cable's Lake. You'll see it's making a pretty good push towards ground.
Okay, so it's going north. Is it north of the highway?
It's burning towards the lake. It's got to come over and pick up a little bit.
Sure enough.
See what we see. Understand how to help Martino Vicente so far. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll watch all 5 of these. See if there's any more. 6. And then we'll watch and look it up by its name. There should be more information. Something as in less than 4 years, the treaty's gonna be up, and it's gonna, with that right there, someone brought to her forefront, told her what they're gonna do, but she and her father laughed at me. So I said, alright, I'll let you live in that timeline and see. I tell everybody. Who's laughing now? Because they don't want me to say that shit because it's fucked up. This is what I talk about coming true. So, Sacramento River compared to that river? No. Wow. Wow. That's brutal. I know it was coming out of a speaker. I ain't heard that shit before in my life.
Me neither. What type of alarm is that supposed to be? Alien invasion?
That's true, man. Fuck yeah.
No, we got it.
No, it wasn't an inverter. The inverter's fine. That came out of the Bluetooth.
Damn.
I've never heard that before in my life. I'm sitting here watching the news about the Paralympics. Fucking sound like a smoke detector come on.
Yes. Just like that.
Sure. turned off too, mate. I'm turning it back on. But when I put it back onto there, that's when that noise came on. Oh, trip, I ain't heard that shit before. There ain't no emergency thing or nothing come up.
No, mira, come here.
This shit crazy though. Just asking a person and see a different projection. What one is observing? Because I'm trying to figure out how, before the trip to San Francisco, everything was perfect. One was stating all the arguments were gone, so on and so forth. And now she stated people are taking food out of her hand. And she talks to the
Yeah, I
people
heard that.
about it.
I heard her saying.
They deny, so on and so forth, these things. So how does it fall on the fence this way and then climb back on the fence and then fall off this way? Where this side is completely green and nice, and then this side is this fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
Henceforth, why I was asking, and stated in the comment, whatever you have inside, and then projecting out. Because before, the talk and so forth, and talking a week ago, everything was fine.
Mm-hmm.
And was illustrating and cultivating that stuff. The talk at grocery outlet, where I didn't go inside with you and phoned in and recorded.
No, that was in Yuba City. Then we went to Oroville. You talked to her in Oroville too. We hung out there. And
everything was fine.
that was her
again.
and then she went to San Francisco.
Everything was fine, telling you. It's so nice, everyone's enjoying. So on and so forth, no fight or argument, no things as such gone.
I think because she got those news, like she starts like getting negative, you know what I'm saying? And seeing things and starting to project that out. Like she gets herself on a high of a positive high, but then like if she don't turn out like that or something, in that whole high note, then it just like goes down in a deep roller coaster that it's like, okay, non-stability, but just from inside, on the capability of processing what's going on. Do you understand? Almost like your mom takes too much day to day, at a day to day, and there's no like a future projection. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like she's not prioritizing herself in certain ways because like you see her finding herself in the city, right? Where she said that she was going to the city because of her family members and whatnot that she wanted to be close with, right? And even if she does get the apartment there, she has to cultivate those relationships still. Just being in the same city ain't gonna make it no different. But the fact that she kind of ran into that without having worked on those relationships has jeopardized her, because then people still have their houses, you know, nothing has changed for them, but the idea of her situation changing but hasn't, and so one finding oneself in a place that, you know, she had always said, I don't know, but she has always said that she didn't want to be in this area, never wanted to come back and all that. And so it's like, why not prioritize yourself if you're still not working in the relationships? At least work in the relationship with yourself, so where you're not in a city that you don't want to be, with people that you don't have a relationship with, and you know what I'm saying? Because there's like a start over but not start over, go over. She like started over but going over back to the old, that it's her safety zone, but it's not safety at all, you know, because ain't working for more than 3 days.
Yeah,
She
so it
couldn't
distracts
stay.
her. You keep going in this retarded ass pattern that you state so forth and put over my head, and I say, yeah, that's the pattern that you learned before I was born. And it shows when you stick to it. Because the same bullshit just keeps coming.
And then before, see, it may have been, you know, instead of like your mom only staying there for 2 days, it might have been that she would stay there for 2 weeks, you know. But now your mom's inability to talk has gotten like more exacerbated too, you know, in her bickering and bitching on the day like Michelle was saying. Like before, somebody may have tolerated for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month or 2 months, and you know, in their 20s or 30s or whatever. But now that, you know, people have come to their own age and they have worked through their own shit or not, and they got less tolerance, and then your mom is getting like that tail too, you know, of the dragon. And so it's like the whole timing, I think that everything is accelerated in the world, everything is accelerated, and it's
Nothing's accelerated, huh?
well, it's
That's what you don't comprehend.
I feel like it's
It's how you feel and so forth, but you have the Cuomo mind like my mom. And you guys go, I don't like you talking to me like this. Well, in the Cuomo mind, they don't like being talked to that way, and only see that time is when they're talked to.
Yeah.
And comprehend
Acknowledge that there's
when
like
they're
that.
being talked to is at that time the person's acknowledged that. The only time I can get Cuomo to acknowledge that they got their hand up my motherfucking butt and touch my titty is when I fucking suck to them like this.
Well,
and they say,
what
why
I get
are you talking to me
what
like
I was
this?
saying by the
I don't
times
like you talking to
accelerated,
me like this. I don't like you talking to me like this. And I say, well, shit. Do I always talk like this? Or does it take a point of shit building up, as you was talking about the dragon tail, right? So, as she stated what she stated, right? I talked to Lisa in front of her. Lisa says that supposedly I didn't help. Fuck, nobody asked me for help. Nobody told me they was doing anything. The same with Michelle. So why I got all these motherfuckers thinking that I'm a piece of shit or some deadbeat ass motherfucking son is, I don't know. Because they don't know the full story of, I had no clue that this shit's going on. This motherfucker don't talk to me.
your mom's I
And all
got
she
people
does is
coming
just
to
bullshit.
help me.
Project this bullshit onto me. On some shit.
We're
Well,
sitting
it's
here
like,
with a
okay.
trailer wondering if we can help, but then also you put yourself in a situation that you help, and it's like, Michelle, it's like your mom comes with a story of whatever this or whatever that, and
That's why I'll sit down and talk to a motherfucker for 5-6 hours and go, what's going on? How you doing? What's your relationship? Why ain't this person at your house? Because I know you was the first place to go before Lisa.
yeah, right.
So, what happened, cousin? I'm all open ears, my mom says I'm not. Explain to me what I already figured out.
That's the thing. Your mom tries to keep you out. I think. She tries to keep you
really
out, and
going
she don't
on?
understand that you talk to all, like, these people call you, like Heidi calling you,
Why?
and that's the thing. It's like she don't
Why?
understand the really the
Because
webbing that she have webbed.
to her, like your parents treated you up until recent, is motherfuckers started realizing the little nigga that they was trying to tell us shut up and shit like that got more of adult minds than the fucking group of them. Hello? Let me see what this little motherfucker that's been told to shut the fuck up his whole life is talking about. And I never checked in and said, what is he talking about? I've always been there when he's getting told to shut the fuck up. Okay?
And so that in that person creates an image of
So
whatever.
here, like I pointed out, to each one of those motherfuckers that had reached out and said, nigga, you know what's going on in my house? Fuck you. Let's get over that point. You acknowledge that. Now I'll talk with you. Otherwise, you still like that person. What the fuck am I gonna help you for? I'm trying to help your kids. But I help you once you acknowledge what you did. That's why me and my kids and your kids look at you fucking retarded. What? And say that to them just like that. With no qualms of feeling like I'm disrespecting somebody. Because the motherfucker ain't got no respect for me because of what the fuck they was doing and was they acknowledged and affiliated with when I was a child.
And because they had no respect for themselves. And so if you come with some sense of respect,
shit,
that shows, then they start respecting you. Because they see something different instead of other
otherwise
people.
you see a monster that will fucking turn into a monster and stick that flashlight to the fucking side of your head. So you see the light. Before you fucking die. From having a flashlight stuck through the side of your motherfucking head. Just being truthful. I help the motherfucker in the court. Let me help you see the light, nigga. Because what you're doing is something that's been done to me most of my life. And if you want to say you want to jump on the bandwagon of motherfuckers that I got to figure out how to talk to, and I'll fucking flip the fuck out like I'm doing right now, ain't. But again, it's how was the observation. To me, in my Cuomo mind, I'm educating this nigga. Outside my Cuomo mind, motherfuckers just seeing person getting the fuck beat out of him. After shit happens, motherfuckers drinking a beer with me. Apricot first time I ever had one, man, where I actually liked shit. You know, I gotta go to prison the rest of my life for fucking being in front of a dude. When punching this nigga, relieve the pressure on his brain. He would be dead if I hadn't hit him the last time. Out of anger. But slip out. Fuck you, you're still near. What the fuck? Pow! Split his motherfucking noodle open. Cracked his fucking growth plate right here. Relieved the pressure on his brain. Otherwise, man would have died. It was the only it's the last part. The only thing he could fucking remember is my face. Otherwise, would have got scot-free, honey. Nightmares I explained to you that. I look at people and they make me hungry. I was trying to talk to my cousin about it. Because how was we raised? By some whining ass bitches. But you don't understand what the fuck they whining about. They treated us the same way, if not worse. I mean, motherfucking monsters, nigga. They spend our whole life not to be like that deer. But not be like the deer because we don't want to be predator on. But we just want to be the deer over there. And we let the fuck alone. Because the shit we've been through. You see another deer or some other thing, or a fucking caterpillar getting fucked with. Maybe we flip the fuck out and turn into a goddamn D9 tractor and mow the whole fucking forest down and set it on fire. In a fit of rage. Or we can cultivate that and then sit in here like this. It's like I said, my kickback of getting out of motherfucking jail was, fuck you, I'm gonna succeed. You put me out, I'm supposed to fail at 99%. I went from 95% to 99%. Okay, I'm a 1%. I'm gonna show you what your information does. And take this motherfucking 6 months coin. First time I ever made it 6 months on probation. Without a fucking fuck up. And then back in jail with some new charges and shit. Yeah, I'm writing my own destiny. You know, piss me off giving me this shit. Because up until this point, my life has not been in my hands. I've been a victim. Saying you control my life.
I'm at your mercy.
And give me my power back, man. You fucked up by doing that. And here we are. You know, probation early, so on and so forth. I should be in prison the rest of my life for the charges I got. That I'm sitting here watching a deer over there. And fucking hummingbird floating around. And whining about my mom not fucking understanding what she's doing to herself.
Energetically, you see it as when my mom got out of the car and she started bleeding energetically. That's what you're seeing with your mom right now. But it's just a prolonged...
No, prolonged is the same as your mom. If you wish to say prolonged, no difference.
I said, why can't you go in within?
Because instead of having 2 kids, like my mother, but having one die as an infant, she used to become my brother at 8 months old, and having a second child, your mama had 5.
They were children.
As I stated,
They were children.
why did your mom pull the fucking angel card? As I was stating, and not in a disrespectful manner. What the fuck in your head would make you take on 2 kids with somebody and think having children with somebody is gonna change the shit?
And they were children. They were children. The fact that, you know...
Your mom's a child, I could state, not in a disrespectful manner for age group, because she was as old as you was when we met. Just a little bit older.
No, I'm saying children, they're mine.
Yeah. But no, hold on. Again, it can be stated for mom. Your dad's running his own firm, nigga. With kids already. Henceforth, the aptitude is changing of mindset, like me, of going, I don't want to be a kid anymore. Because I was still a child when I met you. Still am right now. A couple of things have changed, as you've seen, in the 8 years we've been together. Henceforth, me stating that's why we don't have a child right now. Not in a disrespectful manner, but we're still squabbling like little fucking kids. Like them tree squirrels fell out the fucking tree in Oregon over shit. I ain't trying to go through that and us not be together. You understand? Well, I keep stating such, and your response is still emotional like my mom, where, oh my god, I can't believe you fucking think of that of me. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you taking in and understanding what the fuck I'm saying? If we don't work on shit, then you'll see, like, why our oldest child has an issue with you when it's not even with her. Why the fuck did she get put on the phone of our night of marriage the way she did? Understand what the fuck I've been saying to you, dude? Because who's the child in that? If I'm always the fucking piece of shit that people point out, who the fuck put that on Mickey? Hello?
Yeah, I remember that was a question a couple months ago.
Who put that on Mickey, dude? Because that shit got me pissed the fuck off. Either her mom or fucking my mom or both of them. And it's sadistic. It's fucking sick. Because to this date, the child still got an issue with talking with you, and she asked her and pointed it out, because I can fucking see and understand the shit. And your ass, which siblings and had the same thing come up, still fucking come up with some dumbass examples. And I'm saying, you and our daughter, and our other children, you are one of the ones that got the example that it come off of. My sibling died from my fucking family that was integrated into, because we got different daddies, nigga. Stepbrothers is different than having a motherfucking sibling born into the parent that is fucking your parent at the time. Stepkids is different. I had step siblings, yes. I seen my parents change when they tried to have a child together, dude, and I knew it was rat for my ass.
But
my mom had to have a full hysterectomy.
But either way...
So what did they do? They did that to Michaela. Why I stated what I stated, and why I talk with people about it, is seeing the change in your parents, or what is construed as your parental fucking units, which I am speaking from your older brother's fucking perspective of when your family changes, motherfucker, and they got kids. Now, and that motherfucking relationship between your supposed family member, as Michaela, went through with her mother, having, not her stepbrother, she didn't do that too, but the triplets that turn into twins. Fuck, dude. I'm trying to have an adult conversation here with you about this stuff. That's why I say what I told my mom, she need to talk with her sibling. Because she has the same issue. It's like with you and your brothers. Of such an age difference. Or her going, oh my God, I can't take, sister does this. And I go, Mom, have you ever talked with your sister about what the lifestyle was that she was raised in when you and Uncle David came along? That's what I'm speaking on with your brothers. Is you're stating your dad's mentality at the time was a child, and he got with mom, but he had kids. That's why I say the difference of when we got together. I did not do that with Heather. Where it was, come on, we gotta talk, you fucking build a relationship with Michaela and so forth. I didn't do that. I did the fucking, oh, I got a family over here that got pushed. There's more resistance on this side for me to see this kid. Let me try to cultivate this and bring that child into this family. Henceforth, fucking going back east and getting to where Erica allowed Michaela to go back east with us, but me and Heather split up. You understand? Ass fucking funky shit that fucking Erica said to Michaela when I was on my way back here. This stupid ass woman never understand. Me and Heather had split up. I was on my way back here, coming to see our daughter on our birthdays after spending Zeke's birthday with her, with him trying to and fucking being denied. So I come back this way because it's only 3 weeks between birthdays. It takes a fucking week to ride Greyhound bus. 3 or 4 days for me to fucking Spanish that much money. I ain't got no fucking job. I can't get one because I didn't graduate and I got fucking fell in on parole and shit. You know what I'm saying? $200 motherfucking ticket, Greyhound. Right over here. Get the shit besides being able to fucking feed myself. Nothing. Not once I asked my mom, not once was I ever given a motherfucking the help. Anybody, shit. Anybody in my situation. That's why I was looking left. But my hand's still out to pick you up if you need some help. And all I get is this punk ass motherfucking responses, dude. You get me?
Of the person who wanted
Why?
to see
Because
it.
you fucking, you remember what you did to me? I'm not that like you.
You're trying to offer a different perspective.
You helped me get my fucking ID. I had to walk to the fucking DMV and shit around. I had to figure out where the fucking shit was and ready.
I think your mom has put herself in this
argument
situation
you should get her
herself.
dumbass to just fucking write the goddamn letter to the Catholic churches I was asking her where I got fucking baptized so I can get my fucking social security number so I can get my goddamn license. Or my ID to get my fucking license. That was the issue. Oh, all I need you to do is write the motherfucking place. I got no documentation. Oh, can you write the thing? That's all I need you to do. What are you talking about? Well, I'm literally this fucking third thing I know if the fucking shit has changed since 2011 when I got my fucking ID back in California. But at that time, your social security number, your social security card, if you're a United States citizen that has been baptized, you can't use your motherfucking church that you use fucking thing. You just write them a letter, or have your parent write them a letter that's on record. You know, fucking no singing little thing I showed you. Little simple ass thing I said, what the fuck? You wouldn't take none of my other information and shit, this simple ass thing that I could have fucking photocopied and wrote out. Oh my god.
Printing myself.
Wrote out. Wasn't, had no embellishment, had no motherfucking, nothing. Nothing official type shit. Just had the fucking church thing on there. I said, goddamn, I could have printed out the thing and wrote the shit. And here I am. Supposedly three-fourths of a human being fucking citizen with no rights. Trying to help people that got rights. Not good shit took. Because I've been rich in the sense of playing to keep up with the Jones and stupid shit. And I've been rich like this where motherfuckers don't understand how rich a homeless person is. The homeless person or houseless person recognizes what they have, which is time to think for themselves. Focus on themselves and heal themselves, and their wealth is in their health by taking care of themselves instead of trying to keep up with Jones and stupid shit, which they ain't got no health and they ain't got no wealth because their wealth goes into keeping them fucking supposedly healthy by shit that just never actually gets to the signal and just keeps the body fucked up. Doesn't address the signal, doesn't address the communication of self inside and the observer points of how one sees oneself in the sense of why that area of the body is fucked up or sick or needs work or is dilapidated or malnutrition or so and so, etc. Well, I say, I want to go from being homeless, houseless, not eating no food, have my scans look like such, go to fucking starting to eat like y'all, and my shit's fucked up, got anemic, malnutrition, all the shit that I had before when I was a kid. Figure out the signal, the shit that's inside of me while I'm fucking eating, constructing it, is it built into the fucking foods, as a trace marker to make the biomes, and so forth, as a structured template for this shit to fucking aggregate itself out, or what the fuck's going on, or to deplete the body and make fucking virtual particles and take your shit out of you, and it's getting accumulated by some shit, like a big ass piece of fucking yang zoo fucking for it. Or what the fuck? No, I'm being serious. I'm being fucking serious as fuck, dude. I used to think like that when I was a child, and it's starting to come back.
I think there's a lot of associations that you do when you're eating. I don't know, like you start going through your library and shit of memoretics and stuff when you're eating. And like, I don't know.
Consciously or unconsciously, because I could say for myself, unconsciously I could be doing that, because I'm not really thinking about too much while I'm eating. So you try to make sure that I'm not doing something like that. But unconsciously, depending on what the flavors and so forth, yeah, one can construe that those things should be happening and everything. That's why
I try to stay away from certain foods and other things. That is negating. But with all the little multi-chemicals they got flushed in there and everything and so forth, it's hard not to
Get a pee.
have some possibly me. You know what I'm saying? Another day, them whack job ass quiche people. I need to see what them dumb fucks are doing to people still. It seems like ever since the only thing I've seen sped up, honey, you keep talking about things being sped up. It's since the motherfuckers started broadcasting bullshit across the world and people's houses and other things like that. The only thing I've seen sped up is how quickly society is fucking degrading. With shooting, the whole fucking bullshit, dude. It's just going. Look at that.
That city just had 2 shootings in 3 days. On a week or something. So those guys make a little shell and put them in there.
Put them in some like pots the size of well, maybe do like some 5-gallon buckets or something. Do like 5-gallon buckets of them.
I'm thinking when you do that, you try to even just take the boxes and all the trashes and boxes. Just put them in the back of the car. Go in the dump, but throw the boxes.
You put a seat in the car or something. Figure out what's going on. Bring up nephew or not?
I think that's kind of like the schedule I can work.
You saying so today or Sunday?
Yeah, today I need to go into town, and then today's Wednesday, and then
Today is Thursday, mamas.
Wednesday.
Thursday.
Thursday?
Yes, that's why I was speaking on the quiche stuff.
And then Sunday then.
I was saying that.
Oh.
Ever since you keep stating it seems like stuff's been sped up. I'll say the only thing I can see that's been sped up since they started broadcasting that shit around the world in people's houses and selling their products on Amazon is goofy ass weather patterns and consciousness in places just degrading all that, de-evolving into people just going the manner that we've seen from scanning their stuff on people, the root chakras, the whole fucking there's just a lot of negative energetics in the world.
A lot of fear, instability, wanting to be cultivated. I feel like, right?
Yeah. As always stated, if their shit did but like they stated and proclaimed and state, and all their videos they'd show, they'd see people looking like they're on Molly. You understand?
All the videos that they show what?
You'd have people acting like they're on Molly. And be like my videos where I show those frequencies and so forth that are of healing make you feel like you're on Molly. Because they activate those spots. Make you relax and yawn and so forth and other things.
See.
You don't see that on their stuff. You see it on another treatments of things that are specifically for that show those things happening, but you don't see that with the quiche virus space program shit. They talk about it doing all this stuff for the aura and soul and all that shit, but every time you scan a motherfucker that hasn't drank it but just had the bottle next to them, they got auric shock and fucking gamma damage and
all kinds of deficiencies.
And negative influences, and I'm like, how you got negative influences when you got something that's supposed to be energetically cleansing and giving back and all this shit that you're stating, but if you got negative influences and such.
In the 40s.
That sounds like you got a fucking parasitical portal right there that's needed. So what are you guys making right there? You're feeding off people. Openly telling you, we can beam stuff into you and beam this and beam that and suck this and open the bird cage and some more shit and put a new bird in the bird cage. Nigga, that's talking about consciousness or someone's soul from body into another body. Y'all better fucking wake up. Who's responding to you when you respond and who's who? Henceforth, why the assholes talk? I have to say so much to people it seems. These motherfuckers is broadcasting this shit around the world. There's so many people. Just forgetting those things. And they find themselves tripping and need more energy and something else. And looking on why they was tripping. Was they really tripping or something else? Suggesting a trip. Like when you're writing to somebody and shit fills up the conversation. And I tell people don't do that shit. Because if you do,
so I asked my mom the other.
Who are you talking to?
I asked my mom the other day. She was like, "Memecita this," and I realized where it came from. Lucia. That's all the names with diminutives, like diminutives. You know, meme. Diminutive, like when you make something smaller, right? So Martinito, Vicentito, Memecita. And I was like, so yesterday, I was like, Mom, can you just stop with that? Where's that coming from? She started laughing, and she was like, well, now what happens is when I start writing meme, the computer suggests me memecita. And I said, please stop with that. Yeah, I said, because it's like you're saying, it's filling up. My mom is just clicking and filling up the gap, and I'm like, you're irritating the shit out of me. You know, like, what the fuck? I don't know if Facebook is doing it to irritate me, but this shit is irritating. Like, you need to stop. So then yesterday, my mom called, and she said something, and then she said, oh, shit, you just told me not to call you Memecita. Yeah, I tried grabbing it the other day. But I thought it was fun because I had to bring it up. I was like, I feel like shit, but I need to stop right now because this shit is, like, annoying. And yeah, my mom said she was heartbreaking with that, and I was like, well, but you also say talking, and that's no algorithm suggesting you, right?
No.
But that's the algorithm pouring over your life now, because you have read it so much, but it suggested to you.
People don't pick up on that optogenetics. And it becomes part of your consciousness and part of what you do, and then the movie click. When somebody responds to you, you're like, why'd you talk to me like that? And it's like, hold on, dude. Like,
I was like, did you just tell me that shit? Where did you get that from? I started laughing.
like, dude.
She was like, ha ha.
Just be you, please. Be you.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind if the four of them different people call me different names, but the four of them like synchronously said, like, it's just irritating. I don't know. I'm not being more original. Did you realize I left the bed last night?
Yeah, I did.
Well, because I didn't want to bother you. Because I couldn't sleep. So I took the cover. It's cold as fuck over there with the window. You were all wrapped in this white thing.
Kept to myself. Like, fuck you. Go over there sleeping. By myself. I'm living over here cold. That's why I woke up, so I was cold. I was like, what the hell? So I had my little mind chatter. So when you came back, because you were cold, and you were being nice, not to wake me up, but you're not going to wake me up, and
dead ass asleep. You moving around doesn't wake me up. Even though you see me wake up dead out of my sleep from just hearing a noise. Or a chainsaw moving or fucking rustling in the bag.
There's your blanket.
But you're not waking me up.
I know, actually, my chatter, that's why when you got back in the bed,
I was all wrapped up the way I was and separated my blanket out from you. Inside.
Really?
Yeah, you feel me, dude?
Yeah. He's so childish.
That was my half asleep response. And so yeah, I still have, like I said, a lot to work on. When I'm conscious, I'm consciously looking back at what I did this morning. I feel stupid because I didn't get to hold my wife. That's what I'm saying. I mean, people get fucking frustrated with their response that they did, right? Or they don't even look back at it. They just keep with the fucking retarded ass roll.
Like a train back. And then that's the reality you live in.
Yeah.
No, I literally, because we went to bed, I went to bed at 8:30 because the window was open and so I wanted to just like get warm. I went to bed at 8:30.
I lay down because
You came like at 9:30 and then it was like 10:30 and I hadn't fallen asleep.
from my mom.
And I hadn't fallen asleep and I wasn't falling asleep and I wasn't falling asleep and then
I feel
you
like
have no chocolate milk, Ezekiel. And I'm
sitting
like,
there by
I
chattering
got
myself.
this midlife crisis now. It's 10:30 and I can't sleep, so I just grabbed this thing and I just went there.
I was up.
Right after that, you started snoring. I'm like, good.
I'd rather go to sleep and sit there and mind chatter myself with some stupid shit and stuff that I can't control. Yeah, I gotta work on that. Usually when you climb back in the bed and you don't get held or whatnot, it's because some stupid shit got in my head. Where you get pushed with my elbow or my knee, like you do me. Get on your side, please. Keep the blanket to myself.
And there's nothing that I want. Oh, but it's so warm. My chatter, I did was walk 5 foot from the bed.
Mm-hmm.
I think I had too much in my head.
When you're partially in and out of sleep, anything can be slipping there and let dumb shit get in there. I don't even know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Like time sequence and sense.
Notion of time.
In the sense of like, if we go to sleep fighting, if we fight, like, why in my head would I think that you sleeping on the couch in the sense where I'd be a butthole when you get back on the couch when you're not? You know what I'm saying?
Or am I in my head because of what else is going on in this instance?
Why are you whispering? But why are you whispering about the butterfly and the butterfly? It's probably going to be 8 by 1 to 10 minutes or whatever. Where's the print? You know the print minutes that hopped out when I was working the other day? There's one, a female one now, over on the water trail. Same color as me.
Silverish?
Yeah, I know, I've never seen so many print minutes in here. We got like, I've seen 4 different types now. Male and female. But it's nice to see, because usually I've only seen like either a female or a male. Not the pairs in the sense.
That's a good ecosystem here. I've seen them both. Like how we had the 3 females that were chilling in here. The 2 that I've seen outside, I've seen males with them. Or what I think is their pairs, because they look similar in color. The male with no wings though yesterday, I'm not sure what he would be chilling on. I only jumped sail for it. I jumped like fucking from here, almost like a foot. The one with no wings that was on the tray yesterday. Way different than the one that flew in your face. It has wings and flies. It was moving. They all have like different
things that they do.
patterns.
I think this one does more like a thing like this. The one that are green big in here. The other one was doing more of like a weaving thing like
But it didn't have no wings though. That's what I'm saying is the male that you picked up that flew at you, it did differently. That one that doesn't have wings, whenever the wind was blowing, it acted like it was a branch or whatnot, or something going with the wind. When the other ones, they stand still and just wait for some shit to get back from them. That one I noticed with the no wings. I haven't seen a female to it that doesn't have wings, but I don't know if it would be the same as the male. So the ones I see were back east, yeah, were big. As long as the nice the females were. And those are this long. And the videos and pictures that I have of the praying mantises, they're this fucking big. Females is the size of a knife, and this is the male.
That's crazy.
And they both have wings. If they didn't have wings, then they both would be the same. With no wings, you know. Want to be wings with no wings. But that hopping one though, that yesterday, the one before it, the silver one, like I was saying, was like the one that I seen back east as Hurricane Irene was coming through. And I was like, that's this big, but it was camouflage for the gray, with different gray spots on it. I'd never seen it like that. The one the other day. Good ecosystem though. Hopefully they do like bags or something. Hopefully they eat all them fucking tent caterpillars, dude. So they don't eat up the drones. Now they got this new fly they're talking about. It's a L.E.N.R fly from Asia. It's in 13 states. It's fucking everything up. There's no predator for it. So it's just fucking destroying like teaching ocean crops. Food crops and shit. Food crops and nuts. Peaches and all that kind of shit is on the East Coast right now.
From Asia?
Hmm?
From Asia?
Yeah, it's called a L.E.N.R fly. It's in 13 states. It's not made it over here yet. Once it makes it over here, it's fly goes around. It's gonna fuck up our crops, haven't they? It's worse, they say, is in a sense is worse. Well, not sense in a sense. It's not worse. It's just as bad as the hornet shit that came here that was eating our bees. Now we gotta worry about our bees colonies and also our food crops. This shit doesn't have no predators. And it's just proliferating everywhere. They're stating. It almost looks like cicada kind of. With the wings. All like has this cool pattern on it. But they're saying if you see them, just fucking kill them. Like literally just kill them. Like just fucking kill them. They noticed them in Maine. Wine vineyard that first got hit by it. And dude said he was been complaining, tried to get other people to help and so forth. He had to replant 4 times. That much damage happened. He said almost $500,000 in damage. I've had to replant 4 times. And now it's just spread. One insect person was like stating, you can kill a mill of them, and in like an hour or so, they're back. I'm like, damn. Like that? Fucking better import whatever eats them over and ate over here. Otherwise, we're looking at we'll be looking at food shortages. If not, we eating them motherfuckers. Since everybody's trying to get mealworms and shit. Guess some motherfuckers are eating. It's protein. That's like gonna be the next thing. Because now they got locusts eating up over there. Now we got this shit over here, and it's like, it seems like it's being released on purpose. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I need to do this right here.
Like it's being released on purpose.
Now, since I got your attention for a second, we're gonna look up something because I haven't looked it up since I've seen. It's something to talk to mom and dad and sister and brother about. I'm gonna ask you a dumbass question and put it the way that I did. Hopefully, it doesn't get taken in too disrespectful way of me asking like I did about the Piranha River and stating, "Do you know about your river of your country?" And you fucking your example was the Sacramento River. And I'm like, dude, it would be the Mississippi for here.
I didn't say in respect of its size. I was saying in reference of the close. How wouldn't I know, have acknowledgement of that river when it's in the shores
Okay,
of
sweet,
my own
that's cool.
city? Is the river that
I understand. Yes. So in the sense of such, one wouldn't just leave it there and leave it at such. One would have put it that way, not in the afterglow, but in the fire, and put that it's the comparison of your Mississippi River, honey, like I stated. Not that, oh, the shit's over there in the Sac River, and I stated, what the hell is the Sac
when
River?
you said that, I said absolutely. When in functionality, I agree with you. I said in the reference of why wouldn't I know about it? How wouldn't I know about it? When it's
But yet, if you knew about it, then you would say, no, husband, what you're stating is wrong. It would affect one. Because it is like the Mississippi, and you did not state that. And I stated, I'm going to put my foot in my mouth and state, hopefully, this motherfucker doesn't affect one. And the kids and so forth in the sense of the apiculture and agricultural aspect.
It will, and the rains would affect them
Be
too.
it that I have looked
that
into the
so
stuff,
and
be it that I have been watching the weather and so forth in the countries around your country that you come from. Be it that it's the first time Chile got snow in the desert, which would affect the rain outcome of that Piranha River. Because within that I can't say it like yours, I'm not raised there. So
yeah, I'm just saying that he's don't have a piranha.
it's P-A-R-A-N-A.
Parana.
Well, how do you get the G sound shit that you were just saying?
As the R. Parana.
Okay, so how does R sound like it? How you say it? That's what I'm stating. I'm not from your country. I can't say it like you.
Say Paraná, Rio Paraná.
I can't say this shit like that. It's like I can't say your fucking last name properly. And I'm not stating that I can't. I'm just stating I'd have to go and have a motherfucker for 10 years be showing me how to do it properly, but they ain't done it. And my brain's been damaged a couple times, so my slinkies are fucked up. So no, I'm stating the truth right now. The inability of making my muscle sound the proper connotation, the Castellano, from the region, the aspect of Argentina that you're from. No, I cannot. It would take me about 10 or 15 years to live in that area to say it.
That's good enough when you try.
It's not.
So the Rio Paraná.
Gotta hear it for it. Gotta hear it first. Have association. Otherwise, nope. So yeah, that would affect brother. That's why I looked it up, because I knew she ain't gonna do it. That's why we watched it. Yeah, I talk shit a lot, but is it wrong? No, because did she look it up during the time? So, we watched it together.
Because I ain't a shit talker. I like to learn shit too. The things that I see, the only reason why I'm interested in stuff, because it's my wife, where she comes from, and the family that I've married into. Otherwise, to me, it's just extra shit that keeps me away from keeping my mind on stuff that I wish to be interested in. Be it that she's my wife, now I'm interested in those things. Why
Being that we got bees, they're gonna get affected too.
it irritates me is the shit should interest her, because it's where she comes from and things like that, and pertains to her life. Because it's her life that I'm interested in. Why it annoys me when people get pissy when I ask them questions. That ascertains their actual life, if they're paying attention, or they're just fucking being passenger while they're driving in their own car of life. So, variant C1, 2. Put that in. It's a mess fuck up of abbreviation. Or is it?
Variant C12.
Mm-hmm. It's after Kappa, but they don't want it to be after Kappa. Even though they ain't even talking about Lambda or Kappa here in the United States.
No.
But where does that come from? It comes from South Africa, and it has the same things as the others, but they keep trying to tell you that somehow through gene convergence, everything keeps adapting, getting the stuff. I keep saying, man, it's from the fucking vaccine trials. And the vaccines now themselves. So, C12 has the escape mutation and binding and some other stuff added to it.
Such as alpha. And they keep experimenting with these people. It all has to be.
Such as Delta, Lambda, and Kappa. Not Alpha. It has all this stuff that makes it to where you should be worried about it, but who's just playing around? And it's taken over South Africa. Well, I was bringing it up. Well, I was going to ask you another dumbass question as I was saying if it would be perceived as fucked up or not, of going, how well do you know you're trading with that country, in the sense that you have friends that import-export, and it goes to their minds and through their heads, what goes in and out, in the sense of saying, how you'd say, here we go. The Bay Area, highly mutated. I've had this information for a while, but again, trying to talk with you about it always turns into a damn argument. So, like I said, that information. That's why I asked, since Lambda has not been talked about in your country, what is your country's association with South Africa? Because anybody that's been with South Africa has any business ties or anybody flying in and out, they ain't trouble. Because it's not being talked about. World Health Organization is covering the shit up. Why it's being talked about in San Francisco is because obviously they probably tested and found some samples here in California.
What's that?
You understand what's coming out of my mouth? I tried talking with you about this shit the other day. Because remember, mom and dad are coming here. Therefore, they're stuck in our healthcare. Therefore, they're stuck in our information. Trying to figure out what's fucking truth and not. And their age variant and so on and so forth. And what you just seen is what? SSI, which are the things that mom and dad would be able to get if they're able to get on the paperwork here, is about to end. Doesn't matter for dad because he's gonna expire before fucking that expires. Mom won't. Ties to my mom too. She doesn't get those, she gets Medicaid. Medicaid ends with what that shit. Unless Congress does something. They know this shit's coming up, but
Bay Area health officials explain concern with highly mutated C1.2 coronavirus variant. Wednesday, September 1st, 2021.
it's the second I've had that information for a week. You understand?
Yeah, the the C1.2 variant identified in South Africa is raising eyebrows in part because it's highly mutated. It has mutations in the sites that may make it replicate more rapidly.
Understand why they are stating what they're stating, and understand what is being tested on in that country, who's vaccines, who's non-vaccine, and what is going on.
And it has some other changes that make it a little more difficult for antibodies to see it and find it, said Dr. George Rutherford, a professor of epidemiology of U.S. San Francisco. He says so far has not outcompeted the Delta variant. There are only relatively small numbers, and it doesn't seem. But think of how long did it take for here in the United States to start talking about the Delta variant? 2-3 months. So for him to say that it has yet to outcompete it, it really has not been as exposed either. You know, out in the exposure and the traffic and all that.
He states that, but it's taken over South Africa. Don't know what you're talking about, but
there are only relatively small numbers, and it doesn't seem to have spread much more beyond a handful of cases, he explains. As for whether these variants might be even more dangerous for anyone not vaccinated, Dr. Rutherford says time will tell. Talk about what if the vaccine even does anything to it. This is all about might, maybe, may. We just don't know. It's just too early to call. Anything is possible, but I suspect
why the booster shots are being pushed everywhere.
It will be outcompeted by the Delta variant, and I will not establish itself very broadly. That's what he says.
Yeah. Well, Maria, L542R, which was the meat variant from fucking Denmark. They said that shit died out, remember? How the fuck it proliferate and turn into what? You understand? To have a deletion, well, where L542R is, make that deletion to make it a Q, instead of an R, it's a fucking Q, which is the what? Kappa. L52R evolved into the fucking Delta, nigga.
See?
Kappa is Delta Plus. They ain't talking about that shit here, which is more virulent than the one that
No,
they
a
keep
whole
talking
country
about.
being infested by one single kind, 92% of the people.
Oh, that's lambda. That's different than Kappa.
Also, I'm saying
Kappa.
there's so many things they're not talking about. They're really
That's
choosing what to focus on.
And Delta. What the concern is, what I told you to be worried about is what? That one, honey. Which has its own alpha, beta, delta, lambda, kappa. It has all the variants to it. And its own. Henceforth, the more of
Here's a more realistic article.
Explaining them stating
That was a guy in San Francisco University.
The immune system's not able to see it.
Let's see. South African scientists have detected a new COVID variant, the new variant known as C1.2 has spread to most of South Africa and 7 other countries after being first found in May.
You know what I'm saying? June, July, August, September. 4 months. There's only small pockets of this stuff. But if you look at the countries that it's spread into and where the effects are, it's very interesting because the testings and the vaccines that they're using, if they're stating they work, it shouldn't take hold. Besides what masking. But again, South Africa started a huge vaccine program to deal with Delta when it hit them first, and they didn't talk about it. And they're getting ravaged by what? Besides the measles, besides fucking Gunther, fucking Ebola, and a variant of Ebola, and another fucking weird ass shit just like Ebola, just pop up there.
Okay, so here's a bit more realistic article too. A new COVID variant detected in South Africa has made headlines around the world.
Wake up, honey. It was first detected in May.
It was first detected in May. The
Sequenced
alert
in
said,
May.
but Delta
See
is
what I'm
still the
saying?
dominant.
See
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
in May.
It's first sequenced in May. Deep as a well, and how long does it take for it to understand what was falling into its depths? The sequence that hit India that is now here and taking over shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's first sequence of fucking last year in October.
October, and this started like June.
It's like the Nigerian strain where they found the stuff last year and they said it wasn't going to do nothing. And the other stuff that was found last year.
So 7 months from now.
Remember December time in November, I was going and bugging the fuck out of you, stating there's another variant I'm sensing. There's another variant I'm sensing. And I hadn't been looking up anything. Remember my words to you. And while doing such, we looked it up. And he had those stains. And they only were talking about UK. Not talking about South African. Now South African has another variant that they found since they did those testings and so forth in vaccine trials back in May to now. San Francisco Chronicle do a blanket statement and keep the herd from fucking running off the cliff. Is stating what? Don't worry. This prestigious school put in control by NIH and Fauci doing damage control to tell people don't worry.
Don't panic.
Don't panic that there's only a few fucking things, right?
Yeah.
When they keep coming forward and stating that they being upfront and we're giving you the facts and the straight dope, well, what? Is it fucking dope in the center of the motherfucking baking soda, nigga? Because fucking, you just giving baking soda, you ain't giving no dope at all in this motherfucking shit. Because if this was found in May and he was talking the truth, we would understand and know about this shit. Because if it's from there, it's also in India and other countries. And again, we worried about something else. Yet, y'all ain't talking about L.E.N.R You're doing like Argentina, where they straightforwardly stated, we ain't talking shit about this stuff because we just worried about this. What's the use of fucking scaring the people about the other shit that's already infected almost fucking 40% of the population?
We're gonna filter and control what you can handle of what's going on.
So, prestige medical journal place in America, San Francisco place, supposed to be prestigious because it does AIDS and cancer and all that kind of bullshit, gonna lie to you and tell you if anything is posted otherwise against that information at local CDC guidelines state that there was only a couple of transmissions and so forth, and the fucking thing is low, but yet it made worldwide headline news, and it was discovered in May, and now it's in 7 other countries. What fucking constitutes local in a small outbreak, dude, to you people? So where you let us know that we shouldn't be flying over there and catch it and bring it home. Or be letting people from over there, like Britain's doing to us, going, you're no longer able to fly over here, vaccine or unvaccinated. You're unsafe. You got fucking too much local community transmission. So,
But people won't understand why.
where's the truth of stating you're giving us a straight dope if May that shit was found? World Organization is fucking not wishing to acknowledge it. World Organization's not forcing or putting information in this country or any other one stating, why you got this focus on Delta? You got Lambda and Kappa. And then you got this one, variant of concern you should be concerned about because, excuse me, instead of staying local and dying the fuck out, it's now what? In 7 countries. And has now made headline news. As I was stating to you, I've been talking to you about this shit. You notice how the non-democratic countries are letting their people out, and the democratic countries are fucking doing what? Like the dictatorships and oligarch places they state you don't want to live as. But where's our freedoms? If the truth's not being said to people, and they skewer the numbers and make it to where your freedoms are taken away from you, and keep themselves emergency powers to where if you try to say anything against it, it's only what their narrative is, which is bullshit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
No, it is. A preprint non-peer-reviewed paper published about the variant said C1.2 has since been detected across the majority of the provinces in South Africa and in 7 other countries spanning Africa, Europe, Asia, and Oceania. But those are no. How. Why do they say that as countries if those are continents? Europe is not a country. Europe is a continent of Europe made out of
the European Union, of the UK.
Asia. It has China, Thailand. India. Is a continent. These are continents.
India, so on and so forth.
Yeah, India in Asia, and Oceania. So there's 7 continents. They're naming 5 out of them. They're saying that it's in 7 other countries spanning Africa, Europe. I think that they're naming it as an example of the countries. No, it sounds odd. The C.12 lineages has drawn the attention of scientists because despite the low rate in the population, it possesses mutations within the genome similar to those seen in variants of interest and variants of concern like the Delta variant, as well as some additional mutations. So what do we know about the new variant and how concerned should we be? Has the World Health Organization listed it as a variant of concern? Not yet. The National Institute of Communicable Disease is continuing to monitor the frequency of C1.2 and examine how it behaves. Tests to assess the impact of the mutation it possesses on infectiousness and vaccine resistance are still underway. So far, the variant. So how long is it gonna take? Because if they found it in May, right? You don't need, and you already had the vaccines, right? You didn't need to wait.
It's real world time. How many vaccinated, unvaccinated in this population that you have this shit found that fucking been infected by it and have an immune response to it?
Very enough, yeah. Very enough. So
besides testing the sewer system and anal swabs, you know exactly what's in the community.
So yeah, so far it's not for the WHO has not met the criteria of the variant of concern or variant of interest. Then why was an alert issue? A virologist and lecturer in immunology and infectious disease with the University of Sydney Central Clinical School, Dr. Megan Stein, said it's because of the particular mutation that C12 contains. It contains quite a few key mutations that we see in other variants that have gone on to become variant of interest or concern. Oh, she's forward thinking. One time we see those particular mutations come up, we would like to keep an eye on the variant to see what's going to do. These variants may affect things like whether it evades the immune response or transmits faster.
Somebody's thinking forward instead of letting it fucking...
Well, we can say it has a few key mutations that have led to other variants being more infectious, often that we find in these key mutations working in synergy together, which can overall lead to a feeder virus potentially or a weakened virus. There's a lot of work to be done. C1.2 would have to be pretty good, pretty fit, and pretty fast to outcompete Delta at this stage. I think we're still very much at a point where this could die out. The prevalence it's really low. We saw this with the beta variant and other variants of concern where it looked like there could be a problem. They even had areas where they were transmitted and spread quite well, but then they haven't really taken hold over time and were overtaken by other variants of concern that are able to transmit faster. And so they just essentially die out.
What they do is they don't die out. They get incorporated.
And information is passed.
So these idiots don't comprehend.
Okay, what do scientists mean when they talk about a feeder variant? Using the delta as an example, it means it has gained some mutations which allows it to replicate faster and get into cells more efficiently. We refer to it as affinity, the ability by which it's able to grab on,
Binding site.
attached to host cell receptors that allow the virus particles to enter into a cell.
How much sugar does it have for the little kid to deny or not deny?
Do we know if vaccines will be effective against C1.2? We can take an educated guess based on some of the mutations that it has, in that it's similar to what we've seen in other variants like beta as well as delta. So we think perhaps the serum won't neutralize as well as it would against an ancestral strain, but until we actually do experiments, it is speculative, really. We have got to bear in mind that vaccines so far look like it's holding up really well in terms of preventing severe infection and hospitalizations and death from variants.
But not transmission. You need to stop transmission. Otherwise, every person that gets sick with a variant, or every person that gets a breakthrough creates a new variant of concern because you now have something that is able to get past your fucking vaccine. The stupidity of America doing the thing where unless you're hospitalized for it, we don't care about your breakthrough case is stupid because you're going around getting people sick.
Infected.
Which is the fucking variant that you have getting the kids sick because all the adults are fucking vaccinated around the kids. They state this is how we protect the kids is vaccinate the parents, but it doesn't end transmission. So if your nasal passage is full of delta, you give it to the kid, and vice versa. Because you haven't stopped transmission. So what's infecting the kids? Why you see the uptick of the kids infected? Because adults are vaccinated, not the children. What was the plan of key space virus program? He stated, first they take out the O, then we go for the middle, and then we do the young. This will force you motherfuckers to have to go out of space. Keys Talk 308 to Keys Talk 322.
It's still on there.
It made world news.
But it didn't make America. I ain't talking about shit here. That's what they calling it. What's wrong with the motherfucking here? L.E.N.R? Yeah, fucking take that branch down. thing should go up. It took over, wow, 2 hours to just put up a 2 gig video. Now it's processing. Better be done by the time we're done shopping again. Grabbing the rest of the food. Oh, went up. That's crazy. Just 4 minutes ago, it finally got done. It took us 35 minutes.
That's a lifetime.
We went in at 5 o'clock. 5:05. Crazy. This one's only a gig. 40 minutes. Get it up. Should be able to.
Sorry, you know, people don't have to stop because they don't have access. Tesla? Or something that looks like a Tesla.
That's a Tesla. Involved in a bad accident.
Damn, did she try turning?
What's that car?
She was trying to move, right, Lane?
Either that, or she wasn't driving and the thing was driving and somebody stopped. She tried to do the collision avoidance aversion thing. The way that car smashed.
That's like $1 million car, did you?
The way that car smashed, it wouldn't be the yellow car's fault. That's
No.
just straight merch.
Yeah.
All these Caltrans people and folks with them things. Thinking they all goody.
She looks sick.
Uppity. Yeah, I'll poop out a sphincter and put food in the sphincter too.
Damn. I'll be like, good, buy me another truck. See, another insurance and buy me a new working truck.
Right. Be it was a used tow truck, Brown's towing truck. And you know you gotta have insurance on that bitch because you didn't buy it.
What's the fucking car like that cost? Isn't it like $250,000?
Yeah, depending on which one it is. I mean, it's like that one, it's Model 10. It's like Model 11 or some shit. Model 10, that's the newest one right there. It's like the iPhone shit. Does your car get dumber as it gets the next update? Like the iPhone shit or what? More and more accidents by them things. Like the thing I was showing you the other day where the one got fucking hit the car, cop car sitting. Man, you gotta feel stupid for that. What's my fault? It's the cars, man. Just trying to snitch on me. Fucking hit a cop car.
You know that they're probably alright.
CHP car fucking destroyed.
They're alright because they got money, so.
These motherfuckers straight got the straight block behind us. I pray to God nobody don't hit your stupid ass. They gonna hit us.
Yeah.
I'm like, why the cars not doing what they're doing? Oh, these motherfuckers got 3 car lanes blocking the lane behind. Get some forklift batteries. Use those for fire abatement. For storing power for using for fucking fighting the fires. Them things are hell ants.
Messina started going to school too, that's why she wasn't home.
Talk beer. You understand? See the difference? how their lives were before, and now the difference afterwards. What coming home does for folks. Having peace. So I was saying to brother, I said, you'll know when Allah calls. It don't be in this bullshit that you got people on TV and so forth. You'll understand in prayer when time comes. Won't be none of this shit you see on TV or none of this bullshit that people are getting misconstrued in. And you'll understand why I asked the question in front of you and so forth, because I seen what was going on in your Nor, that you'd be coming in to the fold. Why I asked that question? How does somebody read the Quran by themselves and construe in their mind somehow to blow themselves up and kill innocents? How the hell they get that from, that brother? Did you get that from? He said, no, you see what's going on. When this ISIL-K and this goddamn Taliban, it's the same shit, but one side will blow you up in the mouth and the other side won't. And you ask yourself, how can one side do such and the other not? And then I become a civil war type thing, to where you got a thing with babies and so forth and this stuff that you see difference changing here in the States. Like how you see in the States. So I was saying, cracked up how they never talk about Afghanistan after they got away from the British rule. Now you can see the old pictures of how the women were. Watch yourself, you can just come compact all this together. You see how they was after the British rule, that's how the Taliban came out. Because it was Europeanized. People didn't like that. And so you look in America at the same time, you will not see pictures of women dressed in the same kind of things. They did not have the same kind of luxuries. They said Americans over here always trying to be like Europeans and their freedom and so forth. And at the same time in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and 70s, over there they had better things than over here. That's why I said, where the hell the nuclear physicists and all this shit come from? They whining about 18 months of missing school over here. It's been 50, 60 years of bombing and blowing up their shit. Why do you think they ain't producing people like that no more? Or in the sense of how motherfuckers got the shit cracking that you thought out of your mind and stupidity that you would take it apart, but you have never been put in a position where you gotta put something together without having the parts. Because you all fucking spoon fed.
Yeah.
So, what if you notice in Africa and all the other places where niggas is making shit out of trash and knocking your goddamn troops and shit things out? They got the shit working, they didn't know it. Because they got the attitude and other things, and in your brainwashed mind, you've always thought superior. Well, let's see what happens now. I told them, be mindful. Up and so forth. You doing everything. Be mindful.
Yeah, because it's exactly that branch of Islam that they're trying to eradicate. So there's this complete misrepresentation
Of fucking whack jobs.
Yeah, fuckery. That has no structure to it.
All it's been showing and telling people for years. Why the fuck do we keep aligning with the goddamn Wahhabi motherfuckers that are just killing us fucking normal Muslims that are fucking like you Christians that don't want to work?
Yeah.
Or the normal regular motherfucking Jews that are like, why the fuck are we killing shit? The Bible didn't say it's to kill. God, Allah, Yahweh, where the fuck, has not messaged me and everybody else that believes in this shit for me to go to battle. Do some man-made shit. What the fuck am I going to battle for?
What? Dummies want some shit and it's over fucking money. You get paid with some money because they're showing you their God is fucking what they said their shit on. It's fucking money. It's false adultery. I died with this. Got me fucked up. But I told him, I said, why don't you keep looking into it, brother? How in the hell the motherfucking U.S. government accepts the goddamn Nation of Islam as a recognized religious group enough to where they can tell you, as you've seen, I told him, why don't you study Cassius Clay or Muhammad Ali and see how in the hell he accepted an organized religion that just was founded just a couple years before he fucking had to go to war. How does it accepted by the Supreme Court here to where he didn't have to go to war or anything else? And it sits to demonstrate that he didn't hear the voice of God tell him he got to go to war. It's a man war. And that's not a made up religion that's supposed to be fucking Islam. Or the Prophet Elijah Muhammad is supposed to be the seal of the prophets when the Prophet Rasulullah Islam is the fucking seal of the prophet. I said, how the fuck these people say some shit and these niggas fall on this person? They said, why the fuck do you think they killed Malcolm X, dude? I said, why don't you study that, brother? And yourself, why other Muslim brothers are fucking tricked by this government and going to war? We're actually Muslim, been on Hajj, all over fucking shit. And it's not a nation of Islam, but fucking Muslim. Following Prophet Muhammad and the Abrahamic faith. Not some shit that somebody made up so they can molest people and shit. It's fucking Elijah Muhammad did. Now his son's running the shit. How the fuck his son take the shit over? Come on, man, what the fuck? Y'all making the fucking... People are gullible as fuck, is all I have to say.
Yeah.
Gullible as fuck. Because of what the fuck the world is doing to people. That they allow themselves to. And fucking not understand the real one. Fucking gullible as fuck, man. But if it keeps you from getting molested by the motherfuckers that you don't want to get molested by, but you get fucked off and molested by that motherfucker, what the fuck is the purpose of this shit? Talking to that nigga, I said, man, I heard you say one Islamic word, nigga. You from the nation of what? Nation of Islam. You speaking Arabic, bro? Or writing words? Nah, bro, why I do that? How you read the Quran, nigga? It's not supposed to be translated in English. Or any language, period. How you reading it, bro? You know how to write your name? She had me fucked up. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that makes me happy. Yoder's going to school. She said they got really strict policies for bullying. They're really strict for bullying, she said. So have you made some friends yet? She said, yeah, but we're nice. They're strict on bullying, so like there's no bullying.
You gotta have some fun.
Happy that she's, you know, I wanted to ask her if she was walking or how was she going there.
Yeah.
But it makes me happy, you know. Because I said, oh, she was talking about because we were talking about the UPA, and she said that they ate salmon and eggs, and then she was like, did you know there's a salmon festival coming up? And I was like, yeah, I've been there. Do you want us to go? I said, you want to go with me? And she's like, yeah, I was thinking of going. I was like, okay, well, maybe we can go together. And she was like, oh, I went to a beach festival. I was like, oh, yeah.
I still can't believe they had that shit. No wonder why there's such a big ass explosion and shit in this area. Which means they'll probably have the Zeke Festival too.
Oh yeah. They're sure gonna have the Zeke Festival. We saw 50% of the people there don't use the masks.
No. Look at you like, what are you doing there for? I don't know. Max explosion of fucking kids getting infected in this area. Pray for the next generations. Interesting enough, don't think this video went up. Oh no, it did. That's weird. It said that it didn't. It says it's processing. I'm tripped out by that. They can tell me it was processing the whole time. Now it says, I'm looking down at the bottom and it says one view 19 minutes ago. The other one I put up an hour ago has no views, 10 hours long. Talk to you. But for some reason it still says processing up here. So I had me thrown off when those two videos are right here. Big old caterpillar right there.
Already, you know, it's like it's not day one, and we're finding people. It's like us already being with our hairs up, you know, trying to like fucking find evidence.
Besides dumping trash and shit. Looks like these motherfuckers are stealing people's cars. And dumping them over there. Let's do something with that. Excuse me. Execution name of got him. As they'd stated, the last bullshit I listened from them people 4 months back was what, Maria? We need to go after high profile people. They specifically stated that man's name. Joe Rogan. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So they can use him as an influencer. Face there. Joe Rogan. We were explaining about the bullshit of the Tesla remotely extending people's miles, and I'm asking, well, why we ain't seen that now with all this damage and so forth, back east happening with this flooding and so forth. Why aren't you seeing the headlines of Tesla vehicles getting their mileage extended? Like last time when, again, me stating, where's the people from that were involved with that, and others that had a Tesla at the time, living outside of the emergency area, going, again, we just set our family to live this manner because our vehicle only runs this far. It's like when we had our compressed natural gas vehicle at the time, there was only 16 gas stations in the whole entire state of California, and only 4 were open to the public, and we live by 3 of them. And the vehicle would only get to that range at the time of the way the tanks work and the way the quick connect or quick upload, quick charging doesn't fill your tanks completely up, so you're stuck
in that grid of around 250, 275, 295 miles. Because you don't want to let your vehicle get below 15% in the tanks, otherwise you run out and it's all bad.
Yeah, so basically...
So, what I was getting at, like I was explaining, well, you lived in the sense of having one of those kind of e-cars where, since it doesn't recharge itself, you're on stuck on a limited motherfucking range. That's why it came up with me, explaining to you back when we got that vehicle, of doing a remote charging of that and doing a gas station of such type of thing, of HHo and electricity, here where we're at, and providing such because of that issue. Yet, again, if you look up at that time from Florida, because it made headlines, did the cars go back like I've been asking for years? Those people that had their stuff extended, did the car go back? Or did we get a refund for the amount of money that we're paid on? Because again, it's like the fucking Hawaiian buns that are made in California. I bought a vehicle that listed as a gas range, or not too imperative to gas mileage range, and had to buy what? Insurance, because I got it on loan, mortgage the damn thing, and all that other shit, like so forth, like a normal car. You gave me something underneath false advertisement.
So here's some articles from that 2017
remember, I posted that.
So it was
headlines.
Irma. It was a hurricane. It was Irma 2017. It says
I posted the headlines on
as
that.
Irma was bearing down on Florida as a category 5 hurricane, and many inhabitants of the state were evacuating, a lone Tesla owner contacted the car maker and asked for an increase in range to be able to escape the storm more easily. That owner, according to Tesla, did not have the current base model S or X with a 75 kilowatt battery pack. For a period of time, Tesla sold the models S and X with a 75 kilowatt hour pack that was limited by software to 60 or 70 kilowatt hours. For $6,500, owners could upgrade to the full 75 kilowatt hour capacity. Most owners were upgrading, so Tesla discontinued the cheaper option. However, some of those vehicles are obviously still on the road, and Tesla certainly did the right thing by maxing out the range in... Oh, so basically, yeah, so that's what happened. Interesting. In Florida. The upgrade will remain in effect until September 16th. And it really was as simple as flipping as a switch or beaming out some computer code. So what's going on with paying about $60,000 for a Tesla that actually toting around a battery that can serve up the same range as a car that costs much more? For Tesla, the idea was twofold. First,
it's called subscription box.
Yeah, first have a cheaper car to sell while waiting for the less expensive Model 3 to arrive. Second, created upselling opportunity. There were other factors. So it was a guy that called.
Keeping up with the Joneses.
All new vehicles have the hardware, but Tesla unlocks capability using software if owner wants to pay the additional cost. So it's always there. You always have the same shit. It's just if you pay to unlock it or not.
Subscription box, huh?
So basically, I was reading here.
Subscription box.
Every 8 years, is it the battery life length of any model of all the Teslas, Model 3, S,
is all they're good for.
Is 8 years or 150,000 miles.
Why do you think all the e-batteries are done? Do you understand how destructive and toxic to the environment this shit is, but they're lying to people?
Yeah. And then it gives you 245 miles a battery in a battery charge. Battery charge time for this specific model is 3.5 hours.
Which is less than Nimbus.
Imagine if we would be in Nimbus now in Tahoe when they took the remember they took the gas station out.
Yes. The only way out would be to drive down in the Carson City and be stuck in the predicament of, hey, we need gas. And CHP would push us to a gas station like they did last time.
Yeah.
It's like, no, dude.
Yeah.
Our car is one of your guys' estate vehicles. Says CG on it. That means compressed natural gas, the blue diamond. Clean air vehicle says the big ass motherfucking letters on it. But thanks for pushing our vehicle over here. The gas petrol station.
Mind blowing. I know. And then in the middle of conversation trying to educate the man, you may become the aggressor, you know, because the person don't understand that your vehicle do not take that fucking gas and is not willing to understand it either. So you're telling the person that whatever the fuck you're doing is not okay or good or beneficial.
And I don't know
and
why.
you become the aggressor. Just trying to educate the person. And they should know because as public workers, most of all public transits are powered by compressed natural gas.
Mm-hmm. All state vehicles.
All state vehicles. And we got it from a state vehicle. And you got a state worker that won't fucking comprehend it by no way or mean would understand
but we'll
it.
leave you and push you to a motherfucking fucked up side of fucking West Side Hollywood. West Side Sacramento. And leave you there like nothing. And tell you that, yeah, I called fucking tow truck people that know how to move your shit. How much is that? Oh man, it's good. Yeah. You tow truck CSP person call? Yeah. How much you charge, man? Because you ain't hearing me, dude. My van runs on natural gas. Otherwise, I just put gas in this motherfucker right there, because gas doesn't do pushing right here. So thinking I'm telling them it runs on gasoline. I'm fucking retarded. So, you're gonna hook up your truck backwards to that? That's where the tanks are, dude. Here, come here, let's walk over here. See where the spare tank for a tire would be? See, that's a 5.5 gallon tank, and a 5.5 gallon tank on top of itself, and there's a 12 gallon tank longwise from the aft to the fucking midsection of the yoke coming out the back of the engine, dude. You can't hook up that shit like that, bro. You gotta need a flat truck. Oh man, I dealt with it. Yeah, okay. Sure you dealt with it. You ain't hooking your shit up to my truck, man. How much do you cost for it anyways? Fucking what? $175 an hour? How long it take you to get over here? You can take that shit and have fun in the morning. Or somebody else. But I didn't call you. They did. And you took your hook to my shit. You ain't hear what I'm saying. You ain't fucking my vehicle up. Or you end up blowing us up right here with these crackheads and everybody fucking everything. Fuck out of here.
Oh, fuck that.
You try to finagle motherfucking some other way getting this shit out here. But yeah, you understand? It's like you right saying that bullshit. Why I said it on my mouth? Why you said that it's the phone? Why I said it's the phone? Don't buy into that bullshit, kid. Because the idiots are showing you the donut. You don't understand.
No, it's not the time to lead to that illusion of getting the last of the last of the last, because it's really not in it. No, it's not for the times that we're living in. This time contract is not operational, like it's not functional.
No, you understand why? I take that shit and go somewhere, dude. Shoot yourself in the face because you're teaching the next
We're
generation.
talking about people that is not gonna have power for 3 weeks. The amount of money that those people are gonna spend in that time, without counting the amount of money in their refrigerator that just went fucking under freezers and shit.
No, don't even count the food. They have no structure. Just to stay hydrated and to feel cool. Then throw the food in there. You understand?
It's like already everybody should have a fucking refrigerator like that. Something, you know, solar power, some sort of backup system, you know, where they can fall back onto, or have a little sort of sufficiency on their own. You know what I'm saying? It just feels like...
I don't know what you're saying because most people don't live the way that I do.
just feels like
You look
people
like-
are so not ready
You look
for
like
it.
this because of your husband.
I'm being throwing the money.
You look like this because your husband. Otherwise, mom and dad showed you how to live like them.
Yeah, of
Same
course.
as my mother. That's why my rebuttal to my mother
That's
is,
not what I would show
if you
anybody
paid attention
to do.
in your life, fool, you'd be living like me, nigga.
That's not what I would show anybody to do. Because really, it's like then you find yourself in the predicament, like feel
Waiting for
empty-handed.
somebody to come save
That
you.
you can't do shit. Yeah, you gotta put your hand out because you got the feeling that you can't do shit. You know.
Mhm.
And that's what's happening, I feel, with the fires and the insurance and all the natural disasters. They had made it like with the concrete patch for parking, you know, with all the filters and stuff. They had made it to where there's no way of rebuilding. There's no way of people feeling that they can do it on their own. You know what I'm saying? Of that either coming together and rebuilding, putting themselves back together on their own feet. You know, like we say, like what we take. I would take just my bag of tools because it's the only thing that I would need that I still can replace it, but it's what I would need to start back over, and I feel like with that, I could put something together to get me through, I feel like because, for one, people don't have that mentality. They haven't been exercising it because they've been plugged in the umbilical cord, and then in the demographically in the places that they are, the lots and the places in the city that they have bought, when things happen like that, they won't let you do it your own. So there's that factor too, and you felt like you're left alone. Like you
But
were.
you stuck yourself. If you stick yourself in that, then the aloneness that you feel is because you stuck yourself there.
Yeah.
What you just described.
It's like people, but the thing is, people are being left with that feeling of following or pursuing that dream that it don't really fit in this time construct. I feel like.
It didn't before, but
Right, it didn't. That's why we're in this predicament.
waking up to reality is, hey, dumbass, you want to try that again or what? Try some new shit.
You want to go back to the old?
That might be a reason why the people back in the day lived the way that they did. So you can rebound from shit, huh? You can fuck the environment off and see what the fucking choices of your actions fucking bring upon yourself. And go, help me! Ah! Alright? And I say, deal with the supposed inconveniences that motherfuckers in the house said it was too much for them to actually live and see, so they can pay attention to the signs and fucking take stuff with not so much reaction, but have a more proactive way of seeing shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the manner of what you described, it's hard to change building materials and other things like that unless you have a huge destructive way of doing some shit. And then even when that happens, you still got the people that are at the low end of the totem pole that got the good houses from the last time that are told shit now. They don't have the money to bring it up to the new code, as you see with all the shit going on. But still, that's still garbage, because everything is wiped away. You need to make it where it replenishes itself back, or does it deplenish in the sense of the environment that it comes from. Henceforth, why the old folks live the way that they did, and the old ways that didn't take away from the environment like this stupid shit, and was able to be packed and moved, or when the environment did what it did, it didn't destroy the environment, but helped the environment when it did what it did. And you just move with the seasons to it. And not paid attention to the seasons and other shit happen, because there's signs that show you don't build in those areas, because it fills up with water, and you don't fucking make dumbass things that are just big old creek beds and river beds, which are called concrete highways and roadways that just vent the water to go a certain manner. Water's gonna follow the easiest flow path. They seen that, and they do it in their little building models, so stop keeping this information to themselves and fucking show a person. Otherwise, with a bunch of explanations and ideas and shit. Got a college educated with book smart. Ain't able to go to the fucking area and come and rechange the building codes. Make you wonder. What engineer said lift your house up 12 feet instead of 15? Maybe the storm surge, right? Not in the sense of the storm surge, but it's surging higher than that. Maybe that when that happened, when it first fucked the house up, wouldn't the next disaster be higher since that happened at that time? And they say it's just gonna frequency get stronger. So when you go higher than other shit, because when in 2005.
Yeah, and projecting that in the years of 2025, what is it?
In 2005, when the hurricane came and fucking smacked Chesapeake Bay, like I was explaining, and my ex-uncle Mike's house, because he built by himself, fucking more built by him, and the way that he built it, it fucking survived, and all the neighbors' houses didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But the water came into his house. His shit survived, but the water came in because the stream storage. Everybody around him that rebuilt did like that lady. Which FEMA said, you gotta rebuild back at this height. 10 foot. Everybody's shit was built stilts. That was the governor across that she had to do from that. Again, 2005 storm, they didn't think it would hit, but it hit, and it did what it did, and again, it changed the building codes at that time where you could not on the East Coast build now on the first floor. It had to be considered your basement. You know what I'm saying? This right here on the East Coast, this would be our first floor. You put your whatever you don't feel like getting fucked up down there and be considered your basement. You know what I'm saying? And then you have your living quarters up there. Without describing to you a building. You know what I'm saying? That's your structure of your house is up there. This is our basement, even though it's not on the ground. I mean, my thing, what I'm stating is, if they seen that and changed it in 2005, didn't they extrapolate that fucking shit was supposed to get stronger? As they did a scene where it was like, okay, shit literally almost got into our house because they built it to code and then put a front step and so forth on it. So you walk up into it at 12 feet or 13 and a half. But then that wraps back into the shit that happened during the fucking Trump administration, where when that hurricane hit Texas and fucked up the infrastructure there, but the federal government made it to where and relaxed the building codes for federal fucking buildings, facilities, and so forth.
That's because he was in construction.
It was like, wait a minute, dude, why would you go backwards on fucking building our shit like fucked up instead of like building it to withstand hurricanes and all that shit coming in? You know what I'm saying? The administration went in and laxed that stuff. I have not heard of anything on the news of them putting that shit back how it was before, or in a sense better, because it was fucked up before Trump had changed it. They just laxed it to where it was like, what dumbass fucking person puts this shit from coal things to the most toxic fucking plastic making shit on rivers and again next to our food and other things like that. Why would you do such? But then the federal stuff that's making that shit and subsidized, why would you lax the thing to where that shit's living less protected, doesn't even get put up to code to last through a flood or earthquake or hurricane?
Money. Somebody's making money.
It just don't make
Personal interest of money.
To me, I'm just like, come on, man. Because when you talk about jobs, I mean, it's
I'm gonna close this.
When you talk about jobs, I can understand jobs, but there's a thing about jobs and there's a thing about what the fuck are the workers gonna do if something comes through and now everybody's fucking sick because the shit done polluted everybody.
It's a malevolent system.
I mean, it's like the retarded shit that they did with the fucking shit that was the nitrates that they pumped out. That they known for like 50 years the shit was gonna fucking collapse. And they just let there sit there.
The explosion?
No, man, the nitrates, the shit the pond, dude. In Florida.
Oh.
Or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just, I think it's all personal interests.
No, you understand what I'm talking about? They dumped out like several billion gallons of that bullshit that went down into the Manatee Bay. They had them fucking algae blooms because of it. Where your friend Julie went in January? The post woman? Your friend Julie, when she went in January to Florida and swam with the manatees?
See. And then they all died?
Because of them dumping that shit out of the thing while I was staying. Stuff like that. They build that stupid ass shit up and then fucking they don't do nothing about it. And then they got some fucking stupid ass story and go, oh, it's the only thing we can think of doing.
Yeah, who's all the engineers and all the people that are signing shit off?
It's like the shit with PG&E. We're gonna dump this shit and say it's the only thing we can come up with. Well, hold on a minute, man. Now we're whining because the environment's fucked up down there and manatees are all dead and this and that and some more shit. And it's like,
I know. Whole ecosystems.
when are you gonna like stop with the bullshit, guys? It's like we gotta save these houses over here and we're gonna merge these fires together and fucking kill off all the forests to save this stupid shit over here. When that we can rebuild that, we can't rebuild. Or we can say we're gonna rebuild it, but we're not God. And every time we keep saying we're gonna rebuild something back, dude, we fuck it up. Or at least the idiots in the schools do. Because they read books and they don't sit in the forest and watch the animals and what they do and what they actually fucking do. They just run simulations and fucking fake numbers instead of actually watching shit. That's fucking crazy. That's the whole beautiful thing that they don't tell people about. Your warranty is only good to that point. Otherwise, afterwards, you're just driving your bomb around and you're not liable for it. People don't comprehend that shit. And you got the fee of fucking paying to get the battery to done away. Which, if you're smart, you hold on to it because all the lithium in that shit is worth money more than the fucking stupid ass car that you bought. There's a fight for that shit as they expand. And the more and more these fucking things happen here in the United States like they've been happening in China where they got to replace the cars as fast as they do. And they got them graveyards of electric cars that get wiped out in those fucking floods to the ones that get took off. Just normal. I mean, I'm just like, man. And they wonder why all the copper is disappearing. Well, you gotta use a lot of copper to make that dumbass fucking electric car motors and shit like that. Instead of using light and other things. But, anyhow. We'll be working on those motors soon. Interject some information to get some people's ideas into that. I'm being serious. Same application I was talking about with the toss link, nigga, can be used on the same way I'm running the motor. I showed that on my channel, man, fucking 8 years ago. I showed that the videos showing fucking energetics being sent from one fucking electric motor in my hand to the next. Running the LED light. Sending solar electricity to my body and transmitting it wirelessly to the other thing. I got 2 videos of that left up showing such. Otherwise, they fucking copyright the things and the motherfuckers were up for 8 years. Or 7.5 years. When the super fucks took my channel down and put it back up, they took the other ones down because they said copyright. I had them things up for the longest time at the bottom of it. I never did nothing. All of a sudden, because of the keys bullshit, they fucking started taking my shit down. My first shit. I was going, look. This is from putting the patents together. And that's when they first started doing the wireless charging shit. But again, same technology. You induct it from the thing where it powers itself from itself to itself. Otherwise, you're just making another fucking stupid ass device that draws more energetics than the fucking car using. Because to power that bitch, you gotta run the same gas. The charge motherfucker to get the same distance to go as the fucking gasoline car. That's why I think it's a falsity people don't comprehend. You actually gotta use more because you gotta make amperage. And the trick power, depending on what you're using to charge up that battery, like right now where they're using the diesel generators, depending on if they're using a new generator or an old one or whatnot, the transfer lines to charge up your car, you're using more carbon than a fucking gas fuel right now. You know? You're right on the evil line. He's being powered up by a diesel generator.
And how do they do with the tiers and stuff? So now they get to a point that the state is paying or whatever. It's taking more money to power. Yeah.
It's all fictitious. Subsidizing somebody with an electric car and somebody that doesn't have an electric car.
Yeah, it's all fictitious. Yeah, fuck that.
And why does the poor person gotta pay more electricity than the supposed rich person? They got a motherfucking Tesla. Or a hybrid EV. Or fully electric. Which you gotta plug in. Why they pay less electricity? It just don't make no sense to me. But it does. If you really understand the fuckery. And why they want to hoodwink people and tell them, get this right here, when Lenr still happens in the batteries. Besides the motherfuckers having a fucking use time limit. And they're always looking for more materials, fresh new. Because they ain't learned how to recycle these batteries yet. It's kind of like the old batteries when they didn't start learning how to use recycled battery, energizer batteries till fucking I was in my 20s. You understand? And still people don't buy the energizer full recycled ones and actually don't even make full recycled batteries yet. You understand? That shit still is getting tossed in the trash. Yet, look at me. In prison, we
don't get rechargeable batteries. I was watching dudes using fucking, just plugging the shit in the wall. And taking the positive and negative from AC and plugging it into C and D battery fucking powered fucking units and charging shit. I'm going, what the fuck? Why are people just buying batteries and throwing them away? When people in prison are fucking doing that all day long. All day long. And then again, turn normal batteries to not rechargeable batteries. I had Lifer showing me that. The old blue box radios and so forth from the 70s, huh? One speaker radio is the best thing you can get, otherwise the new radios fucking suck. They got a speaker on like this. The single with the fucking thing that come up. They don't make that shit. And they're not see-through. Where you can tell them time and date. Unless you're in a facility with guards that aren't cool, or that are with a lifer, you don't see things like such. Because all the new stuff is made with plastic. And the little SAE TVs and fucking so on and so forth. And again, quality of it sucks. Can't catch nothing on the radio station because it's a little ass thing. The old school band radios and so forth still got a piece of quartz and shit like that wrapped in it. And wax wires that you can see and repair and so forth. Still puzzle on. Watching dudes charge and doing it myself, charging batteries. They're making lighters with those batteries. And then seeing this shit come out on the street. And you take a box card, and you make a lighter, make it look like a big lighter. Or not big lighter, what the fuck do they call it? Zippo lighter. The flip-ups. And you have two lighters, or two batteries, AA or AAA. And you have them as such, crossed over. And you make a thing like a button like this where it crosses the two. And you have a piece of steel wool where it comes over together in arcs. And it gets hot. Or you can smoke a cigarette. Or smoke whatever it is. Or for those that need a flame, you open it up and you use salt flint, stuff. Or use a piece of flint. Not flint, pencil graphite. And you get it hot. And drop it down. Watch people do all kind of shit. You get out and you start seeing that stuff on the streets and you're like, well, stuff in a fucking prison work better. Yeah, you get two AA batteries. In the best way in jail. So you get a TV, right? And the guards always like the kids to be watched by the television. The babysitter always got those. So you get batteries somehow from either another ward or whatnot. And you get the batteries out of the controller. And you make sure not to use too much out of it so it doesn't go dry. Because unless the guards pick up or there's a new person, they won't give you new batteries. They'll pay attention how long they last. And you get the batteries out of it. And you take this negative positive. You get a paper clip. In the paper clip. Attach it like such. And you put it across it.
Making it so good and touching both tips.
See, you need to get high enough where you can light a cigarette. Or you use...
It's just matter of the paper.
Yeah. Or you do the two, and you get a piece of steel wool. And it heats up.
Any metal that is conductive.
Piece of steel wool.
Steel wool.
Yes, specifically steel wool. You know what steel wool is? The Brillo pads.
Like the things that we put in there.
No, it's steel wool. Those are different. Steel wool is the mesh stuff that you've seen that got disintegrated that we use for washing. But you get the stuff without the Comet in it. The steel wool by itself. Just the metal.
Sí.
The little strands.
Sí, they come in little squares.
And you put
paperclip like such. You put a piece of steel wool right there, and a little piece of metal heats up hot enough, red hot, and you light your stuff. Otherwise, if you just do the paperclip, you only get a couple of charge out of it because it's thicker.
Sí.
You understand?
Yeah.
Otherwise, 0.5 or 0.3 mechanical pencil lead, if you're able to get it from someone being in school, you use that. The graphite gets hot. Otherwise, you get graphite out of the number 2 pencil hot enough that you guys stick it straight in the wall socket, or use paper clips straight in the wall socket AC and arc it across it. And it gets red hot, but it blows up too. Fireflies, as they call it. It hits the ground and arcs, and it's cool. You learn a lot how to do stuff in there. That's why I say these dumb fucks that have never done anything like that in their life. But book smarts. You throw somebody some shit and say you can't put it together and go against somebody's ego. Well, that's all them people know how to do. You stupid fucks. What did you get the next day? A helicopter flying and some more shit? And you guys said you destroyed it? You never know how determined you'll make a person if you try to talk shit to somebody and make them feel like shit when you shouldn't have done it. You should have just bowed out respectfully. That's what being on the winning side is, actually. Not to fucking talking to your opponent and underestimating them, and all of a sudden they're in your face now. I'm just like, oh shit. Well, I was, and you get smacked, and it's like, can you get your buddy to fucking off me? Because that's what just happened. Can you get your buddy off me so I can go home with my wife and kids, man? I'll be back all macho with my buddies when my wife and kids aren't here. Fuck, dude. What have these people done to the world? Like I said, I finally realized it's just been D-dimers the whole time. The fucking politicians here talking shit on motherfucking other countries and so forth, and people that put in power is just a fucking mirror version of them. So that the next politician here on either the left or the right wing of the fucking bird can state some bullshit to get voted in. You know what I'm saying? And point out the fallacies of the last administration when it's your same issue and you push things and agenda on the person. That's why I think it's funny with the fucking dude that was there talking with the president the other day when the last administration had him stating that the motherfuckers was working together when he was vice president. He was bringing his son into the moments and so forth. And now here they are sitting in front of each other. And he asked yourself, why didn't you stop the Russian motherfucking pipeline? Oh, because you stated it was almost completed. So where's your agenda? What's you doing? You didn't even step into anywhere? Since you state you ain't gonna go anywhere that you feel is not winnable. You gonna say anything to Vietnam, anything about their nuclear testing? Or anybody? You're just gonna supposedly go after the shithole countries in Africa and so forth? And fuck with them? Like you did with Obama? That's my thing.
I'm gonna tell my mom.
Y'all fucking slammed and attacked people with drones in Iraq, and Iraq told you motherfuckers to get the fuck out because of the shit. Which started the shit with the Taliban telling you to get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Underneath the Trump administration. And that's how it all started. Now, look at me for a second. If they state they're gonna fucking acknowledge it, Taliban or whatever, whoever gonna be in control of Afghanistan, how you gonna do these over horizon things without permission from another supposed sovereign? I recognize you as a sovereign country. How you gonna do this shit without permission? Or if they state you can't do that no more because the civilians being killed, like what happened in Iraq. Besides the people that they smacked, I didn't straight stain. You didn't even tell us what you're doing, man. You're gonna cause a civil war in our country. You can't do that. We're a sovereign country. If we're gonna run democratic, then you gotta talk with us first, because you say you're an ally. You can't just blow fucking people up in our country. Get the fuck out, because of it. And we said, no, you do what we say.
And we say we combat terror with anti-terrorism, which is terrorism. You know, it's like
ethical hacking, honey.
It's like, when the fuck did you came up with the term anti-terrorism?
It's when they came up with ethical hacking, which your husband was integrated in when his head got beat and that's what he was taking.
That's the most stupid shit that I can think of.
It's called military intelligence.
Yeah.
That's the most stupid shit. Because that's what they keep stating and asking. Was it military intelligence that failed? Or was it the intelligence itself that failed? Or was it those who were fed the intelligence? Or did somebody filter the fucking military intelligence to the motherfucker that...
to manipulate somebody to make a decision.
Yeah.
In whichever way they want.
Who fucking intelligence fucked up the shit because nobody's taking fault and just pointing fingers at everybody else stating it was my fault. That the intelligence fucking stated when all you guys came up and said this shit was gonna fall that fast. Well, what is all the money that we're spending and you're stating that you're gonna over riding somebody if you had boots on the ground? How did you not see what was gonna happen? And call that intelligence. And had an intelligent fucking, I'm gonna stand in front of the American people in the world and state this shit ain't gonna happen. No, ball's not gonna fall. You see it's gonna fall? Now it'll be 90 days or more. Well, as you watched like I did in the European news, United Kingdom shit, homeboy that was out on vacation, he won't answer the question when the fuck he was on vacation. It was his own thing.
We didn't understand they were saying vacay. And I was like, they said, when did you go to vacay? And I'm like, what province are they talking about? Vacay? Like, that's not when the fucking shit happened. Okay. And then you said vacation. I'm like, oh, that put it in context of being like...
When did you go on vacation for? Because you stated you put someone in power that was inadequate to do such. But here's your quote-unquote, your statement stated, this shit's about to fall right now. We're going to do something now. That was in July.
Yeah.
So, can you answer that, sir? We're fucking s'more shit and ice cream and popsicles. Well, you didn't answer my question, bro. So here, I'm going to ask it to you again. Nope, more ice cream and popsicles? Okay, well then, when did you actually go on vacation? No, sir, I just read your statement. You're stating this... Wait.
What's the source of that?
This is your fucking
your
word.
office. You signed it.
This is from you. You're fucking... Okay, so I'm going to ask you for a fifth time. When did you go on vacation? Why is it so hard for you to answer the question? It's very simple, sir. Just yes or no. And the date. Were you on vacation at this time? Ice cream popsicle. See, I'm not going anywhere. But it seems like I'm having to browbeat you for you to fucking answer the simple question of when did you go on vacation? I don't want to hear the answer that you keep giving if you gave that statement, because in the statement that you're referring to, you never gave the date of when you went on vacation. When were you officially on vacation, boss? Why is it so hard for you to answer? Okay, here, riddle me this. So you say it was all fucking bed knobs and broomsticks for these people to get there and out, and it was easy as shit. When did our embassy guards get into fucking... Are they here? Because I know the embassy guards probably wanted to leave. Are embassy guards at least here? What do you mean you don't know they're here? You're the fucking secretary of... and they're the guard, which means they're underneath your command, dumbass. It's like they fly our insignia to work at security office underneath our embassy. They wear our uniform. They're underneath your command.
Hey, there's a couple of...
So I know that they would want to come here because they're on the hit list from the Taliban, and whoever else there don't like us and state that they're a patsy for us. So, are they here, sir? Yes or no, are they here? Do you know? I don't know, dude. Popsicles and ice cream and motherfucking corn dogs. Bro, are they fucking here? So, you don't know that they're here? But you're telling me they got on the plane. Doesn't make any sense. So how many are there? So yeah, so back to, you don't know that they're actually here, or how many there is, but you're telling me about those shit. What the fuck does that have to do with me asking? So okay, back to 7th time. When did you go on vacation? Oh, okay. Yeah, I see this. I'm done what you do. Can't browbeat you no more. You want to answer the question.
He said, I'm not getting anywhere.
It's like, wow, dude. Looks like our fucking administration. So if you're gonna blame the Americans for what happened, how many people didn't get out? They didn't answer the question, bro. How many people did? How many people have been there for 20 years of service helping them? What the fuck do you mean you don't know? You guys don't know. You sound like the Americans. You blame it on the Americans, but you don't know how many people you got either. That's why I say military intelligence.
Super intelligent. That has no database.
Tracker people or anything like that where they say, yeah, we blame it on the people because they didn't get out time. I'm sending out 19 messages to you motherfuckers and you didn't respond. Sorry about your luck. Even though we told you we weren't going to leave, that's what I like. There's a question to this dumbass several times. Of, even though you said you weren't going to leave until every American was gone out the country with the military going to stay there, you left and there's still people there. Well, things change. What changed, man? You gave a promise, fool. And your promise is empty. You know what I'm saying? You get past some of that shit, huh? Well, why aren't the troops there? You promised. It's like shit back when you got inaugurated. Motherfucker, it's still way past 5 days. CBP ain't taken out. You said you was gonna take care of immigration and shit. When you let them people speak, and I was like, well, he's really gonna make an ass of himself right in the beginning of this shit. By lying. And he ain't done shit but lied. Because ain't none been done to the CBP. Rather than taking kids and doing worse than the Trump administration did, they went back to Obama shit again. Or see, it's alright to kill babies as long as we kill the attacker. We can always just make up some shit in Discord, fucking the facts from reality, and state in the media what we want, and change the narrative and state, nope, we don't got confirmation or whatever, we blew up. A secondary blast or whatnot, as they showed, was this another car that was sitting in the people's parking lot at the house that they got fucking smacked. But it was a terrorist. How many families they got like that? Hundreds of thousands of families across the world, dude. It's a fucking shame. All in our name. And we just keep getting those things taken away from us that are all in our lanes. Long State was very interested in how democracies are turning into fucking monarchies and shit. And oligarchies. And every way in between, but fucking democratic. Like these emergency powers and other shit that motherfuckers are slapping on themselves and stating to you. You can't do this while they do it. And justifying why you can't do it. Why do they do it in front of you? That they said you can't do. guys keep running back to that supposed life that you had from before this shit. And what you had before this supposed shit was just this. Now you just fucking waking up to going, oh yeah. This is what reality was when people were fucking getting shot and ran the fuck over and setting themselves on fire and more shit and more shit. I'm going, wake up, dude, to what the government is doing to the world. Period. Point blank. Because governments are not governments anymore. They're just corporate entities that are now energies of shit of the unseen controlling populations of the government. Ruling those populations. Feeding them bullshit to where they do as they wish. Straight Stockholm, like a motherfucker. Stockholm, motherfuckers, like a motherfucker.
Dude, this auction is crazy. They got some fucking crazy stuff. They got some fire trucks, like official fire trucks. We need a fire truck. Like a real fire truck.
That's all good, but you know how expensive it is to keep one of those things running? The air bladders, not air bladders, but the diaphragms and everything like that to keep the pumps and stuff inside. Otherwise, we approach the people that got the fire truck over there on the thing. That's an airport fire truck for chemicals and so forth. That's a big one. You'd want one of those to a bobtail that got at least 2,500 gallon water source on it and pressure source, water pump and so forth. But again, if it's been sitting for a minute, or say we get that and we don't use it and it sits, to take that apart and replace that to where it's always prepped and primed and ready.
They get a wood chipper.
Unless we put it in housing and take it off of take it off its wheels, add it set done in a thing where it can catch on fire, and we literally just use it for its pumping.
Pressure, yeah, the pump
And have
and the
a
water
prime
pump.
thing, and have it tied into our big ass ponds, and just be able to pump water to
As a
different
tank.
spots and so forth.
As a pressurized tank.
See, and be able to move a vast amount of water and so forth. We got it, chipper. Look for something that we don't got. I gotta figure out a really easy way of getting them stump shit out the ground. I'm hoping wintertime, once the ground is moist, and the tires got the good treads what they got, I won't get stuck and be able to fucking put the backhoe down like such and draw that arm up and with the shoulder at the same time and be able to pull it up and out. Having that added fucking
Cool.
get all these stumps and so forth out the way. I'll have to go through a bunch of chainsaw blades and shit. Inshallah, tomorrow or Saturday on the Sabbath we get a call. Brother has the backhoe doing. Saturday weekend gonna be fun. I got a year of work to catch up.
See.
Coming along though. Getting there. Get it done. Put my head down and just fucking go harder. boots. All the boots on. I need to get you a pair of boots like that too that I got. The ones that we grabbed from the place. You need to get him a pair of them. For when it snows and stuff and the rain out here. Your feet don't get wet and shit. Get me a nice beaver jacket. Rain gear, throw them on there. There's that cabin, that one's smaller than cases, so I'm gonna get wet, but I'm gonna fucking dry them motherfuckers in the rain. Shit, get shit done. Windstorm. We'll get the tires all the way down nice like that with the trim. This time busting the hose. Remember to take both ends off that shit and take it there.
Oh yeah, the whole thing. I ain't getting in the car. No. I already have my experience. I'm driving whatever way. To be told by the lady. Not even look at the shit. To be told by the lady that there's no way. Just no way. So I ain't getting on the car. Or entertaining the thought of talking somebody into looking at the hose when the picture of it, when you only have a picture and one side of it. I ain't doing that. No.
I'm like, I'm pretty sure it looks like that on the other side. No. I counted the shit. No.
How many people do you think?
Are you seriously? I just drove. I don't care.
How many people do you think that have showed up like that?
It could be different. I'm pretty sure it's not, man. I looked at the shit. I just stupidly just left it there. I took a picture of it. I can't. I can't guarantee. Alright.
We don't have a snowmobile. We need a snowmobile. We have enough snow where we can get a snowmobile actually to get it out. Oh.
I need to get some chains on that. There was someone that was selling a backhoe that had chains and everything through buckets. It was for $11,000. Didn't have it from a mechanic, so I'm good on that. I'm super happy. All blessings on. LED lights and other things like that.
Oh wow, look here for materials too when we're gonna replicate this. They got a whole pile of 40 sheets of this board. The bid is going for 600. If you do the calculation, 40 times 33, that is what they're at the store now. It's a couple thousand, like almost $1,500. So it's good to look for materials.
OSB board.
Yeah, the other time they had a pallet of
What type was it though? Is it OSB board or is it this type?
16 by 4 by 8.
OSB board?
Yeah.
That's what it's-
OSB 7/16 of thickness by 4 feet by 8 foot. It's like this. It's big. They got fencing too.
Somebody mad on that one.
They got redwood, Doug fir.
Someone hell mad on that one.
That's the first time I see OSP. But they've been bringing these, like, a lot of material, wood.
So look at specifically is it frame wood? Is it stamped? Or in a sense, is it graded wood or ungraded wood?
Redwood 300 pieces, that's all it says. 1 inch by 8 inches by 6 foot.
So it's like trimension.
We're needing an auger, huh? They got
Spot fire at Humbug Summit Road.
where?
Humbug Summit Road.
Where's that at?
It's from the Dixie Fire. Spot fire down below. The black line here isn't dead. This is still active fire. It's still active. So, 2 hours away. We're still working on it. This was 3 hours ago it started. We just got home, so I said we'd keep it on fire when we leave. That's out from the black line from the Dixie shit. Or they've been stating they had it under control. You understand?
Humbug Summit, yeah.
Humbug Summit Road. $6.3 million gallons. PSFA. Destroying the ecosystem. That's crazy. They've done 6.3 million gallons of that shit so far. Try to put out the fires. I was beat up myself.
fucking rolling. I had to go pee on that one. Dude, that poor dog. That dog is traumatized. That dog is traumatized.
From the owner, from fucking the place, the cat.
Oh my goodness. Oh shit. That was a good one. That was Today was the day that I took the picture and put up. Today is when the shop opened, honey. In a sense. You understand? When we're in Smartsville. The A3 stock knowledge. Coffee and so forth. I didn't know that. Never had been.
Good morning. Hope things are well for you both. Waiting on seals for valve. A couple seals are on back order and cylinder packing. Found RH brake. Sleeping. Tried adjusting, but that didn't work, so I'm fixing our RH brake. Left side is good.
Nice. Did you notice what I was doing when I was standing on it? Because we were talking about that. When I said, no, honey, I wasn't standing up. I was holding on to the steering wheel and pushing down with my foot. Something different than what Casey ain't got no brakes. I ain't doing that. I was told it kind of got brakes, so I'm trying to see how far I got to do with this in case I drive it down that hill or down that hill. You understand? Or you do it and how hard you go with it. You know what I'm saying? How we were talking yesterday. That's what's beautiful is that's getting worked on. You understand? Don't know how much that will be, but probably what the work I just did, that'll probably be the work will pay for that. So I need more work to pay for Casey. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's $100 an hour, which is cheaper than everybody else. But and what he's talking about, we were quoted at it'd be $1,000 to do the valves and the repacking of the cylinder chambers and so forth. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So left brake is good. Or got from slipping, as you've seen when I was trying to stop it, because it's not combined together like Casey's brakes.
Mm-hmm.
I was literally just standing on one brake, which was the left one. You understand? Because when I pushed on the right one, I didn't feel anything. You understand? But with that, you wish to put the little clip thing that's there, or we're going to have to put a piece of metal in it and drill it to where we can flip it while we're working or whatnot, so that you can do it articulate to where it spins on itself. Otherwise, if you're going and you just hit the left brake or the right brake, it'll make you turn to the left or the right. You understand?
And on a hillside, you'll flip over if you're not set right. You understand? You understand? That's why it's beautiful that that's getting worked on. That was the whole thing I was talking to you about on the drive yesterday was the what? How much longer am I going to have to work? No. How many more seasons or years am I going to have to try to save up to get the brakes done on Casey or this backhoe? Because I had stated to you last night why the fire happened was from working with Casey and being okay with that when it can kill me and then keep working. Remember that part of the conversation, or were you present in that? And stating I don't wish to bend no more of the thing because I have to bend that back out, so on and so forth. By doing such, that's how that over there happened. How many more years is it going to take me? Because he's stating that I don't have the knowledge of this or how to get to the brakes. I'm thinking you have to take the ends off, not crack it apart. As you was stating that costs $25,000. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was stating to you, how many years is it going to take me to get one of the brakes done on one of the backups? Because I'm figuring today, if there wasn't a back order, we're picking up the backhoe. That's why we got the gas. If the stuff's on back order, business still pick up stuff either today or next week. But the brakes are getting worked on. What's the alhamdulillah? Thank you, Lord. And I don't have the stress. I'm still going to plane the stuff because we have one backhoe that doesn't have brakes for it. You know, as we were talking about, do we need to go to a place that has backhoes and try actually what the backhoe brakes feel like to stop? To get an inclination? Remember that part of the conversation? Now we have someone that just fixed the brakes. So I said, all the places that we could have gotten, all the other times we could have got a backhoe, it wouldn't have been this good. This is why everybody up here has their shit or sells their stuff off, because they don't have someone that work on their stuff. You understand? They didn't actually buy their backhoe from a person that's certified and it's a cat dealership. Yeah. Fucking repair person. So it's like, right? I thank Allah every day that we missed those stuff, but jumped on this and went. That's why I said, hold on a minute. If you want to go by yourself, go ahead. But if not, word it in this manner and see how it reacts. Because as he said to us, it was already sold, and for some dumbass reason like this property, the person skipped out on it. You understand?
That seems to always benefit us because it's like we get the second list time things listed and the person is tired already. People.
Some $7,000 backhoe we invested in, and with a couple of grand invested in getting it fully operational, we now have a $20,000 vehicle or a piece of equipment. So I'm trying to do that with Casey. You understand? So we have working tools. Now what I'm stating about this is I wouldn't be at this point to be able to do such. It wasn't for 6 years ago, honey. Of fighting with you and taking my funds that I generated separately and had the ability to use and state what? I'm going through with this. Mm-hmm. Even though it took such a hassle, bank fucked our shit off, thought money was taken, oh shit, had to get a hold of the fucking government shit and get the fucking money sent back. And ended up going MoneyGram, and now I can't send MoneyGram or fucking any payments to keep my crystal supply going. My personal shit. And had to sell some of this. Now this person is
hospital moments. That's why I just cried. And like I said, he's been on my head for really bad. That's why I reached out.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yeah, I'm fine. I've been admitted in hospital for 3 days. Yeah, had an accident. So now at home for 9 days. Have a drain pipe in my chest, and so that's why I'm at home, because of chest infection. I have a lung bit shrinked, left lung. So I'm on treatment. So otherwise all is good. How's your family? And how are things there after the virus?
I'll send you this picture. Trying to figure out why I kept having funky dreams and thoughts about him. Willa kept saying, "This man work at a shop." And she annoyed me when she said it for the third time. I said, "What the hell is it going you keep pointing out that you work at a shop all the time?" Let's see if it fucking how much you work for and shit like that, so we can get this thing fixed. Otherwise, who cares? He works at a shop. Hopefully he's a nice person, like he turned out to be. It sucks the recording of us talking when we got messed up. Why do you keep saying that? Turned into a project brother didn't want to do, and ended up having to do it, which is beautiful. I'm sitting over here stressing the last couple of days, like, man, we're gonna be stuck with a backhoe that runs good and fast. That's all I was saying to you when we were driving in. It's a little different than with Casey, where you had the 2 levers, but that one, depending on what speed you're going at, you're gonna have to like articulate it so you don't pull it to yourself, or go this way so the bucket doesn't like karate chop down and say it's flat. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to use it as brake while I was explaining to you. And we got brakes on.
Perfect.
That changes
That's why I
everything.
keep talking about it.
That changes everything, you know. We can drive down to the bottom gate and be like, "How you doing?" Like I was saying, seeing in my head. I was talking to you about popping up when people start shooting your guns and shit, putting spotlights on them. Like, "How you doing?" We do some metal plating and bulletproof glass in the front for the fire. If somebody shoots at me, I just don't know, man. As this shit starts getting wackier here in just the states and the world, dude. These people are fucking putting out there. That white truck we passed up, yo, that was out of state. Like, I'm trying to do some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Once I get welding ability up here, like super strong welding ability, we're getting that cold rolled steel, dude. I'm making some shit. Besides putting like the stuff so we can pick things up and other things like that, you know. Cause I have a feeling whenever you come across like crazy ass rocks and shit, they'll have to try to like pull out, and or I might like try to do some crazy like stacking. But then we had an earth pipe and we're like, we kind of like, I don't know, never mind.
way the 2500 should do? Because I gotta flatten that shit out there. Do that properly, not by hand, but do it with the backhoe and don't flatten that out good. Did you notice that? The 2500 tank shifted you this way? On the earthquake happened?
Yeah.
It shifted that shit. It was leaning like this. The pipe used to come out over that rock. That's right there.
Yeah.
Now it's on top of the rock because it shifted down.
Uh-huh. Hola, Lu.
Hello. ¿Cómo andás?
Bien, ¿y vos?
Bien. ¿Qué andabas haciendo?
Nada, me levanté hace un rato. ¿Qué pasa?
Hola, Lule.
¿De qué?
Me levanté hace un rato. Me levanté hace un ratito. Un rato, ¿qué pasa?
No, te quería contar algo re bueno, dos cosas re buenas. Una, viste que acá existen los clubes sociales donde se fuma marihuana. ¿Sabías?
Cannabis.
Cannabis, sí.
Bueno, los Cannabis Club. Bueno, nosotros somos parte de uno y ahora cumple 10 años y hacen un montón de actividades. Yo me ofrecí a ser profesora de yoga. Obvio, gratis, en principio. Entonces, ayer fui, hablé con el dueño y me dio para empezar a hacer un sábado al mes.
Ajá.
Y hoy me escribió y me dijo si quería empezar antes, porque como cumplen los 10 años y quieren hacer el evento, les gustaría que yo empiece y participe del evento a los 10 años.
Ajá.
Y justo él me comentó, me dice, mirá, viene una chica la otra vez, una pareja que dice que ay, esto está re bueno, no sé qué, bueno, porque eso cuando termina la sesión ellos te dan un té y le regalan un porro, cada uno de los que así, cada uno se lo fuma y se toma el tecito.
Where are you walking around at, Lule?
Bueno, no importa. Y este chico me comentó que yo ya había leído que existe el L.E.N.R Yoga, que empezó en Canadá. Y es a través, es como más relajado y es durante la práctica y antes de la práctica fumás, va guiando a la gente, va fumando y se va relajando de otra manera y va haciendo la práctica de otra manera. Y ahí estuve leyendo, hay un libro y después está la titulación, así que me parece que voy a hacer eso, porque acá todavía no está.
¿Y vos fumás? ¿La profesora fuma o no?
Pero no importa eso, que no fumo, no fumo.
No, digo durante la práctica, en la guía, para tener idea de cómo es cómo va la respiración y los movimientos y todo eso.
Sí, me voy a poner a leer todo, me voy a comprar el libro que sale una fortuna, bueno, no, para mí una fortuna, 30 euros. Así me pongo a estudiar antes de dar esa práctica. Por ahora voy a empezar con la normal, pero me gustaría que un grupo así, ver si puedo enganchar eso.
En ese nicho que nadie lo está haciendo. En ese nicho.
Claro, porque encima, claro, que nadie lo está haciendo y aparte, ahora me tengo que mudar, son 2 meses y ahora empecé a ver departamentos y estoy viendo de tener uno con una habitación más grande, y uno con un local abajo como para empezar a dar clases yoga ahí. Entonces de última también puedo meter esto una vez a la semana. Viernes a las, no sé,
Claro.
10 de la tarde.
Claro.
No, y dice que ahí, si vos haces el curso, si cuando tenga tiempo, hay titulación internacional y que muy poca gente lo está haciendo y se puede dar clases o cursos online. Y te autorizan a subir videos en YouTube. Todo eso.
Pero para, ¿y qué beneficios y como qué se supone, qué beneficios tiene?
El Ganja Yoga
Sí.
te ayuda, es lo que yo le explicaba ayer a Dani, porque Dani me dice, ¿qué beneficios puede tener? Y yo le digo, mirá, yo una vez hice en la cuarentena, digo, bueno, voy a probar qué pasa, ¿no? Fumo y me voy. Lo que hace es que te ayuda lo que hace la marihuana, como que te focaliza y te conecta y te concentras.
A estar más presente.
Están aquí en el ahora y te ayuda a meditar y a relajarte más. Con la postura, lo que yo le explicaba ayer es que vos tomás más conciencia de tu cuerpo.
Sí, estar más presente, entonces escuchás de una manera diferente, no tenés toda esa lista de cosas que hacer en la cabeza, como que estás más...
No, y el cuerpo lo escuchás de otra manera.
Claro, claro. Yo siempre fumo antes de hacer yoga. No sabía que era una cosa. No sabía que era una disciplina. Mira, qué avanzada que estoy.
Bueno, eso, bueno, una avanzada, una volada, una avanzada.
Pero preguntaba Ezequiel dónde estás. ¿Estabas en la calle?
Sí, yo sí estoy en la calle. Estaba haciendo la tarea con Vicente recién.
No, she was helping on Skype do Vicente homework. She was on the street.
Porque a mí me ponen a hacer la tarea para el niño. Así que, bueno, para motivarme y hacer algo.
Buenísimo, Lu, qué bueno.
Hey, Lulu, if I could see.
Oh,
Stop her, Lou.
I'm just...
Lou. Hola.
Ezequiel.
Hola. I brought this up to Mama, but Mama just blew it off. I know it might sound stupid, but it may not be. Let me see if I can put it together like I did with Mom. If you can talk with Mom about, or to, how would I say this? But do it in a way to where your idea wouldn't be taken from you. If there is a way that you can instruct it to Mom and brother, if you can talk with Wani as a family. I had brought up this idea to Mom because of the person that had purchased their house.
Sorry, I lost because there's a lot of noise. To talk to my brother of what?
To talk to brother, this idea that I had tried to present to Mom, but Mom just blew it off. Like, literally just blew it off. It was kind of interesting.
And what idea?
Okay, so the idea is this, because you would have to get the information and talk with family. But the idea was, the woman that bought Mom's house, Mom and Dad's house, be it that she's the only person, or what was presented to me
Es la dueña de los motocicletas Guerrero.
What was presented to me is that she sold like the most, or she was the only person that had the Honda dealership for motorcycles, right? In Argentina. And I thought to myself, oh my God, Allah's mercies just presented something beautifully, where I stated with you, be it that you're building and integrating and going into the closed loop system of having your chateau built with Wani, and integrating with that to where the family's able to continue something. I said, Mama, present to the family this idea first, and talk with Wani, talk with you, see what it would be to, because I was told a couple of months back that gentleman that has horses started implementing with being integrated into giving horse riding and so forth with the chateau. This is something, if you remember my conversation back in Hawaii, was about that, of getting everyone integrated to where it wasn't just collecting rent from them and so forth, but to have packages or whatnot and things integrated into Wani. And now that you were having your house and so forth, stuff built there, along with that same information that I was stating for your brother to reach out to the people that were doing the land ownership, that were helping people with farming, because of farmers need bees, so I thought it would go hand in hand. I was shot down on that one too. I'll give that information to you, and the gentleman's name that I listened to that was shown on the news, where again it goes into, and I think you would be interested now that you're having a chateau built and have interest in such, because again it is for not us or our generation, but it would be for Martino, Vicente, whoever else comes afterwards, for it to continue, and also for them to be able to keep revenue and so forth, but also dictate what's going on. Now, be it that where Wadi is located, what I was stating to Mom was, that person with their motorcycles, and like the person with the horses, why not appropriate in a means, because it would be nothing to that woman, it would just be more money into her hands if she donated a couple of motorcycles, or if there was a way, like right now we just bought a backhoe, if we can come together as a family, it's something I was talking with your sister about. We have some money, I have some money that that I don't have set aside, but we're thinking of buying property up above us, where Mom and Dad were going to get something, we can get land for cheap. But yet, in the means of which means talking on that, I was asking for you and all of your siblings to come together and talk about having access to what would be, in a sense, inheritance if Mom and Dad died, God forbid, but just stating what had happened when they came home, I had brought up the fact of, to Meme, that if everything had went through and that would have happened, then all the inheritance would be locked until it would be divided out by the government, and she would still be stuck with the property up here having to pay on it.
Viste que mamá y papá casi se matan.
Sí, en la ruta.
So I was stating, why not have all the siblings come together as a family and figure out a means of, say, using some of that money before it becomes inheritance, but use it as an inheritance, not for self, but to do something for the next generation, in a sense of, say, like what I was stating on approaching this person that just bought their house.
Con la señora de Guerrero lo que dice Ezequiel es, por ejemplo, que la señora les done 10 motocicletas y le hacen promoción, que es el medio de transporte que la gente usa, ¿entendés? Entonces, es como les usa de promoción y les da las motocicletas y la gente puede alquilar las cabañas y ustedes ofrecen la motocicleta para ir a Tilcara o algo así como de promoción para
Because it's
onda.
so rural and how messed up the roads are and so forth, it would be more practical.
Sí, más que motocicleta tendría que ser cuatriciclo, porque una motocicleta un loco.
Because of the ruralness and so forth of Jujuy, and unless you have something really going, not so many people have a car or truck, in a sense of, say, a lot of people being eco-friendly, if there was a way of either running the car on propane, or in a sense of getting a woman communicated with some people that I've been talking with in Africa that are doing their very first in Ivory Coast or African continent itself. They're doing a fully electric motorcycle that they build on site. Honda doesn't even have something like that, and there's a way of integrating the two together where you could have a petrol, CNG, or electric model that be
Yes, but the motorcycle will not be
It has to be a quiet.
ecosystem friendly.
Eco.
Or yes.
Yes, but okay, if it has to be eco-friendly, how are they sold in the country? There has to be people that are driving motorcycles where your brother lives at. I'm stating for it to be integrated and have a means of where, like the horse and so forth, you have a way of providing means and transportation for the community, as he was trying to do with the library and books. So it means that in the ruralness of where they're at, not so many people have cars or transportation. So it means they're helping the community. Besides, like I was stating, integrating it from being a petrol or a gas-driven combustible engine to a fully electric charged vehicle, because of the ruralness where they're at. They get enough sun and so forth, and if we donated the panels that we use up here where I'm at, where we just went through a nuclear winter and still didn't have to run a car to charge the batteries to get our stuff going. Anyhow, never mind.
Yes, I'm listening.
Bueno, eso te decía Ezequiel, de que si veías la forma de integrar como las cosas, dado que vos estás involucrado con las cabañas y demás, si les interesa para conectar la gente, para que puedan tener algo para ofrecer a la gente.
Se te corta, meme. Bueno, yo le voy a preguntar a Jorge, qué sé yo. Yo no sé, él ahora está con los caballos que va a tener, la chapita y todo eso. Mi idea, obvio, es ayudarlos a eso, y yo por eso también le di la plata, ¿no? Como manera para que le quede a los chicos. A mí, imagínate que una renta de una casa en Tilcara no me da ni para comerme ni a mes. O sea, a mí no me renta.
Claro, tratar de construir cosas así que ayuden a todos para el futuro.
Claro, es mi idea, y yo también tengo la idea de cuando se pueda hacer, o sea, si pueda seguir haciendo lo de yoga, ir y hacer retiros ahí también, o sea, ayudarlo y nada. Es mi idea en un futuro, pero bueno, vamos de a poco. Yo ya, mamá, ¿qué va a hacer con tu plato? ¿Qué no va a hacer? Yo no se lo puedo decir. ¿Qué querés que te diga? Ella todavía tiene planes de vivir, que me parece genial. Están viviendo y van a hacer lo que pueden, y yo creo que ayudan en lo que puedan. Pues Ignacio lo ayudó con la camioneta y un montón de cosas.
No, lo que decía Ezequiel, por ejemplo, era que si hubiéramos comprado una de las casas que estábamos mirando, compramos la casa, yo saco el crédito, pasa un accidente de esa manera que nunca habíamos hablado, nada, y de repente me...
No, obvio, pero yo ya lo hablé con mamá. Acá son cosas que hay que empezar a hablar, porque yo también le dije si a mí me pasaba algo. Uno tiene que ser consciente.
Y si a nosotros nos pasa algo, también estamos tratando de querer hablar de quién agarra la propiedad, quién toma los pagos, y el día de mañana nos matamos en un accidente en la ruta los dos. ¿Quién hereda mi propiedad? Ya la tenés.
Bueno, en otro momento lo hablamos. Ahora estoy en el local de un amigo. Pero nos sentamos y lo hablamos. Yo no tengo problema. Yo ya dije que son todas cosas. Yo a mamá ya se lo expliqué. A mí me interesa que más que nada sean para los chicos, pero que sean cosas que se inviertan y que puedan hacer. O sea, y si no, cuando tengan 25 años, que le den la plata para que no la malgasten. Esa es mi postura.
Bueno, me alegro muchísimo, Lu, lo del yoga. Seguí contándome después y la integración de todo. Contame los beneficios y todo eso para ver cómo me estoy beneficiando sin saberlo.
Voy a comprar el librito y te voy a mandar las posturas que tenés que hacer. Chao.
Un beso, gracias por llamarme.
Bye, bye. Saludos a Romeo.
Chao, un beso.
Ciao, ciao.
See, she was saying that she shares that, what you're saying. That is, putting what we got in coming together, the little that we all separately got coming together and building something big for the future, for the kids. Yeah, so she said that she offered herself to give classes of yoga in a cannabis club, and because the cannabis club is having the 10th year anniversary, they asked her if she would be interested
And continue.
in started earlier than what they were gonna do for the event, and offering a cannabis class, yoga class, which now is supposedly a complete different certification separately. So the people smoke while on the class. And I was like, I've been doing that the whole time, Lou. Like, what changed? And she's like,
It being a trend.
yeah, and I was like, do you smoke? Because for a teacher to be able to, to relate to the breath of the student in every movement, they need to know if they're smoke or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, on the inhale and exhale of the, when you're doing it in a flow. And she was like, well, sometimes she said, I tried it one time on the quarantine. I decided to smoke and go to the yoga class to see what happened. And I felt like I was way more present and connected to my body. So now she's going to do a class. She's going to give herself a book.
Nice.
Yeah, she's going to do a class.
So I've gone all the way back to March on my screenshots. I just still haven't found that gentleman's name. Or I was trying to talk with Mom and Dad when I was visiting Lule in Spain, and I tried to share and say, reach out to these people who want it. Because if they're doing land ownership and farming, they need bees. I'm just not seeing it. I'm tripped out like, why? I should figure something another message. June.
Yeah, that's cool. And she said that because she got to move in 2 months, she's looking for some sort of apartment that might have a commercial store below. So she can start doing classes from her house. Like from just there.
Everyone's to do. Union of Land Workers. That's a screenshot of the dude. And that's from July 22nd. On Thursday. When I tried talking with you about when Mom and Dad were... What, sister? And the ownership, because I was like tripped out because they were showing on the national television saying that people had ownership of the land, and I was like, but I had that ownership of... Why we didn't buy land there was because you don't own the land. Because we wanted to do the minerals and so forth like that. Otherwise it wasn't patented. Not in the sense of patenting. You can only get this much of underneath the ground surface. Unless you're an actual like mining person and you had to keep mining and so forth. Why we're looking at that piece of property on the side of where your brother's stuff was a copper mine. That's why that picture I just sent you of that gentleman, because I was trying to talk with you about it. If you look at this picture, France Ortega, it says Union of Landowners. They appropriate land, work it, teach people how to farm, get them set up for the business, and the people end up owning that piece of property and helping the community by employing people. So I was stating they need bees. You know what I'm saying? Goes hand in hand. Along with someone being in the rural area, a motorcycle, either an e-bike or a petrol bike. You know what I'm saying? So they can bring their stuff to the market. Hello? Build a community. Build your Uma up. They need produce. Produce needs bees to make produce.
Yeah.
Produce needs transportation to get to the market. Comprehend? Does nothing but help the rural area, especially if you integrate and make it to where it's stuff that people can work on themselves and keep maintenance low, costs down, and make them either e-bikes or petrol. Be it that the limitation of e-bikes is their batteries. Or you make hybrids.
Yeah, then you have point A and point B. And from point A, you go to charge your docking station, and then in point B, you go to charge your docking station.
Do you understand? You set up facilitation.
Because really, there's not too many places for people to go. It's one road, like from here to the market, and that's one way. That's it.
You set up a thing.
And then yeah, you can go further
ties
out.
into brother wanting to bring what? A library, which brings people what? Ideas and information in a social place to bring together the Ummah. To think of, hey, what would we like to do here?
Yeah, Lucia said she wants to build one cabin for each of the kids. And leave it to them. because in all reality, when the money exchange, it really don't make her no money to have it rent because the pesos, you know.
See.
But she said otherwise, put that money aside and go to have it accumulate and go to a fund, and then eventually, you know, with the she don't want to touch it. She don't want now nobody to touch it, to put it aside, generate it, and then replicate, and keep at it. Because in the money exchange, she's like them sending us money, you know, it would be like $50 a month or something, which it don't seem much, but cumulative, it makes a difference. And so that's what she was saying. I don't. like she said, she did it with no interest other than building for the future.
See. But along with doing those things, you integrate those other operations in, and every little bit helps.
Sí. Sí, like a whole ecosystem. Because like where my sister...
Again, instead of doing petrol, you do e-bikes. They have the same range, like you were stating, and you have a charging station. And you set the pace of the community that comes to the chateaus. That integrate into the community that you live in. That either, interest the children in driving one of those, or making an e-bike. And being able to ride and get the same distance and so forth. And get things done, or get to work in the same manner as that, but with lower costs. So on and so forth. Or ecotourism. And throwing that in the labelization of the chateau application of the UMA that they wish to bring to again influence the kids. Because Vicente has been influenced by what? That car. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So is everyone. So bring in those that are on the tablet, but they're designing what? Their own bikes. Their own modalities of getting around. Comprehend what I'm stating? Show that to the babies. Because they've been brought from seeing a loom. Look at me, good. They've been brought from being seen a loom. Make Romeo into a sheep or alpaca. And seeing that alpaca be skinned by a rock that's been napped. Or a piece of metal and shaved clean. And you, from sitting there, have watched the process. Now, since you've had your masters in your thesis of seeing how that shit's done, how much of that has wiped fucking away, do you think? For the next generation, and you weren't brought into that. That was your interest because you had the time to think about it. Comprehend what I'm saying there? And we have a mom and everybody drive the fucking ends of the earth, basically, down where you're at, to find fucking, what? Ethically source stuff so that we can try to support those women, because it's all women and so forth doing such. You know what I'm saying? So why not give them a means, a way of being able to get their textiles and so forth to a place? Since as you've seen, you gotta travel to where they're at, and the only way to do such is if you're got money, which means you have a car, or a tourist. It's like Hawaii. Where to get to where them things were that you fell in love with. Well, we're driving through fucking 80 mile an hour wind when it's all native land, but nothing fucking there but rocks. And you get to where it's all, oh, yeah, you want to come to this side. You know what I'm saying? We got to get to where them people that's over here can get their produce and so forth over here, so that they have some say. Otherwise, it's just those people coming in on the thing and showing the kids this, and nobody wants to do the textiles that you got your masters in. You know what I'm saying? That's how we get that gentleman and we're able to brother. Excuse me, and we get more persons like they showed, because the main headline what they're showing that gentleman was it was a woman that stepped at that worked with him for 5 years that now has her own business and is copying what he's doing. It's the first time you would see on news, since you keep hearing from self, that's not propagated. Now for the first time you have a woman in Buenos Aires that her chair sit position in your country is for equality. You know what I'm saying? And she's your age, Mama. I'm 34 actually. I sent you his picture. But you understand?
This ain't anime. Mom got her house bought. She designed it. Yes, the firm was your father's lineage, but yet the last couple of years it's been Mom's, the face. Her daughters have traveled to Earth, now run their own thing. One's about to start her own business, and you've already had yours going. Sit down and do a community Zoom chat or WhatsApp fucking thing, finally group thing, and reach out as sisters and be like, hey. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Get Cotty involved in Samina. You understand what I'm saying? All the conversation and so forth. Get them and say, hey, this is what we wish to see our country look at and go to. You understand what I'm saying? Because you have two indigenous women. One that, if you wish to say, she is a home housekeeper that keeps the house but works just as hard as everyone else because she's keeping the house. You have a doctor that's indigenous that wasn't able to keep her house because she wasn't doing the work that she was in the rural areas to make sure the people got adequate stuff as the people in the city. And you have your point of view, and you have Lulu's point of view, and you have Mom's point of view. Talking to a woman that chips her ex off at things so he shuts the fuck up. As you guys stated, homie's car gets replaced every time it gets to a certain mileage on the odometer. Is what I was told. His car gets replaced once it gets to a certain mileage. Husband or ex-husband or some shit. What's that?
Yeah, that's what it was said. Every 2 years or something.
I don't know how.
It's part of their
I'm
management.
speaking on what was told to me. My forehead's not fucking going all funny like that. I'm trying to figure out why it's hard for you to figure out when it came out of your mouth to me that information that I was just speaking on. Of the gentleman's car getting, either the husband or ex-husband's car getting replaced, either by a year or some shit. But if a person has that much to chip the husband off or ex-husband off some money of shut the fuck up, then why not have a group of women step forward and fucking say, hey, the only thing that's going to happen in your pocket is motherfucking money come back in. You don't got to spend shit. And if you're doing that every 2 years on the price of a car, would fill 20 of those motorcycles in fucking Hui. If not, purchase from West Africa, from the Ivory Coast, honey, those e-bikes that are now picked up, and there's only one woman running her own company that are doing it on site, making their own shit. And motherfucking big bike places and other things like that are trying to fucking either copy or fucking put her out, if not buy her out. You know what I'm saying? Team up and push that stuff. And again, it's like, dude, from fucking Airbnb, paying for people in Afghanistan out of his own pocket to do his stuff. This is nothing but money back in their pocket, fucking tax write-off. You know what I'm saying? One thing that happens is the way you do it and approach the person is fuck up and not have, backdoor things. And they take your idea and you get pushed out. That's why I say do it as a family. You know what I'm saying? And see what it actually takes to set something up to where before you approach that person, see if we can get our own bikes together. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? If one wishes to do that. That's all I'm saying. Because again, linking up with that other gentleman's picture that I sent to you, those people need a way to get the produce. So in rural areas, you donate 2 or 3 bikes to a village. You understand what I'm saying? And you do like that ride share thing. People are able to get to town or whatnot and bring their produce or bring produce home or their merchandise to a place and vice versa. Instead of being stuck. Which gives them better protection, better acknowledgement. No more of the fucking bastards going in there and fucking extorting people. You know what I'm saying? Because people can do this stuff themselves and bring their products like Sister's doing. She can have her own face. You know what I'm saying?
Oh. She's in the picture and she said breakfast. Told her to start juicing with Martina and give him pulp and fruit. So they did an oven apple and celery and juice from the garden.
Nice.
Yeah.
Obviamente está tomando laxante. Y le mando las fotos al gastroenterólogo, ¿viste? Así que me dijo que una vez que terminemos, que él haga todo bien, bla, 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 empezamos con los otros estudios. Así que bueno, seguramente la semana que viene o la otra, sí, estaba un poco, nada, así alterada, medio angustiada, nerviosa. Por ahora viene haciendo. Hoy no había hecho la mañana y el mediodía, que es su horario, que siempre hace, y ya estaba, ¿viste? Medio mal, pero hizo ahora a la tarde. Así que yo me doy cuenta que es cuando yo relajo, él puede hacer. Porque estuve en lo de mi amiga, no iba a venir porque dije, no voy a ir porque ya me estaba poniendo mal, que si yo, y mi amiga me dice, bueno, pero venís igual. Así que bueno, nada, más tranquila. Así que no tengo que generarle tanta presión, me di cuenta. Así que nada, está relajada. Un poco me cuesta, pero bueno. Veo que a eso también a él hace bien. Y necesito casi todos los días hablando con el gastroenterólogo por WhatsApp, porque es re bueno, ¿viste? Me dio su número, me dijo que cualquier cosa le escriba. Así que nada, re contenta con su cambio.
It's really nice. Like, I realized that if I relax, Martina poops. If I don't relax, Martina don't poop. I need to relax. Scanning people for real. You know what I'm saying?
No, I would rather you have done it, not her. It'll just be copied and multiplied, and you have a fucking plagiarism bullshit. Man. Do you not have your sister do that? Look, it'll be the kids from the fucking Christ Church place all over your sister, and you're just like your sister, where you'll just give up the goodies if you don't have someone go. Person just got recovered from getting ran the fuck over.
Okay.
Was on drugs and some more shit. But the only thing they asking you is, can you replicate drugs?
Yeah, on that filter of that, she didn't have that I didn't have the filter of the street, or like reading.
Do not take that into that field.
Because one is pushing the good of healing and don't see.
The stupidity of somebody asking you, so, okay, you can replicate my pills? Oh, so I can make what? How much is one of those? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Alright. So, we got Sulfiker.
Starting Sulfiker's unified scan. Healing into his picture. You understand?
Yeah.
You understand my conversation I've been having with you?
Protective shield. The radiant St. John word is
What
ablaze.
did I say to you? And you've seen it from scanning. What did I say to you about when this Afghanistan shit first happened? It's been weighing on my head. You understand? But what did I say? And how did I put it? And what are you reading right there? And what did you scan?
Yeah, he's in fear. It's a protective shield.
But I'm stating how I put it and why. The nephew and his family. exact family. And he's you. You understand? And his lineage. Like myself. Trying to change things. And show a difference. Because what is a new state? But yet, how does that family survive?
Hmm.
And so the influence of someone's state in something, and what someone knows in their heart and what they've lived, and the things that are being pushed. I talk with Angel. You understand?
Yeah.
And why you see such in the reading with the disconnection and prayer and so forth. You understand? Because now that bullshit is in the masjid spread around the world, as I stated.
Yeah.
You understand?
Mm-hmm. And he may not understand because it says that it could be like subconscious fears, where he don't understand, where the person don't really understand where, like, why are they having fear.
Mm-hmm. Because it's being projected. Media, so on and so forth. Different media machines around the world. And things that are used to change a populace's thought or form on a population other.
And it says, St. John's word continues to offer physical, emotional, and spiritual protection for modern humans living in a world with its own challenges and harmful influences.
Look up St. John.
Mild depression.
Look up St. John.
Mm-hmm.
But the Arabic way. There's the structure of a person, but not in English manner. But of Abrahamic faith. Of St. John.
Like, in general, I find St. John's wort an amazing support for sensitive people who tend to feel uncomfortable or overwhelmed in new social situations, or who need to feel deeply more protected in order to express their true selves.
Can you look up the Arabic version of St. John?
I said yes, you do. I said yes. I had said yes a little bit ago.
I didn't know you were reading something, and I was wondering in my head if it was that or if it was the previous stuff
No, I
that
was
you had looked up.
finishing reading what I was saying.
Have that to upload to the channel. Fakebook wants to actually. I can get that information to me. I need help. Their family have conceived a child when the doctors there told them they couldn't. Beautiful nephew. And little niece over there. Other side of the marble. mouth, you heard me state what, honey? It's been 6 years that our families have been connected.
Yeah, everything has become so cyclical.
Our niece that we spoke with that was Vicente's age.
Mm-hmm.
She's now 12 or 13. She's not 14. And now has to do with this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they were trying to get over here, but that dumbass shit by the Trump administration with the English shit. You know what I'm saying? Fucking, he and his wife are teachers. Since you. I see, look up the Arabic version of St. John. Awesome. Depending on what you use and so forth. But brother's missing his Dikrs. I sit down and talk with him. Yeah, it's tremendously stressful.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the pandemic and all that shit going on, now you got this.
Yeah.
Extremely stressful. I said, we're just getting that, mashallah, that loan for the property so they can separate from his mom and dad's place. Be on his own because he's on that age.
We're just really now in a position where we could send him somewhere if he had asked before, before we did not really able to put a little line aside. Like even in the restarting of minerals, we had not, the last time we got was from him, and we opened them in the RE, remember? When the mines was there, like that lot we got from him, and then we haven't really restocked on specimens. I bought things from
recording a fucking MoneyGram telling me fucking.
I know they just said that they opened back up Western Union. They're letting people
But
send.
they stopped. That's to Afghanistan. He lives in Pakistan, huh? My name somehow got put on a thing. That's why I was bitching about it. Going, how the fuck? I mean, this man's been selling crystals. I've been buying crystals from this guy now for 5 years because they stopped me.
Yeah.
That's why I was showing you that memory. The memory of today is when I got my first batch of crystals from him.
Yeah.
Why I had to go through MoneyGram because doing this shit legally. Not legally, but through the way that you normally would as a business. You understand? Through the banking shit, doing the wire transfers and all that, motherfuckers kept sending it to the account without his name on it. And it's like, what?
Yeah, he didn't look good.
That's why you see me cry. I mean, we got up. And I just got done looking at the picture, and then he sent me that. Because my message to him was asking him what's going on, because he sent me a message asking is there an issue with us? And with the internet being fucked up the way it is, I hadn't been seeing that he sent me messages. A bunch of aquamarines, all kind of specials and so forth. I have them. But that's why I send him a voice note. Say, no, bro, they don't have an issue. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, my internet's not
It's
good.
sad. You're like here trying to create connections, and then like the people that you have connections with are thinking that there's an issue or something because you're not.
It hurts me, dude.
The energy on that, and you know that affects him emotionally. You know that. And his self-esteem and the whole like building himself. Because you talk to him, and then you just stop talking to him.
It's not that I don't have the ability to talk to us every day.
I'm just saying it's been for a minute, like from the shop and everything. It's been for a minute.
Yeah, it's been a year.
Mm-hmm.
And in a year, all this stuff that's happened and so forth. It's not that I haven't been connected. Not that I don't look through Facebook. I feel the person because the crystals and so forth that I work with, that I explain to him to work with, that I have that in my personal stuff that I hold, that I was teaching and giving to people. Going through that brother's hands. Like we used to sit homeless in our car in the fucking Starbucks parking lot. I'm using the Wi-Fi to talk with him. You understand? And explain to him, dude. I think you've seen this dude in Arizona going, why have you allowed yourself to be domesticated by your clients?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, let me help you domesticate from this. Work with the crystals, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's not against the law or against the prayer. Use them for healing yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Not just to provide in that manner that you're doing, because it provides in this segment, but it doesn't provide in the cure. It'll build the soul. So on and so forth. That's why a person like me that has life sentence over his head would do what I've done, where another person wouldn't do such. That was before they had the baby. Now that baby is not a baby anymore. It's a life and a family that they wouldn't have had it. Born and done not what I'd done out of selfishness. But live every day in fear because of that very thing. Because of all the bullshit that is around all of us. And our children. I still pray for a day for brother and I, his wife, child, for us to be sitting here having some fucking. I'd love to have one of the meals that his wife makes. He was sitting there and would drink and probably and explain to us what it was, and then
look into it. I mean, that's the things that help with the apothecary, and the things that looking at in the Abrahamic faith ways of helping the gentlemen in societies here and abroad, where our stuff has been helped at, and try to reciprocate that information to a person that, it's appreciated. Entertaining their dumbass thoughts at midnight, or 1 o'clock to them in the morning, and vice versa. Hurts me. It's one of the only things that I had. Made it a point to try to be able to actually sit down like with you in person and talk in person.
Yeah, and possibly since he's always like, since he started getting, his business merged into like social media, and so I feel like he might be comparing himself or things like that, because he's much of believed of the American dream, and so one can like compare oneself because he follows, like I look at, so figure liking things of people that we met on festivals or things like that. Like he very much like immersed himself in. We have probably now like 30 people in common. You know what I'm saying? And he's like actively following them, and so I feel like, I don't know.
But not.
In a positive side, he's very encouraging, but subconsciously that could affect him. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Due to circumstantial things that have happened and so forth, in essence of what's going on.
Just because in the misconception of how it can be perceived, like in places, because I know coming from a place where not all the material things are easily accessible, you know what I'm saying? You can be in your home in a third or fifth world country, right? And be having this misconception or misidea of the reality of that other people are living, but just by guiding yourself with the Instagram worthy pictures that they would post, but really that's not the reality. And so if you get lost in that, you like the good, like you like the bright side of it, but subconsciously might not be getting it, so you're not understanding really the real reality of what things are.
That's why I always would have the talks that I'd have with him about here.
Yeah, because he was
and
like,
the things that we were going through here.
It's not any better over here, like.
In the sense of what we were observing, I wouldn't say in the sense of any betterness or not, but just saying in accordance of what we're observing. Who's to say that he would observe that? But just for self, what we're observing, just explaining things from the perspective of such.
Yeah.
But still keeping it open, as I was stating to him. You may not observe this, as all the other brothers and sisters I've tried talking with, some observe it and some don't. But you do in your own manner, because I will never observe something that you would if you choose to observe it, because I'm not an immigrant to this country. I was born here. You understand? I could acquire an accent, but to the extent of actually feeling true racism in a sense, or non-racism, or however you wish to put an observation on something, I'm born here. When someone tells me that go back to where I came from or go somewhere else, I have a different feeling than you. You know what I'm saying? Because I have nowhere to fucking take off to.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little shock. It's like, so where am I supposed to go? And the difference between you guys, where
At least in the back of my head, I think I got somewhere to go.
Yeah. Or that you have the opportunity to do such because you're not attached to the place, because you've left where you came from. And so one is freed. In the sense of that fear at first of
Or would I go if I chose to leave here? If this person throws up this idea. You understand?
Same.
Stockholm. You understand? That's where people don't see the difference of Stockholm Syndrome and helping a person that's immigrating. Because again, you're coming to another place, and depending on what you believe in or not, or been led to, as you were saying, and other things, it's myself why I asked, why the fuck did you come from the country to here? When the tax bracket that you live in. Now, this same is for Fikr. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
In Pakistan. His family is, I wouldn't say well off, but at the time for all this bullshit happened, what was going on at the time before this stuff happened, his family was well off. I would say not what I grew up in. If I was to be from the province, I would be who he was getting the crystals from and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So the job title that he held in his life. Like state job. And a normal person like Afghanistan or India and so forth is, out there either doing some menial work or, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I used to talk to them about those things that you used to go on. I'm not getting caught up in dumb shit because of some of the things he would comment on certain people's things or whatnot, or when
But then there's also
the
that
way he
parental
spoke when we
influence.
first started communicating on. Don't entertain this view of communication with folks too much, otherwise they're going to lead you into a messed up thought of what's here. Or as you see, brother, as you've reached out to those people, you don't have a real conversation with them. They're going to be the ones that steal from you, that you sponsor, build their stuff up, and you're over there, that you get the money back for. That's happened to them over the year. You know what I'm saying? Because of our communication and ordeal, where instead of being raw, we built our stuff up and built him up, and vice versa. He branched out. Other people took advantage of the notion of this person's in Pakistan. How are they going to get? And it's not through eBay. It's not through any of these things. You understand? That are protected.
There's no backup to the transaction.
There's no
It's just
recordings.
fake.
Yeah. How many times has the man sent us stuff without asking? And it's like, hold on a minute, brother. And we send extra. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? As I stated with all of the work, it's a reciprocal. If we don't keep them going and able to evolve, then how do we evolve and grow? If you wish to expand, how do you not help that other person? If you do it in a fucked up manner, then what the hell is the point of what you're doing? And my business model is not about money. It's for everybody to grow. Otherwise, you know what I'm saying? I'm getting something for a couple of dollars a piece. If I can't hand several of those out a day to people and kids for free and tell them, I hope you don't lose this. But this crystal right now, if the war's happening, like right now, and all the shit's been taken, this is a $75 crystal here in the United States that I can resell here in this area. Otherwise, it's a couple of $1,000 crystal in high-end actual crystal shops that sell to people that will buy it for that much. There's no difference in what the price is. Even though I got it for this much Pakistani rupees, which equals to 50 cents. You know what I'm saying? Please take me, don't use it. It might help you someday, monetarily. Otherwise, healing factor is And quality of it, priceless. Countless day after day I do that shit. And I go for the bottle, they equate out. I said that we can't move nowhere. Otherwise we gotta raise prices. And I don't feel good with people because people overstate. Not their prices high, but my God. The only people that are doing this gotta fucking pay rent. Well, I'm not getting it for anything. You know what I'm saying? And the specimens and so forth. That's why my shit's not marked down, because I got for $100 for $50. Not several thousand. That if I resell it for less than what the market asks, some people fucking rob us or do some weirdo shit. Not in the sense of someone off the street robbing us. People will shut us down because they say we're fucking up the market. Because our quality is from sugar and wine. You see my brother trying to buy back the 13 pounds that I bought at 30 cents a gram. Bought everything in there because the snowstorm came in and knocked her out and wanted to buy back. Mm-hmm. What I do? Put it out on the thing. I hand people out pieces. I told them. I'll be on it. Because I'm going to let a little bit of us out. Because no one appreciates these. These are special. Added Sister Jamie come back. And the observation. Mm-hmm. It has a 4th phase of water be incorporatedly shown to the world. Mm-hmm. Be able to see a lot of people. All those different things that are polished, and those hand ones that are polished out, and I can't wait to get to the other ones. I'm thinking about it. I'm sure it's some dinos. Or they just cut it off and throw it and only go for the first stuff. You only knew what you just did. Anyway. Eating such just through a person's soul. And like I said, why I argue with it. That would have changed our life if I would have used that money to say, get us an apartment or off the streets. That's $2,000. Nope, I'm going to send this to somebody I've never met before. I received $83 that once they got here, and I had them in my hand. Each one of them damn $5 is $2,000 or better. At that time, 6 years ago. On eBay. I'm looking at that and about shit myself. So what the hell? I made a decision on mine. I gotta help this brother. And help his family. I don't know whether we can do stuff. I see in my head, America's gonna do some funky shit like they did. And being able to try to do transactions like us. Because they want to control their market. You know, or the persons that we got my cesium broke from. And the alpha mines from. Those kind of dudes be able to do business. And not so ficker and so forth. Because they have access to good quality stuff and they're letting it go and not doing it for fucking $1,000,000. Yeah, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, and send them some vodka like $2 or $3 grand and show us some help. And be like we talked about a couple of years back before the bullshit Trump administration came in and said, just fucking buy what you want, dude. You know what I like. Buy what you want and make it habitable for those that you're getting it from, so that when I get it in my hand, I don't sense nothing where I can give it to someone or give it to a person for healing. As all your work has always been with me, except for a couple of pieces. Has it been stuff that I can let a child touch because there's no blood on it? corporations get more and more shit to turn into fucking computer chips, and it's fucking retarded. And there's so much more that can be done with those crystals, and
Yeah.
fuck them up and turn it into a piece of fucking gimmick train that's only gonna last 4 months before a person tosses it and buys the next updated version of the shit. It's horrible, man. That's what's being fucking indoctrinated into the kids. Is the thing that gets me fucking so frustrated. That shit to me is de-evolution, man. We're straight de-evolving and nothing wrong with doing that.
Oh, yeah.
De-evolution, fucking hardcore. Why it's allowing all this weirdo shit fucking into our realm that's fucking feeding off this. And more people are perceiving the different weird shit and being able to see them and so forth, but more and more they put different filters and so forth out there to make it more your eyes and shit. More fucking
Kids
shit
are
in the
completely
food.
hypnotized.
Where you just like, you put more and more of these crystal grids around you and shit, and people realize it's a crystal grid, dude. Straight spiritual war.
Straight spiritual war.
And this last summer, I would have to say, what is it, like the third or fourth person?
Mm-hmm.
In a sense of disconnection with soul and spiritual issues of such. There's only a couple of times I've ever been around you where you
I know, I never scanned it before, and maybe a couple times. Have you seen 2 stacks of infusers? Oh, right here.
I mean, depending on how you would say it, I don't see that stack, but I guess I could have looked at it different now.
The stack.
Yeah, if you turn it that way, it's a stack. To me, I'm just saying observational wise. Because they're sitting on something on their side, so wouldn't have constituted it as 2 separate stacks or something you're looking for, because they're combined. Be it the shape that they're, you know what I'm saying? That tactile information is so hard to pass unless you're the algorithm.
It's so hard.
They don't want to assume and say things that are on the chair right there, that are right there, that you've been walking past. You're sitting next to me. Yeah, I don't want to assume.
I was scanning at a different level. I was looking just here.
Okay, turn it back sideways and do your hand at the same level. So you were looking at it like I was. And your mind
just so here, this was a cut. Like, I wasn't able to see it above that field.
So you're looking at it like I was, in the sense of, okay, that's not the T infusers, the 2 stacks that are separated, because then combined. You needed to separate them out and seeing those T infusers that you're looking for.
Mm.
Beautiful observational thing. Well, hey, there's so many butterflies coming in.
Mm-hmm. I showed it to Audrey yesterday and said, "Did you see the butterfly? Can you make a video?" As I'm sitting down.
Don't mind this one. Brayman is coming at you. A frog. that they had sick just went into him going to the hospital and people took him care of. Are you awake right now? If that was 9 minutes ago, then that means you're awake.
The cash that we're getting paid and put it in the account, and then from the account it would be taken, which is and it's different if we go with the cash to the place.
Go to what place? There's no places that are open, honey. It's all by app, weirdo.
Then definitely, yeah, when we get paid, whatever money get paid, we just put it in cash in the bank, and
which is what's going to happen, as I've been stating to you for years, because it's all app.
put it in the wallet.
It's all app. So, as I just stated, what would be cheaper on the transaction of giving the man full funds, so either transferring it over into the thing and having to pay it on taxes? There's literally taxes, because it seems the income on taxes on my social, because we're putting an eBay account for them to have access to it, or transferring the money to them. Would it have to be on your social, because my social on red flag, for some fucking regards reason. Are you not following along?
Yes, sir. Let me look into that, eh? Would you let me look into it?
Sure. Just asking in the sense of what we would be sending, wouldn't it just be stuff, or I'll just say, just eat the tax on it instead of eating the transfer. Which would, if not, come out to the same, if not less, be it the tax on it would be for whatever said amount of $300 or $400 or $500. You understand? Or would that be in the sense of depending on what quarterly our time of business tax, or in the sense of what time we do our taxes, when it's sent, be it that it would be either today or the next couple of days or whenever one was done such. You understand? Or is that in a reference of the sense of us doing our taxes allocated to that account? To what I'm asking. Would it be cheaper to transfer it to where the fee comes out then, or would it be allocated that $300 or $500 was sent?
No, because
be stuck to whatever is accumulated in cells. Again, depending on how you have the taxes, since you do our taxes, in reference to the cells done in that account that you're adding to, would it be added to, or would it be the fresh start, or the beginning of a quarter, or end of a quarter? Understand what I'm asking?
well, the way
you do our taxes.
the way paperwork says, actually,
would it be cheaper?
you either have to do, for them to create a 1040,
or
which is actually what record.
taxes by us just transferring, and he can get access to it.
For them to create a 1040, which is actually what you report your taxes based on, is you have to do, that was the only problem that we had with Sofiker. He had met the threshold where he had done over 200 transactions or $20,000 in total in one annual year, taxable year. So being since there has no, I'm assuming now, that there has been no activity through that account, which there has now been no activity through the account, but we need to, as so figure, then if we
The only way the man's able to do it cells is through that and attachments and such. Otherwise, he has none. Henceforth, why his words were, "I would not be here." They're in their own place. The baby was explained. Oldest baby is at Grandma and Grandpa's house, where we first met them and was talking when we were homeless in the parking lot. And he was in his bedroom at his mom and dad's house.
I'll
You understand?
well, we can get in the PayPal account and see what's going on there, and
They now have their own house.
and
Alhamdulillah.
and see what transactions have been done.
As
And
we do. As I wanted to happen instead of him still being in his mom's house. And we got all this fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? And I would feel like fucking dirtbag. Because this man is from his heart. As I am. But yet, as people stayed on about money, he got me fucked up. I'm about money. If I actually sold the shit or kept on to the things, if I was about money, I'd have fucking $1 billion more than the fucking shit that I have now. And I give out stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And I make it a point and try to just point out to you, if we're going to do this, this makes the word what? And I keep saying it over the years. Why my suppliers are like how they are, and your suppliers are how they are. But you know, through many things, it's the same shit. But one supplier eliminates the other and propagates one issue and does something against the other. You know what I'm saying? Who's winning out in the world? You know what I'm saying? If we can integrate or somehow override the other with the next generation seeing. Otherwise our species is doomed. You know what I'm saying? Someone's always over here at dollar store buying something, not realizing for you to buy something for $1, it's $1,000 for somebody somewhere else, for $1 million somewhere else because there's inflation. We just collapsed the motherfucking government.
Yeah.
And you get to buy it for cheap, but they're over there trying to figure out how the fuck to buy some dirt. Because you can't even buy dirt with the money they got. I hope now with your intellect, one is able to understand what has been done and why trying to do such and seeing how it worked and staying on a larger scale hunting, which you wouldn't control, do the same in Argentina, you know? So that we can get rid of this immigration crisis here and be able to feed people and so forth, and feed our own people, and feed our own people here, and feed the people that have helped us, and build up their woman. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Why you scan and show that we're what? Ready to have a child. Because what? I told you when we were able to employ someone, which means fucking do them the same as what we would have. Be it the supplier or someone else that actually sticks with us this whole time. With the fucking plan. With the marathon. From the start of the gun. Only difference is our babies passed away, so for a while. And they're coming back. Theirs is there. Everybody had kids at the same time. Very quick. Allah's mercy. And you see how I've always tried to function and do stuff? Even back to why you're always saying that to sister. Now you see why I throw out the things that I do? And the memes that I do? I wasn't showing this shit. You don't learn to do things like this in school, and damn sure not from being in America. You won't learn from the music. I asked you what music genre you ever listen to that I listen to, or fucking here in America that's talking and shit like I do. Or fucking propagate somebody to do something. You know what I'm saying? Fucking, even when we realize we got the money to pay for our goddamn rent and so forth, here you go. While we're like, we had fucking pissed off, like, we ain't have one motherfucker walk through the door, you just gave him the only cash we got in the drawer. Don't trip, man. fucking $1,200 day. Oh shit. Motherfucker complaining because you can't sit down. Shit. I gotta stay open longer and try to pass some food out and shit. Give away these blessings. That's why me and him was always operating that, man. I used to tell him the amount that I would make, and I'd formulate how much to try to send to him and give out to the community. As you'd see with him when we look at the stuff and the shows. He'd be like, how much you make? I said, make sure you give out to the homeless, dude. Make sure you give out to the people. Someone like that, you gotta put in language barrier difference. My own difference is I just stopped drinking alcohol, and his openness and comments to you and vice versa, and your misinterpretations of things and our own little fucking misinterpretations of shit, mind chatter in our head. Where I wouldn't talk with him because fucking I didn't like what he talked to my wife. So on and so forth. So it's like, no, hold on, man. This is how we get this to work. You explain to him that you don't like the way he spoke to you, and let's see what both interpretations are because of where he comes from. Hello? Which changes his output on women and his role of his wife, or non-role of his wife. You know what I'm saying? If it took forever, I'm like, dude, all I see is him. Can I see who's helping you? Can I see who's helping you? It's been like a year or two now. I want to hear your voice, sister. Here, talk to my wife. You know what I'm saying? Why was this open that up? You know what I'm saying? People just get money and exchange shit, and who cares? I got this sucker over here that was singing some shit. That's why I used to try to tell him, fucking be careful with people like that, dude, because they're like asshole motherfuckers over here. But that shit came to my head. I was like, damn. Motherfucker send me the crystal, I can cancel the payment anytime.
No, what you did was humanize him. Instead of dehumanize him, what the news do, you know, it's like these people from the shithole country, you cannot even imagine, you know, like, you're like, oh, I can easily screw this person out, you know, like in the way that they're dehumanizing them and like.
And that's the thing that mostly we was having issues with was, that's what I told him, man, this is bullshit. You opened up. I ran a shop with no fucking alarm system, bro, because of that. These crystals, my side of the shop was straight shipped to me with no questions asked. Why would I put an alarm system here and make them get stolen? You understand? And the person wasn't thinking that that's in it. So why would the energetics I wish the propagator put on it maintain it? You understand what I'm saying? If that whole thing could be illustrated and shown to the world as an example, you have no need for what? The insurance company. You have no need for what? Police and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Shit ain't people forefront. Why is a motherfucker across the street from you? On the other, we do 12-hour different time zone. Another part of the world.
Okay, I'm gonna finish this order, see, so I get them to the post office.
That shit hurt my heart, man. Seeing what the fuck, dude? I know that I was part of it. I'm parts of myself that I've neglected. So I was trying to tell him, dude, it's never been about business between you and me, man. You've been one of my only brothers. You know, 3 vicariously, you have kids. I can't see one. Hopefully I'm blessed. Another child or two. So this place is situated. And able to pass on to them the ability to survive through what is coming and what is here now. The world